Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Good evening, everybody. Please be seated. Before I ask for a motion for the agenda, just a couple of quick things. We have a tremendous amount of delegations tonight. We have 31 delegations on reports before our council this evening. That's good to see. Lots of public engagement, very important. There will be a slight change to the order of the agenda. We have a number of smaller delegations and other reports. We're going to put them first. And the main issue related to the Elphinstone 13th Avenue, which has the largest delegation, 21, will be the last part of the delegation, so we don't keep the other people waiting that are just here for a short report. So if I could have a motion to adopt the agenda at the call of the chair with the additions.
Right. I'll move the agenda with the additions from the clerk at the call of the chair.
And Councillor Bryce, could you also add that we receive and file the last bylaw on the report tonight? It was missed in terms of tabling. This is the one on the fire bylaw as well, to receive and file that one.
No problem. I will move receive and file for that.
Seconder, Councillor Hinks. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much for that. So we will go to the top of the current agenda right now, and this is Delegation D 16-59.
I'll move the minutes from the 27th first.
I'll second those minutes, Your Worship.
Good, the seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. For delegations and communications, Stephen Onda, please, if you could come forward. Mr. Onda, if you could identify yourself, who's with you as delegation, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
The on button. Hello, my name is Stephen Onda. To my left is Mr. Roger Mitchell, our architect for our project. To my right is Mr. Paul Gregory, who's our construction manager. They won't actually present, but if there are questions that are more suited to these expert fields, then they're here to respond to your queries.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions of the delegation? You did submit a written report to us, a page and a half or so. I know we've all read that, so if there's anything else that you like, go ahead.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks a lot for coming here today. A couple quick questions. First is about the timeline for this project. If this is approved tonight, when do you expect to break ground?
Actually, I often smile at a phrase that turns up in our community very often called shovel ready. This project, oddly enough, is shovel ready. We are progressing through city engineering and planning with the foundation build permit. We have closed financing pending your decision tonight. We anticipate a build start of late August. Is that fair? Paul has been working on the project, construction manager, for over a year and a half. I have to say that Walker Projects has fronted a lot of time and effort to see this unusual experiment go forward, and Mr. Mitchell has guided us in developing something that we think suits a market.
Okay, thank you. One other question. This project has quite a significant relax on the parking requirement, which is sort of a new idea in Regina. There's been a couple other examples of it, but I would say there's been no example quite so drastic as this. Could you just explain briefly the process to get here, and as far as the finances of your project, how does less parking affect your financing? Thanks.
Okay. What we have here is we're combining technically 5 lots, but 100 feet of frontage, and putting 45 units on. The parking is actually under the building, not buried, just on surface. So we are asking for 45 units. We have a contract zone currently for 39. We are only providing 20 parking stalls. The building is targeted to hard to house, so we are currently functioning under a memorandum of understanding with YMCA, and a lot of these clients don't own 2 pairs of shoes, let alone a car. So we're trying to make affordable housing, not affordable parking.
Okay, so in general, having less parking, though, you would say makes this more affordable for you and ultimately more affordable for those.
Most definitely, because we don't need to have the footprint that would be required for the additional parking.
Okay.
And we cannot afford to go underground and make these studio apartments affordable.
Okay.
The underground parking would cost as much as the actual unit.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questioners? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. Evening, gentlemen. You mentioned hard to house, and so if you would just, as you did at Planning Commission, speak a little bit about on-site and how that will work to help the clients.
What we're discovering is that there is the bricks and mortar, which is actually what we're talking about today, but there is the actual practical operations of the building. And best case scenario with hard to house is if there's a support service that's provided. It's outside of the developer's budget to provide that, but having a memorandum of understanding with YWCA who would participate in placing tenants and providing follow-up services during the consultation of this project and its maturation, its gestation. We consulted with 30 community-based organizations, half of which asked if they could house their clients in our building. So, don't know yet. I'm thinking we're going to actually have an over-demand. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thanks very much. And if you could just perhaps describe a little bit about the actual units themselves, what one might look like and what you're trying to do.
Sure.
What we've configured is studio apartments. Each unit has its own washroom facilities, small kitchenette, and bed setting area. They're various sizes, and some of them are capable of being configured for access with a wheelchair. All the units are configured so that a wheelchair can get to the front door. They're really searched to be essential. There's no frills, and very direct.
Good. Thanks very much. Last question is, you have a location that is close to other amenities, close to other services, close to, is that make sense to you?
Actually, the choice of this project has been underway for 2.5 years, and it's traveled a little bit throughout the city looking for its home. We are 5 blocks from the Addictions Counseling Service from Capella Health Service. We are a half a block from Phoenix Residential, which is a housing initiative that this, perhaps not this very council, but this council of City of Regina struggled with lack of parking. I think they have 40 units and 6 parking stalls. We are right next door to the detox center. We're 4 blocks, I guess it's actually 5 blocks, to the YMCA's actual door. We're half a block from the Salvation Army. We are 2 blocks from the federal day parole service. So, and we are, again, 4 blocks from mental health services at Regina Capel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other? Councillor Murray.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and thanks, gentlemen, for coming forward, taking some questions. Based on this, on what you've described, these units to be, would they be fair to say they're similar to like a single room occupancy that you might find in a Vancouver scenario? Is that kind of along the same lines? Again, hard to house.
It is. I would love to try a project like in Vancouver. That's 250 square feet. These are on average 350 square feet. So if you were to imagine yourself going into what they call a junior executive suite in a hotel, so a slightly larger hotel room with the full amenities of a complete kitchenette, not just a microwave. There's a stove and a fridge, full-size fridge, and so forth. So they're very much a single-room living. And I state it this way, this is not engineering in the sense of structural. We reversed engineered. We did our research and tried to figure out, well, what was the shelter allowance, and then we tried to construct something that would meet shelter allowance on a cost per square foot. So I actually think we should be smaller, but I believe that under 320 square feet we would be pressing the envelope beyond parking.
Right. And so are there any additional services that are provided to those folks that are going to call this development home? Are there any like support services beyond just simply here's your box to live in?
This is the dilemma. So with the memorandum of understanding, which would come into full play once the building actually existed, the YWCA would be first and foremost in providing those support services, or more correctly, coordinating those support services. Often the support services for this kind of hard-to-house person, someone who's maybe recently encountered a crisis and is now moving on to independent living or some kind of more stable living existence, they may need 6 or 7 different kinds of who knows how many, I shouldn't say 6 or 7, a multiple. So it might be addictions, it might be cognitive mental health treatment, let's use that term. It might be getting a abilities bus to the front door. So honestly, we've used this data. One of the 3 transitional houses that YWCA uses, or facilitates, my aunt's place, it's just down here in the transitional area of our city. They handle 300 single women a year. So we're 45 units. So we might turn into purely a pickup for the transitional houses. One of the other facilities we're very nearby is not just my aunt's place, which is, I shouldn't say where it is, but we are 4 blocks from the oldest transitional home in our city. So I'm not sure if we're going to be predominantly women. I know that we're going to be predominantly people surviving crises and that the support services are required. We, as the private developer, cannot directly provide that. I'm not actually I do have a degree in development psychology, but I'm not an expert in this field by any means whatsoever.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Your Worship, I'm interested to see this go forward. So thank you. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we will now look at the contract zone application for a low-rise apartment building at 1914, 1920, 1924 Halifax Street. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. On behalf of the Plan Commission, I'd like to bring this forward and seek concurrence. If I could have a seconder, please.
Seconder for the motion, please. Councilor Young.
So you would have seen this before, and really what's before you is a change in the number of units that's here. I think you've heard from the delegation as to why this is important. This is servicing a huge need in our community. And to the parking notion, and I'm glad the delegation referenced Phoenix House, because we made a decision a few years ago that Phoenix House was going to go ahead with limited parking. It has not been an issue, but Phoenix House is thriving. And so with lots of consideration and a limited budget to follow, we now have before us I think, a very exciting opportunity to look after people who are most in need. Parking should not be a concern on this one. Looking after people should be our concern. We seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to our next delegation. James Parnew. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Good evening, Mayor Fougere and members of Regina City Council. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you this evening regarding our proposed amendments for Phase 1 of the Somerset project. My name is James Pernew. I'm with McElhaney Consulting Services, and I am a senior planner as well as the project manager representing the project here this evening. The Somerset Neighborhood Concept Plan was approved by Regina City Council in December 2013. The concept plan was developed over a number of years, and it was based on a vision to create a pedestrian-friendly neighborhood design, to provide for a range of housing choices and opportunities with an emphasis on affordability, to create a safe neighborhood with homes oriented to the street, and lastly, to achieve a connected neighborhood, one that is well connected both internally within the community and to other existing neighborhoods to the south. The designed roads, pathways, and land use, such as the supporting neighborhood commercial use, help to achieve this vision. The Somerset neighborhood is an extension and completion of the Uplands and Kensington Greens neighborhoods to the south. The infrastructure necessary to support development in Somerset was installed with the existing developments to the south, and it will be further extended and improved with the development of Somerset as required by the city. As a part of the design of Phase 1, the project will include the construction of a landscape buffer along the CP Rail Lanigan line, which will include both a berm and a concrete noise attenuation wall on the top of the berm. Another feature that we're quite excited about is the innovative design of our stormwater detention system. This system will see the storage of stormwater in underground vaults that will be underneath the play field, which is located in the central open space in Phase 1. The Somerset Community Plan encompasses 11 phases of development. At completion, the community of Somerset will have a total area of 57 hectares. Phase 1 represents 17.6 hectares, or about 31% of the total development area. A number of uses are included within Phase 1, such as retail, commercial, mixed use, single-family detached residential, and attached residential, as well as park space. Phase 1 includes 173 lots. There's a mix of housing types, including 83 detached lane-loaded lots, 87 attached row houses. There are 2 multifamily sites and a mixed commercial residential, mixed-use commercial residential site. A total of 4 hectares of open space, or about 23% of Phase 1 site area, is being proposed in Phase 1. Additionally, there's 0.7 approximately hectares of buffer space that is going to be dedicated as part of Phase 1. We're excited to move forward finally with Phase 1 of the Somerset plan, which represents a master plan community. Somerset is a dynamic and integrated design that will provide future residents with opportunities to live, work, and play in this pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. I want to thank you again for your time this evening, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. Thanks for being here. Let's just talk about a couple of things. First of all, the commercial sector. Could you just give us a little description as to what you have in mind there? Type of business, service, that type of thing.
Through the chair, the commercial, mixed-use commercial residential site is 5 acres in area. We're envisioning probably a very small grocery store, as well as related retail commercial services, possibly a dry cleaner, small restaurants and the like, perhaps some professional stops, professional offices such as lawyer, dental, physiotherapy, and the like.
Thanks very much. And could you just speak a little bit about connectivity and how that will work between Kensington in particular and this development?
Through the chair, The Somerset neighborhood includes a vehicle connection point, a future potential vehicle connection point, roughly at the midpoint, which would be roughly in line with the Broad Street extension. I don't know what the name of the road will be in Kensington Green. There'll be a second access location that'll be on the west side of the site through the Prestige Industrial area that will connect up with Kensington Green's future industrial phase, which is, I believe, coming in the future as well. So there's potentially two connection points to the south. As well, I talk about the integration of land use to provide opportunities for shopping for residents that already live in uplands and Kensington Greens. There is no shopping really close by, so we're trying to integrate and connect through land use as well as through vehicular and pedestrian connections.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks, and welcome back again. Talking about roads, what's your understanding or expectations of what's going to happen to Winnipeg Street from what you understand so far?
Through the chair, my understanding is the city will require coordination of surfacing of Winnipeg Street. The details of that are being worked out presently with the engineering department at the city of Regina. I've made a commitment in the past, and again, I'll make it here this evening, that we'll commit to providing whatever improvements the city deems to be necessary for Winnipeg Street. Our assumption was paving of frontage works and then potentially some extension further down to the south of the railway tracks.
Okay, so if I look at the map that you have here, about halfway from the first access road in, the Phase 1 development goes about halfway up, and then there's another potential access road further up Winnipeg Street. What's your distance that you're talking about paving for Phase 1? Are you going up to that second inroad, and then you'll have the development and the road done for Phase 2, or where are you guys? What's sort of your feel on that?
Through the chair, our understanding is that we'll be paving the frontage of Phase 1. The city and ourselves are currently in discussions with respect to coordinating other efforts in that regard. So I think that whatever the city engineering department deems to be necessary, we'll abide by. So our understanding is it's the frontage in Phase 1, and that goes about halfway between the lower road access on Winnipeg Street to the upper road access to Winnipeg Street.
If I could, just on there is no access road like in the middle though. It's either on the top or bottom, right?
Through the chair, at the midpoint is actually a pedestrian walkway connection.
Okay.
It's shown in sort of a green color. That's
okay, the green spot.
Yeah.
Now, going to the Broad Street side, have you been in discussions with the developer owner south of you in Kensington regarding potential what could happen to that Broad Street? Because right now you're saying it would be for ambulance, bikes, paths, walking, that's it. So no vehicle daily going through there. Have you had discussions with the other developer, or?
through the chair. Yes, there's been a number of meetings with the developer to the south. I guess I'll put it, it takes two to tango in the sense.
Okay.
We're providing our half at a future date when that phase of Kensington Green goes forward. I would imagine that developer would be into discussions with the planning and engineering department regarding the other half of the connection point.
And you would have to conform to what the rail lines want, even for a vehicle crossover, pedestrian?
Through the chair, at this point, the only, I guess, crossing, if you will be services under the railway track at this point. There'll be construction up to the edge, and then a cash amount in lieu of the crossing component up to the center line of the rail.
Thanks. And one more thing. In your mind, as far as development goes, what comes first, the road or the infrastructure of the 176 unit start? Streets, sidewalks, or does Winnipeg Street come first?
Through the chair, I would imagine that because of the size of the development, some of the infrastructure such as the sanitary and water trunks extensions would probably come first. Those are off-site. I would imagine that the roadworks, which would be on the east side, would come second. We'd generally be servicing from the west to the east.
Okay.
So that, I mean, I'm not a construction contractor, so I wouldn't know for sure, but that would be my guess at this point.
Okay, and one last thing is, if this goes forward, are you looking at starting this fall yet, or next spring?
Through the chair, we'd be looking to start this year. It's a fairly large amount of construction, so it will take some time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. You mentioned innovative water retention system, but you kind of just skimmed over it. So I'd just like to know a little bit more about it. And is it used elsewhere in the city or in the province or in Canada? And if you could just tell us a little bit more.
Through the chair, my apologies. I only had about 5 minutes, so I did skim through that. The stormwater detention system is basically an underground vault or an underground tank, and they're set up in an array, and they're set up to allow groundwater to penetrate and infiltrate through the surface, and then it gets collected and stored in these vaults. And then through a release mechanism, it then is allowed to go through the rest of the storm system to the south when there is capacity in that system. So essentially, we have to hold rainwater until the downstream capacity is allowed. It's an alternative to digging kind of a big hole in the ground. We wanted to have some functionality and utility of the central sort of open space area. We want to have play fields, and with a large hole in the ground, it would have probably not served that function, and we felt it was not in keeping with the spirit of the concept plan. It is significantly more expensive to do that versus digging a hole in the ground, but it was felt to be the right thing to do for the concept plan itself.
Thank you. Has it been used elsewhere, and what kind of success has it had?
Through the chair, my apologies. Yes, it's been done elsewhere. We're currently designing one back where we're from in the township of Langley. It's underneath a large athletic field in the township of Langley. They've been done elsewhere throughout the Lower Mainland, the interior, and I understand also in Alberta.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we will now see report 85, which is a concept plan amendment and zoning amendment application for Somerset Phase 1. Councillor O'Donnell.
If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Councillor Flagel.
Thanks very much. So this was a previously agreed upon development. The delegation has come back to us and asked for some change. He mentioned this, but I'll repeat it. This would be a concept plan change that would include 83 rear-loaded lots, 87 row houses, 2 multifamily settings, 1 mixed-use or commercial site, a buffer space, and open concept place. And so it changes the concept plan that's there. I think there's still some discussion about that notion of tying the whole area together between Kensington Greens and this, but we would look for concurrence on this. We're satisfied that this would meet the needs.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I'll try to be brief on this. Just need clarification from administration. If all goes well tonight, when can the residents of Uplands, Kensington, and these new Somerset people decide and get a paved road on Winnipeg Street?
Ms. Harlock.
To you, Your Worship, as indicated, we would work with the proponent once approval is granted to enter into a servicing agreement with the proponent, which would have timelines for construction, not only the road but all the utilities. So as the delegation said, their intent is to look at starting in the fall. So in 2017, their requirements would hopefully come to fruition.
So if we said that the construction of Winnipeg Street was starting in 2017 at somehow, would that be us doing it or the developer doing it?
Ms. Harlock.
To you, Your Worship, at this point, the developer would be responsible through the servicing agreement. If there was something that happened and the developer didn't proceed with the development or the servicing agreement to do construction, we'll continue to monitor Winnipeg Street and look at alternatives to look at the dust control issues that are needed within that area.
Okay, I'll go with that for now. Do we get involved with land access between, say, what we've got here with Somerset and Kensington? If both parties aren't in agreement, do we have the purview to go in and say, no, we need a road to go through? Or is that sort of something that we have to leave to the developers?
Ms. Harlock.
Through Your Worship, we try and facilitate as best we can developments that will make the best connectivity between different subdivisions. In this case, we worked with the proponents to look at a utility corridor and a pedestrian corridor because there is a railway track there that causes some issues with respect to access over railway tracks. So at this point, we'll work with the proponents in Kensington as they proceed to make sure that the links are there for that utility and pedestrian corridor.
Okay, thanks. Just a comment. This has been a long process. 2003, I went to the open house, and I still remember it, and they were pumped up about it because it was a new project, and people wanted to stay in Uplands, and they wanted to move forward and move north to get a better, newer house, something different, maybe smaller. The size of homes that are going to be put into Somerset in this particular phase are not going to be your $1 million homes. They're going to be nice family homes, $300,000 to $500,000 is my understanding. People can upgrade from Uplands, can move from different areas to this. The nice part about this, and it's sort of a mixed bag because some of the Uplands people are saying they don't want commercial anywhere near them, but 7-Eleven isn't that far. The Northgate's not that far. This is going to be small doctor, dentist, insurance. It's not going to be the big box stores, the Walmarts and the Home, Lowe's and all that. So it's going to be a little bit more of a community base. Almost, I'll say it, it's almost like a cathedral area where there's lots of little different shops that are going to have the different ideas, and there's going to be shops on the bottom, units on top to maximize the usable space that's available. And I think it's a great way to, and access, of course, this is the main thing, is that the Winnipeg Street Road will make the people in Kensington Uplands extremely happy because we've been dealing with the dust issue for way too many years. And I think it's finally due, and I'm glad to see this project is hopefully going to go through if we get it voted on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagle. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to our next delegation, 16-61, Munir Hack. If you could please come forward and identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Good evening, Mayor Fougere, councillors, city administration. My name is Munir Hawk, and I'm the residential land manager for the new community of West Terra. This is a joint venture between Harvard Developments and Forster Projects. We are the proponents of the Live Work zoning bylaw and discretionary use application before you tonight. In March of this year, Council reviewed and approved the zoning amendment and discretionary use applications for the Live Work units in West Terra for the adjacent lands. This application before you is just a continuation of that to capture the last lots on each of those blocks. So if you've seen this before, I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are questions. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I just have one question. Does this now finish off the Live Work area for West
Yes,
Terra?
it does. It was just the last 2 lots that weren't captured the first time around.
There is no more. There's not another area. This is the only area then, right?
No, not without doing some sort of concept plan amendment. But right now, in terms of the approved concept plan and community plan, that's what's improved.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? Thank you very much. We can return to the gallery and we'll look at the Planning Commission's discretionary use application for West Terra, Phase 1. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. If I could have a seconder, I'll speak to this.
Seconder, please. Councillor Young.
Thanks. So this is a discretionary use application for the Live Work units, zoning amendment application, and it is in West Terra. And as you heard, we had approved this earlier, and this really is only 7 lots to finish off the development. We had no issue with this. Talk this through before and seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So I would ask members of council to move to the section of the report of your agenda, delegations, communication, bylaws, and related reports. We'll move to other delegations. This would be related to the Civic Museum. And the first delegation is Ross Keith. He was here. We'll just check and see if he's actually here. He may have just stepped out for a moment. Perhaps we'll move down the line, and if Mr. Keith does appear before we finish the report, we can have him speak. We'll go to our next list on the list, Chad Novak. Novak, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions afterwards.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me 1 second here. Well, my name is Chad Novak, and I'm here on behalf of the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for the rights of individual taxpayers. Our organization believes strongly in providing fair and equitable treatment to all taxpayers in our great city. I'm here today to comment on the agenda item before you, which is addressing the funding for the Regina Plains Museum, also known as the Civic Museum of Regina. I would like to first offer my sincerest gratitude to this council for their efforts in September of 2015, because without their input, the museum would not have been afforded the opportunity to reopen to the public while they tackle their business plan. Like so many others in our great community, I was excited to hear that the doors would reopen thanks to the generous offering of the Regina City Council and administration. Unfortunately, though, the doors never reopened. Following up on this commitment, I had personally contacted members of the Regina Plains Museum Board, and they had suggested that the reason for this delay in reopening was administrative in nature and to simply have patience. Well, as far as I'm aware, to this day, the doors still remain closed to the public. I do note, however, that according to the report before you today, they did still accept payment of $43,183 of the $60,000 that was allocated for reopening. My question is, where did this money go, and how was it spent? I'm hoping that there is some kind of accountability being expected from the museum board, as this is taxpayer money that I and others had fought very hard to help them receive. And I note that that the report suggests they also received their full operating grant this year. And again, I have to ask, where is that money being spent? Speaking specifically to the business plan, I am pleased to see the great detail this report goes into. It is obvious that a lot of research was done by this consultant, and they are well versed in museums in general. I am disappointed, however, in seeing barely a mention about other civic museums and absolutely no reference of them when it comes to the recommended option. Now, to me, this ought to have been a key determining factor when used when deciding on a final recommendation. I personally have done extensive research of other civic museums across Canada, as you'll see in Appendix A, and Regina falls far behind all of them in terms of financial support. Another key opportunity missed by the consultant, and I don't know why this was done, but was lack of public consultation. Of all the stakeholders listed in the report, nowhere did I see the general public in there. Now, to me, they are the major stakeholder, not only because they are the ones who would visit the museum and put other people there, but they are also the ones funding it through the City of Regina grants. I was assured by at least one museum board member that public consultation would take place during the development of the business plan, but unfortunately that never happened. This was a huge missed opportunity, and I am very disappointed that it never occurred. What this situation basically boils down to is dollars and cents. According to council, the museum are just paying too high of a rent. The market, however, suggests otherwise. For want of a lower rent, the museum board went to the trouble of getting an expensive business plan put together that completely transforms them from what we know them to be today. To put this into context that the layperson can appreciate, if the Regina Plains Museum were your vehicle, it simply needed an oil change and maybe a good tune-up to be just as good as new. Now, the extent of this report, however, is akin to installing a brand new engine into that same vehicle. Sure, it's great, but it's far more costly, and most importantly, is it really necessary? Now, keeping with that analogy, the good thing is that the new engine has only been ordered and has not been installed yet. That installation is the implementation plan that you are being asked to fund $85,500 of taxpayer money.
You have 1 minute to go.
Towards today. I suggest that we take a step back while we still can and decide if we really need that new engine, or is it just as valid and feasible to simply do that tune-up on an oil change. I think it can and ought to be done. I've developed a presentation that I would love to provide to you if you are interested that sees the museum remain as is. The only adjustment needed is a relatively small increase to their operating grant. It should be noted that per capita grant they currently receive receive is about 80% lower than the average civic museum in Canada. In my presentation, the numbers I present bring the funding up. It's available in Appendix B, but still far below the average. I think this solution will be very well received by the general public and the museum board alike. Now, in closing, I would like to reiterate that there is indeed a high demand for this museum, and given its long existence, it would be devastating to our community if we were to lose such a valuable resource. Please respect our city's heritage and provide an immediate funding boost so that they can reopen their doors, stay in their current location, and give them a long-term funding commitment that enables them to thrive for many years to come.
Mr. Norwick, your time is up now.
Thank you for your time today, and I will open it to any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, first off, thanks for your presentation, and thanks a lot for the research you submitted. I actually found that very useful. So your suggestion that we shouldn't maybe change the model, like, do you see the new model they presented as something lesser? I don't know. I think you were at the Community and Protective Services, or whatever the committee was that came here, and I think the tone from the presentation of the people involved with the museum was that this is actually a step, like a positive thing, what they're doing. Do you not see it as that, or?
Well, I'm not going to say whether or not I agree with the overall business concept, because it sounds like something's unique and innovative, and I like the idea. One of the contingent parts of that, though, is that it requires a downsizing in their current facility. I don't think that needs to happen. I don't think that I'm all for the idea of having satellite locations, because I think that helps bring in more people in, and especially at the airport, people are coming into our city, new residents or tourists. But I don't think they need to go through the hassle of having to move again. They don't need to go through the hassle of trying to do all of that decommissioning things, all of that kind of stuff. We're talking about a 5,000 square foot versus 2,000 square foot. If it's simply dollars and cents, which from what I've been understanding from everything that's been discussed here and in previous meetings, that's all it is. So why don't we just pony up a little bit more cash? If we're willing to put $85,000 here tonight, I mean, $100,000 extra for an annual funding commitment, I think, is reasonable. And it at least gives them an opportunity. And I just, personally, I don't want to see them have to go through the headache of having to move again. And they've got a great location there. I love the location. It's accessible, it's visible, and according to market research, the rent is not that bad.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions for the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, Mr. Rob Deglau. So Deglau, well, welcome back. If you can identify yourself and who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm here. My name is Rob Deglau. I'm the president of the Civic Museum of Regina, formerly the Plains Historical Society. I just want to thank council and administration for all the help that they've done putting this together. And really, I'm just reiterating the key points from our presentation, that we've developed a business plan that transitioned to a new operating model, which we're really excited about. And of course, we considered a whole bunch of different ranges in item 3, but we really worked off something that was part of the official community plan and Regina Cultural Plan. Key point 4 is we've come to, with all the different models out there, we realized that the one that was really the one to work with was called the community, or the contemporary collaborative, and that brings us to an eco-museum model. So what happens as of tomorrow, after the decision, we will scale down our size. Because the static museum is just not what's happening anymore. We've realized that it's a smaller space. So we'll be going from 5,000 square feet to 2,000, hopefully in the same location as we negotiate with the landlords. The next thing that 4B is that we're going to have to scale down the number of artifacts. We have 19,000 artifacts, and some of them really aren't historic significant for our city. They're just something old, like an old sewing machine and stuff like that. If a previous mayor used that to sew up his robes or something, then it would be a collectible. But in this case, it's just an old sewing machine. And again, the most important part is in 4B is, or C, is the focus attention on the history of the city. So it just changes the way we deliver history for the city. So again, thank you so much, and I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I know there are questions from members of council. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deglau, for your presentation. I'd like to ask you if you can just expand a little bit on the new model you're proposing, and in particular, whether that model has been tried elsewhere and to what degree of success.
When we started doing the business plan, we realized very early in the part that we had an old model that didn't really work unless it was hugely funded, and it didn't fit for Regina. So based on publications that are out there, I mean, the Galt Museum in Lethbridge is one, that the idea is instead of people coming to a static location to learn about Regina, how do I get history out? So I see a full gallery here. Why couldn't they have walked by some of the original plans of our city as they walked into the council chambers? The idea is we go to where the people are. So you'll see us at Mosaic Stadium, you'll see us downtown, you'll see us in schools. And so the idea is we're moving the model to them. It allows us to be a little bit more ingenuity, because as technology changes, we can adapt too, because we don't have a static model. If Pokemon's the rage, then maybe there's some historic Pokemons out there. When you go pick up your ball, do you go to a historic location? See, that's the new model. It allows us to play with emerging trends.
Thank you very much. And just one other aspect on that. You described before committee that you would move to a more storytelling model. Can you explain that a little bit?
With technology that's out there now, one of the things that in the presentation from one of the other delegates has a piece of property that has a historic laundry room in it. And the idea is to start setting up tours and spaces around the city where people will go. So we start building walking tours using technology and apps. So you would say, let's go on a walking tour of the tornado. You would then go to maybe 15 different locations, hit your app, and some of those buildings would have built-in installations where you can actually go visit.
Thank you very much. Sounds like Pokemon Go to me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation, and again for the hard work you've done. I think you were tasked with a hard job the last time you were at council to go in, come back with a new model, and you truly have come back with a new model. So just relating to the questions asked by the last delegation as far as the money that was given to keep the doors open, sounds like the doors weren't open. Can you just give people a rundown of what was up?
By the time we finally got the contract signed and the money delivered, it was almost 60 days later. We had went through 2 hiring processes, actually had people ready to work for us. But then again, a delay, we let those people go. They had other jobs. So what we did is used our volunteer base to do private tours and that type of thing. I know the delegation previous had said they wanted information, and we said, well, we'd open it up to members, which we did. And that's how we did our community consultations. We had a huge membership base that we tapped into.
Okay, and one final question as it relates to the last delegation. Do you see this as a plan B? Is this sort of the cheaper route out, or do you see this as a step forward?
No, this is the plan. Once we went through this process and realized what was out there, we are cutting edge. We are the new poster child for a whole bunch of organizations. RSM, Regina, the Royal Sask, is using this model. Heritage of Saskatchewan is endorsing this model. Museums of Saskatchewan are endorsing this model. So we are the capital city and will now be implementing this model. And those are the type of people that have come to us and said they'd like to be on our advisory so we can work with them.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, evening, Mr. Diglow. Let's talk about capacity. It was one of the topics that we addressed before, so I'll just actually lowball it to you. Let's talk about capacity. What's your concerns with capacity, volunteers pulling this off?
I don't see that problem anymore. Since the report has come out, we've had a groundswell of people supporting us. There are people that were in this gallery that were going to make presentations have suggested that they maybe want to play a larger role in the organization also. Especially now when you have the advisory, when you have the Museums Association of Saskatchewan, Heritage Sask, and RSM saying, listen, we want to play a role here too. The piece now is, who are those movers and shakers that we can bring onto the board to help us move to this new model?
Thanks for that. And you introduced the notion of board. Could you speak to that, please, in terms of governance? What do you see changing or improving? Or
we've kept, since we went through this process, we had a few vacancies, and what we did purposely was not fill them. The last thing we wanted to do is say, listen, we're having some tough times. You want to sit on our board. But now that we've got a new model, we can now actively recruit those individuals that we need to fill those key points, especially when it comes to our vision and mission.
So do you see this as a competency-based board?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you talk about staff and hiring and what you need?
What we're going to be doing, the main piece for us is starting tomorrow, we will be hiring an archivist or a collections manager. Our task starting tomorrow is starting to deaccession and going through the 19,000 pieces. From there, we'll start building stories because we've got probably about 7 or 8 partners already who want some of our artifacts set up and put in their locations. So that's the main piece. When we go into our second year, you're going to give us a little bit of funding for a couple of positions. And one of those is fund development, but really it's almost outside sales. It's somebody that's going to walk into your communications department and say, listen, let's help you do the history of Regina. How do we get some of our artifacts in your building? And so like public art, it becomes rentable artifacts. So that becomes our new revenue stream.
Thank you. I did a good job of explaining that. In one of the adjustments that was made to the report at committee was that after 2 years we want to see back what's happening and so on. One, is that fair? 2, is that 2-year term a fair time to see change?
No, I think it is fair because, I mean, we're going to be lean. I think that's and gives us a goal too. I mean, 2 years is, I think we're going to take about half-year implementation, get our website up, social media going. But I think we'll be full into the new model coming into our second year of this term. The reason we're looking forward to this coming back is there was a question from committee that had said, is there a different role we can play as a museum? And there is, and I think that's something that we can entertain.
Thank you. So I know that this was kind of covered earlier on, but I'm going to be more specific. So it's possible, at least possible, that I can go to the Regina Airport and there may be a display there. I can come into City Hall, there could be a display there, new Mosaic Stadium, and so on. So kind of public space. Is there room for this in private space? So if I went to an office tower downtown or an apartment building or a heritage area, is that open, do you think?
It's open. Oh, believe me, we're already talking about it. We have, example, we've got an old barber shop, and there's no reason why a modern shop cannot rent that with our didactics and storyboards that are inside it. The idea here is we're going to be talking with a whole bunch of different companies to figure out what they can do. I mean, we've had discussions with Exhibition, but we want to have those conversations with Brandt Industries and those other people because really they were the driving force of building this city. How do we tell their history also?
Right. And there was a mention made that you've handed in the audited financial statements. Do our staff have that? Because I was not copied on that.
Yes, they do.
Okay, I'll speak to them about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. When I look at the number of memberships, at least going by the information I have, there's approximately 25. Is that correct, or is there more than that?
Oh, there could be more than that. I mean, with us really not having the doors open and membership, we just didn't have the infrastructure to go back after our membership again. We think that's going to change immediately.
So how are you going to change that?
Well, starting tomorrow, we'll be ramping up our social media campaigns, too. We will not only be back on Twitter, we'll Facebook, but our webpage. The idea being now that everybody that wants to play with us and have artifacts in their buildings or whatever, membership's required. So it's a way for us to then start having that database. The easy thing for us, though, is we now tap into everybody else's crowds. So from Taylor Field, Mosaic Stadium, to the airport, to Northgate Mall. When we start tracking the amount of people looking at Regina history, it'll be in the tens of thousands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? I have a couple. Mr. Daigle, I just wanted to talk to you a bit about the accountability. You referenced it in your second page of your presentation about performance review. What is, in your mind, how will you be reporting on your performance to continue to receive funding through the city? And what do those timelines look like to you?
Repeat that, Your Worship. I'm sorry.
Okay. In order to continue to receive operating funding from the city, your organization must report back to the city in a way that shows performance and that milestones are being met. what are those milestones, and when do you see that reporting taking place?
We believe that's just part of our regular grant process. I mean, that's the things that we have to meet on that process. So we've been doing that now for 30 years. The new model will have some different things. And the piece for us now is how does the new model roll out? So we've got to roll up our sleeves and do some diligence there. But that's where our advisory committee will come into the bigger players to help us help us show how we can roll the new model out.
Okay, but what exactly are you reporting on? What exactly are you reporting on? Is it that you hired staff, that you were able to meet certain numbers of presentations done around the city?
Well, it would be how many
milestones are you looking
locations we had. I think one of the things that we said right off the bat that we wanted 4 for this year. I think in our planning stages, we've already exceeded that. So we would probably say our goal would be 7 installations throughout the city, that next year that we would want to go to 8. That we would have key objectives like reminiscent kits going to the school boards so the kids can have different artifacts. Again, reminiscent kits for all the different senior centers was something that we used to have too. So those were the key milestones that we would do.
So if you could just, one last question, if you could just give a high-level overview as to the money that will be used by the city for you, what exactly is being used? You're seeing an increase here of about $5,000 every year till 2020. So what exactly will the money be used for? Is it hiring staff or beyond that?
Your Worship, it would just basically, that's cost of living increases. I mean, that's what we see, rents going up, our different costs.
Well, I don't mean the increase. I mean the base of the transfer to $115,000 to $120,000, then $5,000 until 2020. So what, in totality, is money being used for?
Mostly for outreach and for displays going out. That where the most of the money would be spent.
And staffing?
And staffing would be there too. But again, too, we're hoping that we would have fund development happening there also.
Good. Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. Any other questions? You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on back to actually Mr. Ross Keith. I see he just came in, so you can come up and identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. My apologies. I didn't expect to be beyond this early in the agenda. I'm pleased to be at this time. Your Worship and members of Council, I am here tonight to concur with the recommendation of your administration re support of the Regina Plains Museum proposal and to offer 3 observations. My first point is that this recommendation fits perfectly with Regina's cultural plan, which was approved by Council unanimously 2 months ago. That plan, taken together with other recent heritage-related initiatives you have adopted, puts our city at the leading edge of best practice in cultural planning in Canada. I was at the Council meeting the night the cultural plan was approved and was pleased to see many councillors speak with enthusiasm in favour of the plan. A number of councillors did make it clear that while they understood that financial resources would have to be committed to implementation of the plan, that such resources were not without limit, and such commitments would have to be reviewed annually at budget time. The administration's report points out that the Plains Museum is not looking to transition as much as they are proposing to develop a new startup enterprise. Many of the objectives of this new enterprise are identical to the objectives set out in Regina's cultural plan dealing with heritage. Recommendation 2 in the administration's report provides for the negotiation of a funding agreement with the new museum. It is my submission that the Executive Director of City Services must negotiate that agreement on the basis that the funding contemplated would only be used to advance the objectives spelled out in the heritage section of Regina's cultural plan. These funds can and should be considered as part of the commitment you have already planned to make on implementation of the heritage sector of your cultural plan. The second question I will address is implementation capacity. The biggest risk in this proposal is not whether the museum's plan is a good one, but whether the board and staff of the museum have the capability to implement the plan. Capacity building is by far the most important issue the new museum needs to address. The Plains Museum must become an entrepreneurial and sustainable social enterprise which can be an invaluable partner for the City of Regina in the implementation of its cultural plan. Many examples exist of such success, and the museum must model itself after those successes. The fact is that some questionable decisions have been made by the Plains Museum in the past 3 years. Recommendation 2, referred to above, gives the Executive Director, City Services, the ability to negotiate the conditions of this funding. The executive director must ensure that strong governance processes are in place and that board members and staff with proven track records of success in social enterprise have been recruited. The plan proposed by the Plains Museum demonstrates that they are committed to the changes in direction required. The consultant with whom the museum has been working, Alexi Business Consulting, has a good record of success in working with organizations to develop strong governance. I am satisfied the museum is on the right track in this regard. It is also my view that the projections for revenues are very conservative. There are major opportunities for significant fundraising, but it must be based around exciting and well-planned projects, large and small, which engage donors directly. Now to my last point. The leading national and provincial heritage organizations are excited about the business plan being proposed and will be prepared to partner with the Plains Museum and commit significant resources to help this project succeed. As a member of the board of the National Trust and as immediate past chair of that board, I am very familiar with the efforts made in the past 6 years to refocus heritage initiatives on intangible heritage and not just buildings and artifacts. Heritage Saskatchewan, the umbrella organization for heritage in Saskatchewan, the Museums Association of Saskatchewan, and the National Trust have been working together closely to develop the living heritage concept, which embraces cultural planning and employs intangible heritage as well as buildings and artifacts to build community. Living heritage involves the deliberate use of cultural resources to advance social, economic, environmental, and cultural objectives of the community. Much effort has gone into putting resources in place to help communities make the change in direction proposed by the Plains Museum tonight. These national and provincial organizations are actively looking for opportunities to help create new models on the ground. Regina, with a first-rate cultural plan in place and an established museum prepared to embrace the living heritage concept, is a perfect place for them to weigh in and help make this initiative succeed. Heritage organizations have already set up a working group called the Saskatchewan Eco-Museum Initiative. This group includes Heritage Saskatchewan, the Museums Association of Saskatchewan, the National Trust, Nature Saskatchewan, the Royal Saskatchewan Museum, and SaskCulture. They will immediately provide the expertise and direction to the new museum and will enable the City of Regina to plug in seamlessly to the best thinking of the leading heritage organizations nationally and provincially. Grant funding, which is available through senior level governments, will be directed to these new initiatives, and engagement with this working group will present opportunities to the new museum to obtain grant funding. In conclusion, what we have here is a perfect example of a problem becoming an opportunity. Regina is at the right place at the right time with respect to the proposal in front of you tonight. I ask that you give it your support, and I can assure you that leading heritage organizations provincially and nationally will be delighted to partner with you in making this initiative a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keith, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Keith, for your presentation. My question is about having been past chair of the board. You're in a particularly good place to be able to look at what you think the board and staff have to do to make this move forward. It's really an exciting opportunity. So what do you see as the most critical things for them to be able to do?
Just in terms of past board chair, like I was not the past chair of the Regina Civic Museum or the Plains Museum. I was the past chair of the National Trust, the board of the National Trust, which used to be called Heritage Canada. Yeah. So it's an endowed foundation that basically is to Canada what Heritage Saskatchewan is to Saskatchewan. And but what my role on that board was is that we used to have a national council meeting called the built environment meeting. And what happened to that was it changed to be called the National Council with a change that came through our strategic plan to get away from just buildings and artifacts and get into intangible heritage. And intangible heritage as per the UNESCO definition, and that has what my point is that the national organizations and Heritage Saskatchewan have worked very closely on that. And, interestingly enough, Heritage Saskatchewan was a leading input to that national process that changed. And Heritage Saskatchewan is a creature of the Sask Council of Cultural Organizations, which is the lottery funding agency in Saskatchewan. And that has been around for, 30 or 40 years, and is a unique Saskatchewan situation and a very effective one. And so they have now created the umbrella organization, which is Heritage Saskatchewan. They have created this exciting new way of getting it done. And so Saskatchewan, the capital city, being part of that, is incredibly exciting and a major opportunity.
So you would see the board and staff having a lot of people to support and help them do what
Well,
they need to do.
there needs to be a real a board here that has demonstrated expertise in social enterprise.
Okay.
This is the difference of night and day from what that organization has done. And what I would like to see done is that the recommendation that you have in front of you says that the executive director of city services would negotiate a real agreement. And the kinds of questions that the mayor was asking a few moments ago are ones that need to be answered very particularly. But the key thing is the executive. I think you have very capable people that have put the cultural plan in place. They need to make sure it melds with the cultural plan, but they need to, above all, make sure that there are people on this board and on the staff that they're hiring that have a demonstrated track record. They need to hire right on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Keith, for coming forward. You mentioned in your remarks that this new model opened the way for significant new fundraising opportunities. I'm wondering if you could comment a little bit on what those new fundraising opportunities are, and also particularly on how the new organization will be equipped to take advantage, to activate those fundraising opportunities.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. I'll give you an example of what one of the things that the National Trust did on this was to set some models of new funding operations. And I'll give you one that happened right here in Saskatchewan. It was the National Trust that launched the fundraising initiative in Wolseley, Saskatchewan, where $500,000 of private money was raised for this very type of purpose in the town of Wolseley. And it was done through lead donations. That was, I think there might have been 20% of that came from various government resources. But if a town of less than 1,000 people can raise $500,000, believe me, we can raise a good deal more than the revenues that are identified in the, I think your administration has properly looked at some very conservative revenue estimations. But again, that gets back to, you've got to have people on this board that have done that before.
Will there be new staffing to aid with this fundraising effort?
Sorry?
Will there be new staffing in the organization to aid with this fundraising effort?
Those obviously are issues for the board to decide. My understanding is that they recognize that they need to do this, and they will be doing that recruiting. And I guess my request to you would be is that your executive director of city services basically don't release the money if that's not there.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Keith, for coming forward this evening. I just want to continue on a little bit about your idea number 2 there, where you talk about capacity and accountability, because we were talking, and one of the areas I always get a little nervous about is we were talking about reporting. And I guess from your experience on the national board and seeing other best practices, can you give me a bit of a flavor as to what do other grant programs do in terms of reporting mechanisms? I heard report back in 2 years, but that seems like a long time down the road, especially when you've got issues of kind of capacity and governance issues at the board level, then the releasing of funds. On the other hand, I don't want to get to the point where we're micromanaging, expecting our executive director to sort of micromanage the organization. Are there any best practices you can point to and sort of give us that comfort level that we're watching the money and making sure it is going exactly to where it's supposed to go?
Yes, good question. Thank you. A good example to look at would be what has been done with Heritage Saskatchewan. And the same consultant that is working with the museum now set up a very effective board at the Heritage Saskatchewan. They have got a fairly modest budget, but are very highly regarded in terms of getting the work done. And they run under a John Carver governance model, and basically they've got a 5-year plan and a running 5-year plan with objectives set each year. And it's run like the world. It's got to be the way that these not-for-profits are correctly run. The other point I'd like to add there is that the government of Saskatchewan did a 10-year study on their cultural policy, which you picked up with in your cultural plan. They identified one of the major weaknesses across the province is the lack of the capacity on the ground. And so I think that can be created, and I think the fact that these other resources are there, you'll get good people on a board that's going someplace, and this is going to go someplace.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Other questions of the delegation? I have just a couple. Thank you, Mr. Keith, for your presentation. You clearly are very knowledgeable in this whole area. What role do you see yourself playing? What role do you want to play in the reconstruction of the Civic Museum and how it goes forward?
Well, I'm just recently retired, and my son-in-law has taken over as the CEO of our operation. So I very much would like to work with get the national organization and the provincial organization to use this place as sort of a laboratory, the way that they've got these other two projects going in Wolseley and in the district outside Regina as a laboratory for getting these things done. And Regina's got the perfect opportunity now to get done. You are so well positioned on this because of the work you've done. It's like Pierre Trudeau used to say, his definition of luck was preparation meeting opportunity. You've done the preparation. There's an opportunity here that's being presented nationally and provincially, and let's go.
So you see yourself being involved in some way?
I'd very much be prepared to work with this operation.
Thank you so much. If there are no other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. There is a communication from the NICOR group, CP 16-15. I have a motion to receive and file. Councillor Hawkins, a seconder, please. Good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll now move on to the main report, 16-90, which is from the Community Protective Services, Plains Museum support. Councillor Flagel.
CR 1690, and it's the recommendation of the Community Protective Services for the Regina Plains Museum support, also known as the Civic Museum, that City of Regina approve up to $85,000 in one-time funding from the Community Investment Grant Reserve to enable the Regina Plains Museum, the organization, to implement their business plan, and that the administration enter into an agreement with the organization for phasing the funding against the organization's performance on key milestones. The other big one is that the Regina Plains receives a core operating increase from $115,000 in 2016 to $120,000 in 2017, then up to a $5,000 increase each subsequent year up to the year 2020, based on their performance review through the Community Investment Grants Program, and that the administration bring a report back to the Community Protective Service Agreement in the first quarter of 2018. We recommend concurrence.
Have a seconder, please, for that.
Thanks, Sean.
Councillor Hawkins. Speakers to the report. Councillor Murray.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm definitely in support of the report and what we have before us. I was thinking about other museums that we have, and most of them are all static. And I was thinking about the RCMP Heritage Center. And as interesting as that is, as neat as it really is lacking that pop and that pizzazz. So I really appreciated the words that Mr. Daigle brought forward to us, talking about some of the alternatives and ideas and ways that we can make something that's more fluid and more natural and something that's a lot more fun to be a part of. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely in favor of seeing this change, obviously, and making this a better community asset that we can share with everyone. So I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise in strong support of this motion as well. This is a new concept for a museum. And that in itself is important, and I think the two hallmarks of the new approach are, one, that they'll have the satellited displays. They'll take the museum pieces out to the public so the public has better access to them. But the other aspect is the aspect which was explained by the delegation. These won't be just static artifacts, old things. There'll be things placed in context so they tell a story of the growth and history of our city. I think it's a great new idea. That alone would be enough to win my support. But I want to mention one other thing. Very often this council has organizations come and ask us for money or support for particular projects. And one of the things that we've consistently said to those organizations is, we're not just going to spend taxpayers' money. We want to use taxpayers' money and get a return for it. We want to see a business plan. We want to see a way in which you will wean yourself off of the taxpayer grants if we give you a little help to to get the initiative rolling. And that's exactly what happened here. This organization, when it came initially, when this council was young, frankly, didn't have a business plan. There was no clear approach. It was just simply an ask for money. And council said, go back, think this through, get a realistic business plan, and when you've got that, we'll look at this again. And that's exactly what happened. They went away, they got an excellent consulting report. In committee, we had a chance to look at that consultant's report in detail. It presents a detailed business plan, both in terms of financing and staffing, and it gives us the confidence when we make a taxpayer money grant to this organization that there is a realistic, a strong chance that we will build something special here for the city of Regina, and moreover, that the organization, once established, will be able to stand on its own 2 feet. I think it sets a very good example for all organizations which come to council and seek taxpayer grants. So both because I think this is an extremely strong and interesting project, and because I think that I appreciate the fact that the group took council's request seriously to develop a serious business case, I'm pleased to be able to support this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the report? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thank you. Reference was made in one of the delegations to the audited financial report for 2015. Do we have a copy of that?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, yes, we do.
Okay. And without having it in front of me, it's hard to ask a question about it. So I have an amendment I'd like to offer, if I could, please.
You want to see what it is?
Yeah, I'd like to have the audited financial statement posted with this report on the city website.
Yeah. Seconder for that, please. Councillor Flagel? A debate on the issue? Pretty self-evident what it is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you for that. I think that you brought this up, and I know that one of the delegations brought this up as well. I think that the devil is in the detail, and the detail for me is in terms of the contract that's here. So there is an amendment that was brought forward at committee, and it was that first, what was before us was that we would have the base funding and $5,000 every year to 2020. Brought it forward that, in fact, I didn't agree with that. I think the 2-year time of building this up is fine, and then we have to evaluate. In my view, the evaluation is just not whether it's 5,000 more, it's whether or not we fund. For me, this is about doing this right. So the reason I bring this forward, and again, I'm going to bring up the word capacity, is that for the last few years, some $200,000+ was in the bank account that is no longer in the bank account, and there's not much to show for it, and that bothers me. So I'm looking at a strong board, a strong initiative, and a starting point that sets very clear criteria for where this is going to go. And on the floor of council, this is not up to us to start writing this, but I think that there's a notion that I would also like to ask is that we see what that contract is. I don't want to play minutia here and get into the details, but I would like to see that when it is done. That's left to staff, but I would like to review that later on if I could. We've asked for this to come back to Community and Protective Services, so that to me would be part of that if I could, please. I think the notion that's before us and the report that's before us in terms of what is possible is actually rather exciting. And I think the idea of incorporating as many public and private spaces to have these items on display and bring people in, or have people view it and understand to ask further questions, is very good. The idea of loading up kids in a bus and bringing someplace doesn't work anymore. The kids don't go on buses anymore because they can't afford it. And the buses just aren't useful to take you to one space. But if we can go to them, then I think it does some different things. So I'm optimistic, but my caution is the board needs to be strong. What was in the past can't be the past, and the future must be exciting. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too certainly support the business plan and moving forward with this funding. I guess the question is along the lines of what Councillor O'Donnell was asking, but in terms, we've talked tonight about a few key milestones like refunctioning the board and getting new membership, wanting better and tighter reporting relationships to make sure that the activities that are actually being undertaken actually fit with the goals of our cultural plan. from administration's point of view, was that your sort of thinking along those lines to maybe hold back money until certain milestones were met, as opposed to every year coming back with a $5,000 increment? Like, I don't know if that's a different approach to how we normally monitor some of the grants. A lot of times grants, they go out and then we get a financial statement that comes back and kind of written off. But this one sounds like we want a little bit tighter control. So I just want to see if we're on the same page as administration in terms of how we see this money being released.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, normally the annual operating grants are done through adjudication. So part of that criteria is there is a review of the financial statements and the criteria that was laid out early on in the year when the grant funding was provided. With this particular situation, we would monitor over the 2-year period, and we would do that at regular intervals rather than waiting to the end of the year. And we will also, through the negotiation of the agreement, make sure that we put those milestones in place.
And does that agree? I don't think we have to see it back, but I'm kind of interested with Councillor O'Donnell to see the financial statements and maybe understand better the kind of milestones that we're looking for, just to give us that comfort level, because there seem to be some concerns raised that some of the money and some of the decisions in the past may not have been in line with what we'd like to see. So if we can keep an eye on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Verdure, could you take the chair, please, for a moment?
Your worship.
Thank you, Councillor Verdure. I rise to support the report before us tonight, and I just have some comments. Some of this have been raised by members of council before, but I want to sort of reiterate this. This is good news. This is a very interesting model that has been brought forward, and I have to say, from my perspective, I have had over a number of years concerns about the viability of the museum. I actually sat on the board in early 2000s for a couple of years, and I understand that times have changed, but not a lot has changed in terms of how this museum was moving forward. So we were asked initially to provide additional funding for a business plan. I thought we'll see something, but I'm actually pleasantly surprised by this, and I'm very encouraged to see this. And I'm particularly encouraged by Mr. Keith's presentation. And there's a resource for our city, not just with this idea, but with heritage generally speaking. One of the resident experts in our city here who gives a lot of weight and credibility, not just to heritage in the museum, but how to move this idea forward. So as I mentioned to Mr. Keith in my questions, I hope he stays involved in a practical way. I would urge Mr. Dego and his group to bring him in for so many different reasons, obvious ones tonight, and others as well that are equally as competent. This is I'd phrase this as a bit of a leap of faith for this council, because we do see a departure. All the signs look good, but we have to make sure that there's accountability. I want to ask a question of the administration with respect to that accountability, because I heard something different from the delegation as compared to what I think is being suggested by the administration. Report done on accountability in 2 years was one comment made. Then I heard from Mr. Deglow that it simply is when we apply every year for our grant. And then I thought I heard something different from the administration, that there's a more fulsome or stronger way to look at how we are seeing accountability. So to the administration, as clear as possible, what is the format of performance? What is the performance, or the detail of key performance, and how will that be measured in order to release any further funding, the other $5,000 every year? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there's two parts to this funding model. The $85,000 that council is being asked to approve and for the city to provide for the transition period is over the 2-year period. That will be a separate contract than what we normally would use for the operating funding, which is the $115,000. And as I mentioned earlier, the adjudication process, which is a makeup of community partners as well as the city, will review the financial statements and the milestones that were laid out at the beginning of the year. So 2 separate agreements. The $85,000 is one, and the $115 is the operating, which is what we do with many of our community partners that we fund today.
Good. Thank you for that. Just one last point. I agree with the amendment to have the financial statements put online because, as Councilor Dowland and others have mentioned, there is accountability for previous funding and where that went. And I think that we need to have that assurance that that the money spent, which is really the public's money, is effectively used to drive this forward. Mr. Keith raised a really interesting sort of a picture for me, is that those in this area around the country are looking at Regina as a bit of a laboratory to see what's happening. I think that's really exciting. That's really good news. A lot of very bright people have come together as partners, and that's what we need to see to move this forward, as with most other initiatives, not just City of Regina money, but it's also us using it, of course, as a starting point. But a lot of creativity, a lot of energy coming here to move this forward. So I think it's very exciting. I particularly want to look forward to seeing reports come forward through the administration to committee and council on how things are going. Thank you.
Thank you, Motion.
Other speakers? Councilor Flake to close debate.
Thanks. A couple of things, and the first would be that I think we're going to have to get the commissioner to open both doors when Mr. Keith leaves, because his head's probably just swollen from all the good comments. I appreciate all the work he's done too. But could you make sure that both doors are open? But anyway, no. You know what? From the last time when we first met about 6-8 months ago, I forget exactly when it was. Totally different dynamic. Mr. Deglau and his group walked in, and there was Mr. Keith and another former archivist and still one, and I'll just say his first name is Kerry. When I saw those people walk in, and then with the new regime of NICOR, now you've surrounded yourself with people that know what's going on, and that was absolutely crucial to the discussions that went on here a month ago or whenever it was. So that was a good thing. I agree with Councillor O'Donnell on the Q, and we agreed to it at the planning or committee meeting, was the Q1 2018 review back to us, and it's important that we sort of keep a thumb, on what's going on. But we also discussed not just the norm anymore. There was talk of maybe putting everything at airports. Well, people are rushing in and out to get in and out of airports, so they don't spend the time there. But if you look at we talked about the ledge building as a possibility, because even though it's Regina, it's still Regina, and it's Saskatchewan. It's all part of it. We talked about the Saskatchewan Museum as well. That's a possibility because they have a complete foyer that's wide open. That might be something to piggyback onto. And I'm sure the other group will come up with lots of different things. But having a group of people around you is going to be crucial, and I like what I see, and putting money to this is something good. And with Councillor Hawkins saying that possibly at some point we can back away from funding, and ultimately that is always the goal, is to make the more groups that we have self-sustaining. We then can take that money into other areas as well, and everybody flourishes. We have a wealth of money. We have a wealth of knowledge in the city, and I'm thinking that all of this is going to come forward fairly soon. So I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagler. You've closed debate, so there's no other speakers. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now move on to our next area. This is Curling Regina. Our first delegation is Mr. Chad Novak. Mr. Novak, for the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chad Novak once again, and I am here on behalf of the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for individual taxpayers. Our organization believes strongly in providing fair and equitable treatment to all taxpayers of our great city. I am here today, this time, to comment on the business plan before you for the future of curling in Regina. The theme I'm going to talk about is around fair and equitable treatment of all taxpayers within Regina. With that in mind, I can't help but wonder why the curling clubs had to be responsible for funding 50% of the fees for their business plan, when just this evening we were witness to another business plan being drawn up for the Civic Museum of Regina, and the city funded 100% of those costs. Now, being that they are both community organizations driven by dedicated volunteers, I have to ask why the inconsistency in the treatment here. One thing that I have been frustrated with when it comes to community grants, property tax breaks, and the like, is the inconsistent approach. Here we have a perfect example. The Cali Curling Club had been receiving what appeared to be property tax exemptions for years, and then the other curling clubs applied and received property tax exemptions similar to what it had appeared that the Cali was receiving. This would be great, because it would bring them on a level playing field and be fair to everyone involved. It is unfortunate, however, that the reality of the situation is that the Cali Curling Club never actually received property tax exemptions per se. I'm truly disappointed that this point was not brought up in any of the documents provided by the consultant or your administration. As you ought to be well aware, the Cali Curling Club, a tongue twister, actually is required to pay their full property taxes. The City of Regina has a 99-year agreement with the Cali Curling Club in which the city rents space from the Cali for a clubhouse, which you'll see in Appendix A, for the adjacent city-owned golf course. Now, assumedly for ease of administration, over the years it just became accepted practice to offset the two, which made it appear as though it were actually a property tax exemption. It should be noted that the golf course is actually currently shut down, which effectively means that the City of Regina would not be using any of the Cali Curling Club for the golf course, and thus no rent ought to be payable. I'm not sure how the agreement is written up, so I will leave that to administration to explain if they so choose. Speaking specifically to the business plan, I can't help but wonder why the consultant is recommending further tax exemptions, or that city administration is okay with recommending that as well. Throughout the report, it talks about other curling clubs across Canada, and not one of them receives a property tax exemption from their municipality. Not one. I do like the idea of amalgamating the clubs to realize obvious cost efficiencies and to have a unified approach to the similar love of sport. I have to ask, though, has the city ever considered providing them with a space at the exhibition grounds, similar to what currently exists for so many other great community sporting events? From a financial standpoint, I even have to wonder if the clubs need a handout from city taxpayers. Unfortunately, there are no current profit and loss statements within this report, so I can't tell exactly how each of them are doing financially. But based on the conversations at the Finance Administration Committee, it doesn't sound like any of them are in dire straits at this point in time. I shouldn't need to remind you that every single dollar that they and others are exempted has to come from somewhere, and that's typically from yours and my pocket. Keeping with the dollars and cents, I asked at the previous meeting with no answers, but what exactly is the $750,000 that the Cali Curling Club currently receives in Appendix B in quote-unquote subsidized rent as per your annual financial reports?
Mr. Novak, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. There was concern expressed at the previous meeting about the timeline for these reports to be implemented. All I will say is, if you are okay with allowing your paid city staff to take up to 2 years to come back with a recommendation on community funding, I would certainly hope you would be okay with a 2-year implementation plan for volunteer-based organizations like the curling clubs and the museum. Finally, this evening, I would ask that you deny in full any future property tax exemptions subject to your administration's report on the future of these kind of financial assistance. It is not evident that it is financially required by any of the clubs, nor is it consistent with other community organizations that receive support by way of grant and are expected to pay their taxes in full. Thank you so much for your time today, and I will now open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much, and you can return to the gallery. Our next delegation is Brandy Clark. If you could kindly identify yourself and who is with you in your delegation. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you. I'm Brandy Clark. I'm the president of Curl Regina. I'm president of the Highland Curling Club. And I have Leanne McLean, who is president of the Tartan Curling Club, and Tiffany Watt, who is president of the Cali Curling Club.
Thank you.
Our request originally was that City Council grant a 2-year extension to the exemption from payment of the municipal portion of the property taxes with respect to the Highland and Tartan Curling Clubs for the years 2017 and 18. In 2015, the Highland and Tartan Curling Clubs applied for a tax exemption from the City of Regina. A partial exemption was granted for the 2015 and 16 calendar years under the condition that a business plan be developed by the two clubs showing there was a strategy to achieve fiscal stability. After consultations with city administration, it was determined that a more logical approach would be to broaden the scope of the plan and develop an overarching business plan to cover the entire sport of curling in Regina, as opposed to each club developing individual business plans. We entered into an agreement with the CMD at the University of Regina to develop this plan, and the city provided funding in the amount of $10,000 towards this plan, approximately 50%, with Curl Regina covering the balance. We received the final report from CMD on April 17th, and as requested, submitted a copy of that report to the city for review. Since reviewing the reports, Curl Regina, along with the boards of the 3 clubs, have been working diligently to assess and determine how to move this process forward. Significant work is currently in progress. We have engaged the law firm of Olive Waller, Zinkin & Waller to provide us guidance on the legal process to merge the boards of the 3 existing cooperatives and nonprofit into a single entity, solicited advice from Mark Lane, CEO of the Affinity Credit Union, on how they have undertaken a similar process and how to put together and deliver a message to board members and shareholders, struck a committee consisting of 2 board members of each club, had several meetings around condensing the message of the business plan and presenting it to our respective boards, requested each board take a vote on endorsing the spirit of the business plan, struck a committee to review the pricing policies of all 3 clubs and identifying opportunities for standardization, entered into discussion to identify opportunities for operational efficiencies throughout the use of shared services. All 3 clubs have been working diligently together to come up with the strategies to bring in new members, lower expenses, and increase revenues. A few of the most recent and successful ideas have been summer rentals, fundraising dinners, and partnering with an entertainment company for live music events. With increased efforts to produce break-even results, we continue to find ourselves in a deficit position. Expenses keep rising, our membership remains status quo, and our facilities are aging and are in need of repair. The question Council has asked us on numerous occasions is why we are not using the reserve funds the clubs currently have in the bank. Quite frankly, we believe it is prudent fiscal management, and those funds should be readily available in case of equipment failure. In all 3 clubs, big-ticket items such as the plants, boilers, and chillers are all coming to the end of their life expectancies and will cost at a minimum $40,000 to replace just one of them. Our reserves are also in place to ensure that we can continue to maintain and upgrade this equipment and our facilities without placing significant burden on our members, and to ensure they are getting the best curling facilities in the City of Regina. The curling clubs are not opposed to paying property taxes. We understand that in order for the City of Regina to continue to grow and operate, a level of taxation is required. What we do want to make clear is that we want to be assessed fairly. Curling rinks are a recreational facility. We ensure that the City of Regina has enough sheets of ice to provide each citizen of Regina the opportunity to enjoy our provincial sport. Regina, Saskatoon, and Melfort are the only municipalities in the province that do not provide municipal facilities for curling. Of the 147 curling clubs in the province, only the Regina and Saskatoon clubs pay property tax. Melfort pays only education tax. All other recreational facilities in the city are run municipally and do not pay property taxes. With that said, the tax relief that the City of Regina is currently providing to the Highland and the Tartan curling clubs brings us to a level where we feel our facilities should be assessed for the services that we provide for the city, and at a level where we believe we can remain sustainable, competitive, and comparable to other facilities. This relief will allow us to continue to provide the sport of curling in the City of Regina, and also allow us the time to present the business plan to the members and shareholders of each of the clubs. For over 100 years, curlers and volunteers have built, staffed, and maintained our facilities for everyone to enjoy. We believe that we can continue to do so with the valued partnership with the City of Regina by way of continuing the current level of tax relief. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're very impressive. You're right on time.
Perfect.
Any questions? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. You've heard current discussions that have been going on about how to wean yourself off the public money. It doesn't sound like that from your presentation, so can you explain to us through the mayor how you're going to wean yourself off of public money?
Through you, the mayor. This tax relief right now gives us the opportunity to work the business plan that was provided for us, which we have to take to the shareholders of the curling clubs. We are just volunteer boards, and we have to take that to the shareholders and pass that through the shareholders before we can even move forward with the plan. The way that our committee is looking at curling is we have to move ourselves away from the individual clubs and move more with regards to with curling in Regina. And with that said, this tax relief will allow us the opportunity to go down this path. It will help us with the cost of the legal fees, getting an expert on advising us on the processes on how to move forward with this, because we are not experts in this at all, and allow us the opportunity to market the sport to get more members into the club and to hold more events in the club so that we will no longer need the assistance of the city.
Thank you for that. You talked about reserves, so how much do each of the clubs or collectively you have in reserves?
Right now, the Highland Curling Club has around $248,000 in reserves. But of that money, we have put in, we are in the middle of doing a large renovation to the upstairs to make it more rentable for outside of curling season rentals. I'll let the other two speak.
The Cali Club's cash reserves sit at approximately $80,000 right now, and so those funds are intended to fund operations throughout the upcoming curling season. Our most significant pieces of equipment that will need to be replaced in the very near future are the chillers and the boiler. And quotes for a new chiller have been approximately $90,000 and the boiler approximately $40,000+. So we only have about $80,000 in reserves right now. So that depletes our reserve quite rapidly if one of those pieces of equipment goes soon in the near future.
The Tartan Curling Club has $78,000 in our reserve fund, and we put that aside from monies that we have received from events that have been held in the city, the major events, the Scott Tournament of Hearts, the Briar, the Men's Worlds, etc. Now, we are in the same position as the Cali. We have aging facilities, aging ice-making facilities. The brine system is probably on its last legs, and also the chiller. So I believe that would be over $100,000 in repair cost, which would replenish our reserve fund. I'm sorry we have to swallow our pride and ask for this city exemption. It's not that we want to be in this position. We are trying hard. We've went from a full house when we started 50-some years ago, and now we're back down to about, well, 2/3 to 3/4. So thank you.
Thank you for that information. Two of the clubs there mentioned, one said they're using their reserves for operating, and then they also have an $80,000 plus a $40,000 chiller and cooler, whatever equipment needs to be replaced, which leaves them in a negative balance in the reserve. So how is that going to work? Does that mean that your company's going to fold, or how is that going to work?
It's definitely, if we can't make a change to curling in Regina, that's definitely a possibility, yes.
Okay. Thank you for all the information and for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you very much for coming forward. I want to ask two questions, really. The first question is, fees for curling in the city are pretty low. You can curl for a whole season, in some cases for as low as $40. Have you looked at, you can correct me certainly, but have you looked at the possibility of increasing fees at your fee structures, at whether competition amongst the curling clubs is artificially holding fees down compared to other sporting entertainment activities?
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We have to curl in Regina one night a week in a league. You're looking at $400 minimum, unless you're curling in a commercial league where they pay per sheet. The three clubs are working together to try to come up with a fee structure so that the competitive side of things is taken out. The Tartan and the Highland are pretty status quo. We're pretty even on rates. The Cali is a little bit lower, and that's where the competition comes in, where the Highland and the Tartan are paying property taxes or portion of property taxes right now, and the Cali is not. However, with that said, I would like to say too, just the recent financials, the Cali had a surplus this past year of $5,000, but that is without paying property taxes as well.
Do you envisage a situation then in which, or how do you envisage managing a situation in which one curling club, because of really an historical anomaly, gets tax relief, whereas the other two don't? How are you ever going to square up that circle?
We're trying to work as the three clubs as under one umbrella. That's what the business plan suggests, and that's the road that we're trying to go down, because we all feel the committee that has been put together of 2 members of each of the clubs, that's what we feel is needed in order to keep curling in Regina and keep it strong.
It's a helpful answer. One last question related to that answer. You say that progress has been made in terms of implementing this new structure. And you've indicated that there's a committee, and that's helpful to know that, of 6 people. Have you talked to your various boards about this new structure, and do you have any feedback from the 3 boards of volunteers themselves that they're likely to support that structure?
We have, and 2 of the boards are on board. The other one, it's about a 50-50 split. So we're looking at, we have to really look at how we bring this to our members and our shareholders, because they ultimately have the last say in where we bring curling in Regina.
I think I can guess which board might be hesitant. Are you comfortable as the head of Curling Regina that you will be able to get all these 3 boards on side?
I'm hopeful. Tiffany is a great person to work with, and I think she'll be a great leader at the Cali to make that.
Thank you very much. Your answers and presentation have been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your answers. You really shed a lot of light on some of the issues. Councillor Hawkins asked one of my questions, which was your boards and where they sit with the merger. But the question then that I will ask is, why did taxes become an issue for the 2 clubs in the recent years?
It was in the reassessment year in 2013. So the Tartan was in 2014 tax year paying on an assessed value of $312,700, and in 2013 that increased to $1,389,500. So it was a huge tax increase without the phase-ins, because there was the 3-year phase-in. It went from $10,261.62 to, in 2015, without the exemption that we have received from the City of Regina, $29,429.51, which was a substantial increase that was not really budgeted for, and it's a huge amount to put on the clubs, especially with increases in utilities, etc.
And so the Highland and the Tartan had that tax increase?
Correct. The Highland was assessed in 2012 at $345,100, and 2013 it increased value to $866,900. So it was $11,324.86, and without the exemption, 2015 would have been $18,955.79.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think actually my question was answered, that I know I'm a member of a couple of nonprofit organizations, and there's a lot of members that get very nosy into the day-to-day operations. And given the fact there was a consultant's report and now these public documents, I was just curious as to what the rumor mill was kind of bubbling out there, because I'm assuming that most of the members are talking about the proposed amalgamation. So I was just curious and seeing if you had picked up from your sense as to whether there's a strong support or mild or some resistance.
To tell you the honest truth, I haven't heard anything yet.
You do a good job.
That's a good sign.
I feel sorry for the executive directors of some of the clubs I'm involved with, because maybe there's too many watchdogs that watch everything they do. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Welcome, ladies, and thanks for your presentation. I was going back in my mind, and I'm counting 7 curling clubs, physical buildings, back in the day. Where did the Cali come from? The Regina? Where did the Cali come from?
They were on exhibition grounds.
Exhibition. Wasn't that the Regina?
No, the Regina was on...
If you could actually speak to the microphone. If you could actually...
Regina was on Halifax Street then?
Right.
Okay.
And it moved to the exhibition grounds at a later date. But the Cali began 100 years ago at the exhibition grounds.
At the exhibition grounds.
Yeah.
Then moved to Halifax Street?
No, the Cali moved then to where they are now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You understand?
Okay. So I've got a number. I have 7 here that I can kind of factor in here. Of over time, we're down to 3. Is 3 the right number for the population and the curling community today? Or is 2 the number?
So the way we sit now, and I've been thinking about this a lot too, right now our main focus is to build curling and build the membership, and we have increased our youth substantially. Unfortunately, youth doesn't bring in all the money that we need, but the youth is our future. So with that, if we were to lose 6 to 10 sheets of ice, our grassroots program would be null and void. We would have enough to fill 2 clubs, and that would be, unless somebody passed away and a new member or somebody left, that would probably be the only amount of ice that we would have in order to keep it running, which means all of our programming that we are currently doing for the youth at risk, for youth curling, for Learn to Curl, to bring in new members. There likely would not be ice to do that.
Okay, I just wondered about that, because is the youth program not sort of 3:30 to 6, an adult program from 6 to midnight? No?
No.
Okay.
A lot of, and of course, because it's on volunteer basis, I know at the Highland, most of our 3 to 5 o'clock is actually stick curling right now. Stick curling is becoming really big. But our youth is mostly on the weekends, and the adults are in the evenings.
Okay, thanks. Are you, all of you, involved or sit on the board of Curl Regina?
Yes.
So when this came up about a year and a half ago, whenever it was, there was talk after, kind of in the water cooler talk, that ever since Curl Regina came into fruition, it made it difficult for the clubs to survive properly the way they used to. And that was brought up by a curler that came to me. And I wonder, is that an entity that is past its prime, that is costing, and fees are going to them on an annual basis, a monthly basis? I don't know. I don't know, but it was a question that was asked of me, so I'm going to ask it of you.
So what Curl Regina was created for
was to be, there are no costs going to Curl Regina.
Okay.
The 3 clubs do not pay into Curl Regina. It's volunteer that 3 to 4 members of each curling club sit on that board. It was for when Briars and when Scotties came to Regina, the funds that, the profit that came in, that's where the money went. And from there, it's distributed out. So the only time Curl Regina gets profit is when there's big events, and that profit is in turn paid back to the 3 clubs. There are the grants. It's pretty much a central location, kind of like what we're talking about already with your overhead, but there's no governance there right now. It applies for all the grants. It's Curl Regina that applies for that and then distributes the grant money back out to the 3 clubs.
Okay. So if I could, one more thing, is that SAS Lotteries is your funder. Have you gone to them in terms of increases, or is there a formula that you guys have to go through to get more funding, or is that what it is what it is and that forget it till next year type of thing? Or
I can't answer that.
Excuse me. Sask Lotteries funding goes to Curl Sask, the Saskatchewan governing body of curling, and through Curl Sask and the member, the MAP grant that they they call it, the money is distributed according to the use of ice and facilities.
Diamonds,
but that's where the Sask Lottery funding goes.
So that hasn't changed, because it used to be MAP grants with baseball as well. So
Right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flake. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies. In the report that I had before us, it talks about some of the successes other clubs have had. Could you comment about what that means to you and what you might try in the future?
Sure. For example, the Highland, we did our first annual fundraising dinner. We had Russ Howard come and speak. We had beer tasting, and we brought in, because we're doing a major renovation in the lounge, so that was part of the reason that we wanted to do some of the funding, so we weren't tapping into solely our reserve fund. But we brought in $21,000 just in doing that. So that we want to make an annual event, and we want to look at more fundraising opportunities as well to bring in additional funds, so it's not always out of the member's pocket per se for curling.
So there was a number of things from the CN Curling Club and from the Granite and so on that they've all tried. Would it be fair to say that you, as a board, in terms of your future deliberations, will look at all of those and see what can apply and what can be used?
Definitely. We work with Saskatoon quite regularly too. I stay in contact with all the club managers out there. But they're in kind of the same boat that we're in right now too. So
okay.
We're looking at any opportunities. Our big one is now bringing in summer events and seeing who we can bring in as a secondary sport perchance for the summer months, etc., just to make it run.
Like roller derby at the Cali.
Exactly.
Okay. Last question. When was the last time a curling rink was built in Saskatchewan? Anybody have an idea? Last time a curling rink was built in Saskatchewan.
I think it would be Moose Jaw would be your last one.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? I have one, and it relates to the recommendation of the report we'll be looking at in a few moments, and that is exemption for the municipal portion for 2017 and 2018 for the Highland and Tartan clubs. Is that enough time do you believe, for curling in Regina to come forward with a sustainable model in the future? Is that enough time?
I'm hoping. I really don't know. Like I said, it's all volunteer-based. The amount of boards and the amount of time that people spend, not only on this board but on other boards, it makes it really difficult for once a month. I mean, we have, I don't know how many different committees struck, and the 3 of us are on pretty much all of those committees as well. So I'm hoping we can hire an advisor to help us along the way, which will help us in the long run follow the proper directions and get it moving quicker.
We hope so too. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery now. Thank you very much. And we have a supplemental report, IR 16-6. If I could have someone to move that. And Councillor Young, do you move that? Seconder, please.
I'll second that.
Councillor Murray. Any discussions on the report? Councillor Young.
At Finance and Admin, we requested this supplemental report because it has some interesting information in it, and I'll just briefly go over that. The first is that the city administration, over this short term of the tax exemptions, will be consulting with the clubs and with Curl Regina. It will offer coaching and advising, so that they won't be alone and they'll be monitored as they go forward. The other two things that I think are really important is that during this time period, two other things are happening within the city that might affect this. The first is a tax exemption policy, which will give us an opportunity to review how we do tax exemptions for all of the organizations that we now offer that to. And the third thing is that there's a recreation facilities plan coming forward within the next 2 years. And in fact, I think it's next year in 2017. And that might also shed some light on how curling might become part of that. And when this started about a year ago, I made a statement that I couldn't imagine Regina without curling. And I think that the people we heard speak this evening spoke very well and very eloquently. They've had a good look at their own organizations, and they're attempting to merge and collaborate, and most exciting is to involve young people. So I think that this report just sheds more light on the issue and on the recommendations going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the report? It is receive and file and basis for the next report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to Finance and Administration, curling in Regina, developing a sustainable business model. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to bring forward CR 1691. And of course, if I can have a seconder, I'll go through the four recommendations.
Seconder. Councillor Young.
Thanks, Councillor Young. Appreciate that. Recommendations on the Curling Regina Developing Sustainable Business Model. There's four recommendations that came from the Finance Administration Committee on July 5th. That the City of Regina would provide an exemption for the municipal portion of property tax to the Highland Curling Club for the 2017-18 tax years. And number two, that the City of Regina provide an exemption for the municipal portion of the property tax to the Tartan Club for the 17-18 taxation years, and that the City Solicitor be instructed to bring forward the necessary 2-year tax exemption agreements and the bylaw to provide for that property tax exemption at that appropriate time. And number four, that CR 1570 be removed from the outstanding list of items to City Council. Your Worship, those are recommendations coming from Finance Administration. We've had a lot of discussion here, so I don't want to go over all of that. But to the end, we're going to have a system, I believe, that's going to be sustainable when we're finished. There's a lot of work to be done yet ahead of us. A lot of work's been done, but there's a lot more to come. And I appreciate the effort that's happening between these curling clubs. The fact that they're coming together to work together is very significant. So I ask that we look for approval on the recommendations coming forward. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Are there speakers to the report? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This issue has been before Council one way or another for almost our whole term on this Council, and I've struggled with it. And I've struggled with it for two reasons. One is I'm not much keen on granting tax relief as opposed to using the grant system when we wish to support organizations. I'm concerned about granting tax relief because I'm concerned about eroding the property tax base of the city. I'm concerned about transparency, and I'm concerned about the fairness that says that everybody should pay their taxes. The other problem for me has been I've been worried that the curling clubs themselves don't feel the urgency of this. And I say that because they came to the council for tax relief. They got a 2-year tax relief. They've now back for a 2 years tax relief. I'm anxious that if we give that tax relief, there won't be enough incentive to get on with the critical job, which has been very eloquently stated today, of bringing these organizations together and to realizing the advantage of a combined organization. I'm going to support this tonight. I'm going to support it in part because I agree with Councillor Young that curling is important to Regina. I'm going to support it because I think the long history of the curling clubs and the importance of curling in Regina warrants that they get this chance. But I do want to say this. I believe that this is the last chance, that unless these organizations come together, unless the boards of the three organizations understand that there is a crisis to this, that curling in Regina will really go into a dark hour. I don't think that curling can come to council and ask for tax relief every year, year after year after year into the future, and expect to get it. Other sporting organizations in the city pay their way. I think that Curling Regina has to figure out a model. That's the tough, tough message. But the really good message is, I think there's a tremendous opportunity here. I don't know exactly what the look of that opportunity is, but I believe that if the three curling clubs can cooperate together, all three, even the club that is currently getting a tax break, tax relief, if they can all three come together, they can really make Regina the capital of curling in Canada. And I think that should be the goal, and I think that's a sufficiently exciting goal, and I hope you can take it to your boards of volunteers, fire them up, and get everybody on the same page. So I'm prepared to take a chance here and support this, but really I want to say in doing that, I'm looking for results this time, not in 4 years hence or 8 years hence. I think this is the last trip to the well. I will be supporting this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Donald.
Thanks. So there sometimes are advantages to being old. I want to fill in a couple of gaps. And back in the 1970s, when the Cali was a fairly new building, there was a proposal to have a first-rate golf course built right in front of it. It's called the Craig, or would have been called the Craig in terms of what developed. But the wisdom of the staff at that time was that if we're going to have a year-round facility, then, and there's a golf course here, let's set an arrangement so that we sign a contract and have a clubhouse and make use of the building winter for curling and summer for golf. It happened that in those late 1970s that there was a plebiscite put before the city, and the residents decided not to go ahead with that golf course. That's why there's an arrangement there. Two, it's not the number of buildings that matter in curling, it's the number of sheets of ice. And so you plan with your members as to what you can do based on the number of sheets of ice. Youth curling, the delegation referenced the club youth curling on the weekends. Happen to have lived in the high school world. We used to come in with about 110 or 120 teams, and we occupied that 4 to 6 slot for a few months of the year, all with the idea that we could hopefully help them garner new members. I thought the highlight for what I saw in the report is what is going on with other clubs. If you take a look in there, there's some risk things. One of them is called recreation. One of them is having men and women play together. One of them, and it goes down the line. I think that's the key to the success in the future. You're going to have to go out and try some other things with curling, and it's been well noted that the number of people coming into our city are mostly new Canadians who don't understand the sport. But I'm also left with the notion that I happened to be in Portland, Oregon one time, and they closed down the mall at night, and the people came out with their curling rocks on the hockey sheet, and they curled, and they came out in droves at night. And so there are ways to do it and ways to make it work. I like what goes on in the curling world. But like we talked in the last report, it's about capacity. I think what we're doing here, if we can support this, is give them the capacity to change the way it's been done, take the volunteers away a little bit, and put a professional staff in place and take charge. I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Other speakers? Councillor Fraser?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I rise in support of this as well. I think this group, again, it's all volunteers, and they're given a difficult task of coming back with a new business model. This is a new business model. It's a big change, and I think I wish them all the luck. Curling is an important part of our city, and hopefully they can find a way to make it work. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Other speakers? Councillor Fendera, can you take the chair, please?
Go to your worship.
Thank you. I rise as well to support the report before us. And like the last discussion that we had about the museum, this is about building capacity and expertise and changing business models of how to adapt to a different environment. There are many similarities between the two in the sense that they may have to make changes. The market's changed. The way partnerships are going changed. Funding is changing. And what I see in both organizations, both areas, is the clear intention to make those changes. With respect to curling, I'm very pleased to hear what the delegation had to say. They're engaged. They're working hard. And for all intents and purposes, they will be moving forward with a plan in the next couple of years to move forward. In the context of a greater discussion this council needs to have, which is one of exemptions and grants. And I know the review being done by the administration is really important for us to understand and put some framework around exemptions and for grants. We have, as we always have had, a huge number of requests and just not the ability to succeed, to give everybody what they want. It's just not possible, and this is a refrain from every council I've been on since 1997 and even before that. So we need to move forward and how we can do business. But what I'm seeing by both delegations, Mr. Chair, is actually an understanding that partnerships are important, that other groups are important to support them as well, not just the city, not just a grant or a transfer of resources over the longer term as a dependent way into the future. Councillor Hawkins makes a strong point of we are engaged, we want to see this happen, but we are expecting to see something come back that removes the onus on being strictly on the city to make this a viable enterprise. Curling is foundational to our city. It is really who we are in so many ways. And while this council can't say what the future should look like, it's the industry that has to say that. It is the volunteers, it's the curlers who have to say themselves, what do they want to see? How will they move forward? How can they be efficient, provide a more interesting and compelling reason to be curling in our city? That's the challenge for the curling community. The challenge for our council is to support that as best that we can with our limited resources. I like what I see. I like the report that was put forward. I like the study that was done. Hopefully in the next couple of years we see a plan that is clear, that is decisive, brings partnerships together, and has a new business model of how we relate to the city of Regina as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other speakers? Councillor Murray, do you want to close debate?
No, Your Worship, I think everything's been said, so thanks.
I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We move on to the shopping center at Chuka Drive and the Greens on Gardner. We have two delegations. The first delegation is Chad Novak. Mr. Novak, for the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Maybe questions after that.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chad Novak, and I am actually here just representing myself on this situation here regarding a proposed shopping center along Chuka Boulevard in the beautiful and serene Greens on Gardner subdivision in southeast Regina, a subdivision which, as you will see in Appendix A, actually won an award for Best Subdivision by the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. I am a proud resident of this very picturesque community, and one of the main reasons I chose to build here was because there was no major commercial development, either existing or planned, in the immediate area. As you will see in Appendix B, the 21 acres in question this evening, in fact, were always planned, from onset in 2005 all the way through to April 25th of this year, to be residential and a municipal reserve, which I have absolutely no problems with. There was a proposed mixed-use area just north of this development, which, again, I would have absolutely no problem with because it fits in with the existing layout of communities all along Arcola Avenue. I want to make one thing perfectly clear tonight, though. As you will see in Appendix C, this is a major commercial development. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. The developers can try to minimize the image of the project and make it sound like this isn't going to be anything too intrusive, but the reality of it is a major project. It is only a few blocks away from our new school in the area. It will inevitably cause a major increase in heavy traffic along Chuka Boulevard, including large semis for deliveries, which are a major safety concern for kids and adults alike who choose to walk their kids to school, as is one of the many reasons that they choose a community like the Greens. And further to this, allowing this development sets a very dangerous precedent for the area. And in fact, it would appear that there are already plans in the works to develop a similar project in the new town subdivision just north of the Greens. Finally, on the idea of community plans and design concepts, I have to ask, what is the purpose of spending any time on major undertakings like our efficient community plan if we literally will allow any plan or design to be changed at the whim of a developer? Why even make residents feel like they have a say in how our city develops if these kind of discretionary use applications come through more often than even the original concept plans? Residents deserve consistency and an opportunity to have a real say in how our communities develop, especially in situations like this where there is such a drastic change from the original design concepts. For those that may not be familiar with the Greenside Gardner, or even a majority of the communities along Arcola Avenue, let me give you a quick synopsis of what is included in the area. All along Arcola Avenue, to the north to the south, from the Ring Road all the way to Tower Road, you have beautiful, picturesque residential communities. Nowhere in any of these communities can you find a superstore, a Walmart, or a Home Depot. What you can find are quote-unquote strip malls that include a nice variety of community needs, such as hair salons, drugstores, coffee shops, and convenience stores. Now, does this mean that these communities are quote-unquote cut off from what others might consider city life? Well, absolutely not. You can easily access a wide variety of major commercial developments, major commercial shopping centers, including the Victoria Square Mall, by endeavoring only on a 2 to 3 minute drive, bus ride, or even a 10-minute leisurely walk. To me, this is the perfect setup and one of the key selling features for many that chose to locate in these communities. It has been suggested by the developers that this kind of project would be welcomed in the area. And in fact, from his delegation at the Planning Commission, Mr. Forrester revealed that he lives just across Arcola Avenue in the Wascana Greens. Now, I would suggest that if he is truly serious about this assertion, then he would have absolutely no problems with giving consideration to over 27 acres of land.
Mr. Novak, you have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. In which you can see in Appendix D, that are soon to be available in the Creeks subdivision once Mr. Ripplinger, the current resident of those lands, is relocated by the Creeks. Finally, this evening, I implore you, if you don't want to outright deny this application, please, 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 at least send it back to the developers to force them to conduct true community consultation and to take resident concerns into account. I can guarantee you, if you pulled 10 residents in the Greens today, 9 of them would tell you that they weren't even aware of this development happening. Who knows? Maybe they'd all be in favor. But without true public consultation, we will never know. The developers have suggested that this is the first negative commentary that they've heard on this development. Well, when you don't actually tell people about the development, other than those who were actually asking for it, of course you're only going to hear positive. So I thank you for your time this evening, and if you have any questions, I will gladly answer them now.
Thank you, Mr. Novak, for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation?
Thank you.
Councilor Fraser?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So looking at this, thanks for your presentation. So looking at the map before us of where this change would be, it looks like it's actually not really developed yet, the area around.
That's correct. That area right now is flat land. There are apartments across the street to the south, and there are homes right across the street to the north on, I'm not sure what it's called, Green Jewel, I believe.
Okay.
And across the street, across Chuka Boulevard, from what I understand, had always been a mixed-use commercial development. Can't think of the name of it right now. But regardless, it was a mixed use, which was going to be something, like we have along Prince of Wales where Soma is and those kind of establishments. So.
Okay. And in general, I mean, probably traffic is the number one concern as far as increased traffic.
Well, a couple of things. One, the traffic is a major concern, specifically because we do have that new school literally 2 blocks away from this place. Second thing is, I never moved into Greens, and I'm sure a number of people that live in wherever they live in Regina, they didn't move there for whatever reason. And we have a great example this evening. We're at 13th and Elphinstone. Those people never asked for that development to happen there when they moved in there 30, 40 years ago. If we don't stand up for these kind of things now, this will continue to happen, and we just need proper planning is what I really envision. I don't think if it was going from medium residential to heavy residential or those kind of things, I can see that not being an issue. But when we're going from what was supposed to be residential to what I would call certainly a major commercial development, I mean, we're talking a 38,000 square foot grocery store, 8 restaurants, a couple possible hotels, gas bar. Where are we going to stop? I just don't want those in our area. Like, it's not that I don't like the access to it. I mean, it's literally 2-minute drive on Victoria Avenue. So.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation, Blair Forster. Mr. Forster, for the record, if you could identify yourself and who is in your delegation. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Thank you, Worship. Members of City Council, my name is Blair Forster of Forster Projects. With me today at the podium is Dennis Jones of Devereaux Developments. Our 2 companies, in partnership with Harvard Developments, are the developers of a project that we've named Acre 21 in the Greens on Gardiner subdivision in southeast Regina, and we're the proponents of the discretionary use application before you this evening. To take you back a couple of steps, it was only a couple of months ago that we appeared in front of you with Lauren Jagelniski, the developer of the Greens, where we received approval not only for his last phase of the Greens on Gardiner subdivision, but we also received approval to zone this commercial site DSC, commercial zoning. And so what is before you tonight is simply the approval of the discretionary use application, or the hopeful approval of the discretionary use application, which shares with you a little bit more information on our vision for the project. The salient facts are it's 21 acres in size, and hence the name. At full build-out, it will contain approximately 250,000 square feet of retail and amenity retail uses. 200,000 square feet of that is the retail component, and the additional 50,000 is the residential over retail component. The project will be developed in 2 phases. They will be distinct. The first phase is the frontage land on Chuka Boulevard, which is going to contain an array of amenity retail uses that are going to serve the needs of the community. That's going to be a grocery store, a drugstore, gas bar, and an array of food and beverage options. And the second phase is going to be distinctly different. It's going to be a Main Street design that is going to take you to the focal point of the development, which is an amenitized plaza fronting onto a water feature on the property's southern border. And this is where we're going to introduce an upscale architecture, lots of locations along the Main Street for open-air seating, and the residential over retail will be incorporated into this phase. And I'll maybe turn the mic over to Dennis to fill you in on what that amenity is going to look like for the project.
Thank you very much, Blair. Your Worship, City Councillors, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present to you tonight. Just a couple of words about the residential component of Acre 21. It's going to take the form of a rental apartment development, and we're going to introduce to the city something new and unique in the form of micro apartment units. This is something that's been developed in many other urban areas, and it's a fancy name for a slightly smaller apartment, approximately 400 square feet with a full bedroom, bathroom, and living area. But by making it 400 square feet, it does bring the affordability down, and it makes it more affordable to young people in our community. With all the amenities that we're proposing in Acre 21, we're hoping to create a true live, work, play environment where residents of Acre 21 are going to be able to live, work, and relax in the same community. Just a couple of other points. I am a resident of the Greens of Gardiner, and I am also the manager and part owner of the apartment units across the street. what drove this development right from the beginning is that friends and neighbors of mine in the Greens and Gardner, together with tenants that I represent in the Greens, asked for services and facilities to be made available in the Greens. The question that came up was, we have to go down to...
You have 1 minute left.
Thank you. We have to go down to the Victoria area, which is very congested, and we'd like to have some core services in our neighborhood. That's when I approached Harvard and Forrester Developments, and we came forward with Acre 21. So on that note, thank you, and we'll take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councilor Burnett?
Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. Maybe just to help me to put things into sort of scale and perspective, when we're talking about this area for the shopping mall and that, is that kind of similar to the development that's happening kind of on Prince Wales with the Superstore, or would it be double that capacity or more?
Through your worship, the Superstore development would be approximately 18 acres in size. So, and that would include the out parcels and gas station that is currently located. So it would be of similar size, albeit this project is intended to have multiple buildings making up that, as opposed to one large box store in the project.
Okay. No, I too, like, knowing the area, I live in the same area, and I know most of I've heard no complaints, and the only comments I've heard are from people saying, gee, I'd hate to go down to Quants on a Saturday or Sunday where the 4 basic sort of shopping centers are basically available, so something closer and more convenient makes sense. I'm interested in this Acre 21. Did you mention that these are apartments? Can they be purchased? Are they like condos, small units? Because I have several university student I'm hoping will be graduating and moving out, and I know one of their big concerns is affordability of maybe starter homes or residence. Will this be something that young people can sort of buy into?
Well, they won't be able to buy into. These are going to be rental apartment units for rent only. Our goal is to, a typical one-bedroom, average one-bedroom in the city is around $1,000 a month. Our goal with this is to bring the price of that down significantly as we move forward.
Just maybe a quick comment, but in terms of our new OCP with complete communities, Ward 4 is one of those ones that lacks a high school, lacks what I consider this kind of commercial development. So I think it does fit kind of what we're looking for.
If I can comment on that, the Greens on Gardner, with the adjacent neighborhoods of the Creeks and Wascana View, has evolved over its planning horizon, and our OCP was introduced midway through the development of that, and creating the live, work, play, and stay environments, creating a walkable community where you don't have to leave your community to avail yourself of all the amenities is embedded in the OCP, and it's certainly our opinion. It's Lauren Yagelniski's opinion, and it's in virtually every one of the residents that have approached us since we've been out there with this development, that this is going to be a welcome addition to the community. It links into the green space, all the pathways. It's on Chuka, which is a major arterial in there, and Southeast Regina is significantly underserved from a retail component as we stand right now. So we've received nothing but positive feedback on this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Other questions? Councilor Donald.
Thanks very much, gentlemen. Good evening. You used a few terms. I'm going to ask you to describe them from your point of view. Let's start with Main Street.
Your Worship, a Main Street design is one that we are introducing in our West Era subdivision in Councillor O'Donnell's ward, and it's a pedestrian-friendly environment where the storefronts abut right on the sidewalk. It's got enhanced architecture. It's got widened sidewalks. It's got plenty of amenity spaces for those retailers to spill out onto the patios, and in this case, it actually directs your attention to, as I mentioned, the focal point of the development, which is a highly amenitized plaza that's going to have 2 restaurants on either side of it, looking onto a water feature. The water feature, we're still working on the approval of that with administration, but it's our intention that this would act as a sedimentation pond so that the stormwater generated by the project would flow into this area, anything in that would then settle and then overflow into the creek. So not only would it increase our stormwater capacity in the area, but it would increase the water quality that was shed from the
Thanks. Go back to the plaza. I'm going to use a phrase now, a community gathering place. Did I miss that, or is that what you're telling me, or am I going too far?
Your Worship, I didn't say that, but that's certainly the intent on what the final built-out outcome of this project would be. We're hoping that this is the neighborhood gathering place. We're hoping that this is where you'll just get on your bike or walk or drive your car to come and visit with family and friends, as well as hopefully shop and avail yourself of the dining options that we have in the project.
Thanks. The last one that I have is live, work, play, and then relax. You added. When I think of work, there would be a variety of job availability. So do you see some professional office in here as well as regular commercial, a restaurant, and so on as part of this?
Yeah, so we are anticipating that we're going to have some professional services in the form of dentists, doctors, potentially optometrists, and so on and so forth. So there is some desire to have professional services. As far as office space, it's not going to be dedicated high-density office space. It'll all be professional services to the community.
Perfect. Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Other questions? Councillor Fraser?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Two quick questions here. So this was rezoned DSC, am I saying that right, in April? And what had it been, what had it been before April?
Your Worship, I believe this land was just had urban holding status up until this point in time. The entire concept plan area that Mr. Jagelniski got approved when this was rezoned was quite a large area. It extends probably about 30 acres north of this and a few acres to the south that was comprehensively designed as part of this package. So there were early iterations of the plan, but as I mentioned, the planning horizon of the Greens subdivision and the OCP worked in lockstep to try and achieve those objectives.
Okay, so given that one of the challenges in Regina is that we have so many new neighborhoods under development at any given time that they all take a while to fill out. What do you say to the critique that some people pay a premium for the newiness of a neighborhood? They buy a new house in a new neighborhood with some expectation of what that neighborhood's going to look like, and by the time the neighborhood's actually built, it might have changed a number of times. What do you say to that critique?
So the original design of the neighborhood called for high-density multifamily next door to the site, which has now been built out. Across the street to the immediate, the southwest would now be Riviera, which is going to be a fairly high-density senior facility. Across the street directly west and to the north is all mixed use, and it's residential over retail, so it'll be a high density. There's no single-family homes that abut up to this project at all. So the closest single-family home is probably over 100 meters away from the site, and the sites immediately next to it, together with the zoning, have now been zoned as high-density residential. So there's no single-family homes around it, and nobody that bought into the area in close proximity is going to find something on their doorstep that they never anticipated.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now move on to our next report, which is a discretionary use application for Chuka Drive for a shopping center in the Greens on Gardner. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. On behalf of Planning Commission, I'd like to bring this forward. If I could have a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconder, please. Councillor Flagel.
Good. Thanks very much. So I think actually the delegation provided you with all the information. You understand what's before us. It is a commercial zone. Was a commercial zone before, and now it is a shopping center. And what I would tell you is that in my 10 years here, we've seen an awful lot of neighborhoods beg and hope and pray to have a grocery store. Here's a grocery store already coming into this one. And from Planning Commission point of view, we were very happy with what's here and how it would service the area. We seek concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm going to rise in support of this too, and I guess part of the thing was is through going through the planning stages of the Greens on Gardner, I think Mr. Jagielniski's group and himself were probably in front of us 7 or 8 times, changing, and possibly some of the changes were adapting to what the market was doing and what the people wanted. He went from high-end homes around parks to he never thought he'd ever have a rental property in the area. He now has a whole bunch of them. He wasn't quite sure at the very end of where Tower Road kind of abuts to it, what was going to ever happen there, because they weren't sure about the bypass. So now he's got that all figured out. The Pacer Diamonds are now part of some of his land, I think, or he's going to get it eventually. And shopping's always been a huge issue for new areas. Doesn't matter what area you go into. There are a lot of places that would like to have shopping but can't get it because development has taken place and you can't just knock down houses, 100 of them, to create a shopping center. So this has been a good plan. I think Mr. Jagielniski, I think he's coming to the end of it, so now he's going to have to work on other things and find some more land to develop because he's done a great job with this. And that's the one thing about this is he did listen to what's going on. I think the developers have also listened, and now it can service that whole area. And, hey, 25 years ago, the engineers of the day, we all talk about the East End traffic. Well, this is a way for people to get away a bit, and maybe it would split up some of the traffic throughout the whole city. And I'll be supporting this, so thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Other speakers? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have 2 bylaws for the Highland Curling Club and Tartan Curling Club, the exemption. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw number 2016-52 and 53 be introduced and read the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2016-52, 53 be read the second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flegel, that the Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2016-52 and 53 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Okay, I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw number 2016-52 and 53 be read the third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I'd like to move a 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess. Councillor Flegel. Councillor Murray seconds that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll be back at just about 20 after 8. Thank you, everyone. We have a heavy agenda coming up with this next report, so I'd ask people to please take their seats, and we'll begin with delegations. Thank you. So we've had some comments by the gallery over the break that some members of council cannot be heard. So if you could just have members of council speak directly into the microphone, that would be helpful. So we're going to return back to the delegations, communications, and public notice bylaw sections of the report. And we'll go down to our first delegation related to the multi-use building on 13th Avenue and Elphinstone Street. The first delegation is Catherine Gibson on behalf of Terry Martins. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Gibson, and I am reading a letter, actually, from Terry Martins. Your Worship and members of City Council, I have lived at 2065 Elphinstone for 33 years. The intent of this letter is to plead with the city to listen to the voice of the neighborhood with regards to the proposed construction at 13th and Elphinstone. Almost 3/4 of the neighborhood are opposed. We hope you will listen. Our taxes and our choices and our appreciation of our neighborhood should count. The city has some responsibility for our well-being. With regards to traffic, you may have a given figure for the amount of traffic that is safe and have duly counted present traffic on 13th and Elphinstone. The reality is different. For 19 years, I managed a business from an office at the front of the house at 2065 Elphinstone. I witnessed a car crash at the corner at least once a month. Adding 29 more vehicles will make things even worse. Not least, this huge building, in contrast to the regular housing and businesses in the area, would be overwhelming and change the nature of this neighborhood. The proposed rezoning of 2064 Elphinstone would also be a detriment to the neighborhood. The house is very livable. It has been well looked after, and much of it has been redone. For instance, all the floors in the house have been refinished, a sunroom has been added, and a bay window put in on the second floor to make that room a good sitting room. The front porch has been completely redone with new windows, new floors, new walls. It has also been winterized. All in all, the house has been an asset to its occupants and will be for people to come. To rezone this property would be a large mistake. The man who is developing this is not planning to live in Regina, but will be leaving to retire in Kelowna, BC, and plans to live on the rent from the building. He will not be the one to experience the neighborhood changes. Yours sincerely, Terry Martins.
Thank you very much for that. I'm not sure that you can answer any questions on his behalf, but I will open the floor for members of council if they have questions on what was read. Councillor Fraser?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks a lot. So you're reading this on behalf of Terry. Do you live close by as well?
No.
Okay, just a friend of Terry. Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Okay, we'll finish that portion of the discussion, and if you want to, for the record...
Should I just turn around?
you can stand there. You don't have to turn around, unless you really want to, of course. And you can go on to your actual presentation itself. So.
My name is Catherine Gibson, and I represent myself, Your Worship, and members of City Council. I encourage City Council to deny the request to rezone the house at 2064 Elphinstone Street from R1A to LC3. In looking at Design Regina Official Community Plan, we read, Regina will continue to conserve, protect, and support its historic places and encourage owners to protect historic places through good stewardship and voluntarily designating their property for listing on the Heritage Property Register. In no place could I find rezone from R1A to LC3 to convert a century-old house into a parking lot. I further encourage City Council to direct City Administration to give a higher priority to Sections 1010 that addresses protection of heritage properties and 1011 that deals with financial incentives for conservation of historic places. I encourage City Council to deny the application for a 4-story mixed-use building with 29 dwelling units and 3 commercial retail units that is proposed for the northwest corner of 13th Avenue and Elphinstone Street. I do encourage City Council to indicate to the developer that a revised plan for a 3-story mixed-use building with fewer, example 19 or 20, dwelling units and 3 commercial retail units would conform to the existing Cathedral Area Community Plan and be far more acceptable to Cathedral Area residents. I would further encourage City Council to champion design concepts such as solar panels, gray water retention and reuse that minimize carbon footprint and contribute to a healthy environment that would almost certainly ensure the project's approval. There's been much comparison between this proposal and Canterbury Gardens on Batham Boulevard. The mixed-use buildings are only 3 stories high, and each side of the boulevard is virtually identical. At the intersection with Broad Street, the buildings are angled. That is, they don't come to a 90-degree corner. They're angled to give better sight lines to oncoming traffic for turning onto Broad Street. Batham Boulevard has been in existence for a very few years and was formerly part of a community garden site. It does not have a school across the street, nor could it, at only 2 blocks in length, be considered an east-west corridor. On the other hand, 13th Avenue has been in existence for over 100 years. It has had, and will have again, a public school at the southwest corner of Elphinstone Street. It runs from Park Street at the east to the city limits at the west. It is the major east-west corridor in South Regina. It runs further west than Victoria Avenue, which, almost without warning, peters out at Pasqua Street. Only Dewdney Avenue is a longer east-west road, going from Prince of Wales in the east to Pinkey Road in the west, although there is a significant find-your-own route between Winnipeg and Broad Streets. All this is to say that you can somewhat compare the buildings, but definitely not the location. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Ms. Gibson, we'll see if there's any questions. Been very clear. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Our next delegation is Abby Ulmer. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Your Worship and members of City Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abby Ulmer, and I am here to present for Protect Cathedral Neighborhood Group, which was formed in September 2015 in response to this proposed development. The proposed development will benefit the developer and harm the community. We suggest a compromise proposal which will benefit developer and community. Our suggestion is to reduce the height to 3 stories, maintain the residential zoning of 2064 Elphinstone, restrict the parking area to the lots currently zoned commercial, reduce the parking requirements to allow something like 0.8 spots per unit rather than 1, and require the developer to provide 1 or 2 car share spots on the parking lot. This compromise proposal will achieve the goals of intensification and revitalization with fewer negative impacts. The developer's proposal does not comply with the official community plan. It requires amending Part B6, which is the Cathedral Area Community Plan, by rezoning 2064 Elphinstone from residential to commercial, in contradiction of the OCP's policy recommendation for Zone R1A, which states that no commercial development be permitted in this zone. The OCP's clear intent is to confine Cathedral's commercial area, not extend it. The developer's proposal also contradicts the OCP policy of maintaining and regenerating existing housing stock, ignores the specification that intensification be compatible with the existing built form, does not use alternative energy sources, ignores the goal of a compact environment, and has not conducted a collaborative planning process involving stakeholders. In addition, the developer's proposal will harm the community by causing negative impacts, such as increased risk of traffic accidents to Connaught School children. It'll cause residents to lose faith in city processes, as concerns are dismissed with no credible reasons provided to explain why. It'll damage the streetscape and encourage future inappropriate zoning and height. A precedent exists for rejecting the developer's proposal. In 2013, Regina Planning Commission and Regina City Council rejected a proposed development in Arnhem area, which differs from the current situation in the details, but shares clear similarities to overall community concerns regarding A, the negative impact of spot zoning, and B, four-story buildings being too tall to fit the context of an area where houses are almost entirely 1 to 2 stories high. Another similarity in the two cases is the strong community opposition to the proposal. In our case, opposed to the proposed development in its current form are the Cathedral Area Community Association, Heritage Regina, École Connaught School Community Council, and a large majority of those who provided feedback to the city. In addition, Regina Planning Commission rejected the motion to approve the developer's proposal. In a recent survey of 13th Avenue merchants and service providers between Argyle and Cameron Street, 10 out of 12 responding were opposed to the developer's proposal. Only one was in favor and one was unsure. At the same time, 10 out of 11 merchants and service providers were in favor of the compromise proposal. One did not respond to this question. Until a carefully considered revised plan is developed with meaningful community participation, the City of Regina needs to stand firm to protect current zoning. We urge Regina City Council to reject the developer's proposal and support our compromise proposal, which does not require rezoning, decreases the size of the parking lot, and supports car shares, and has a lower height. We wish to emphasize again that this alternative proposal will achieve the goals of intensification and revitalization with fewer negative consequences. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned a compromise proposal. Can you tell me the background of that proposal? Has it been discussed? What has happened to that proposal since it was developed, if anything?
Well, it was primarily in terms of our group, Protect Cathedral, and looking at what could be done that could help with the revitalization and intensification, but not cause rezoning or tearing down a 1913 home. So we came up with the compromise that we think certainly could help, because we certainly don't disagree with change. We certainly don't go against intensification, but we think it needs to be done in a way that still follows the cathedral plan, which still follows the OCP, but could still, provide some new people in the area, intensification, that kind of thing. So it was through that, through discussions in the community, going to a meeting at the Cathedral Area Community Association, a community meeting. We've had surveys, we've had different things done, but primarily it was, okay, something probably is going to happen in this corner. What is the best thing that can happen? What is the best way to be able to do this that is still going to be good for the community?
To your knowledge, has that proposal, the compromise proposal, been presented to anyone? Has it had any discussion outside and beyond your group which formulated it?
Well, we certainly came to the Planning Commission twice and did talk about our concerns and our alternate proposal. We also, as I mentioned, did have a survey going down 13th Avenue between Argyle and Cameron Street to talk to people, businesses and organizations in the community. Everything was done anonymously, and it was a question basically, were they in favor of this, the developers, or were they interested in perhaps in the compromise proposal? So that was another way that we got some information from the community.
Last question, Mr. Your Worship. Did you or to your knowledge, did you or anyone else present the compromise proposal to the developer?
Not that I'm aware of, except at the 2 Planning Commission hearings.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward and presenting this evening. My question for you is, this group has just recently been formed. It wasn't a group that that had issues with Safeway, for instance.
No, this is an organization that was developed in September of last year as soon as we heard about the proposed development, so it is a new organization.
Okay. There are some things that we received that talked about pressure tactics, and I wondered if you'd like to correct some of the misinformation that may be out there.
Okay, I'm just going to refer to some of the information we have. So it was within the past 2 weeks that there was 2 of us, individually, not as a group, went, as I mentioned before, went to some of the businesses along 13th Avenue. And out of the 20 businesses and organizations that we went to, we did have a response of 12. Okay, so when we went in, it was not a petition. This is a survey. So it wasn't anybody having to sign anything. It wasn't anything against the developer or anything like that. It basically was a survey asking, were they, explaining who we are, explaining what was happening on that corner, and would they be in favor of the developer's proposal, or would they be in favor of our compromise proposal? If they were against the developer's proposal, what would the developer need to do to have them vote in favor of it? So we were looking at those questions, and again, it was just in 1 page, very small, a few X's to mark. And so we have always been very forthright. We've always been very open. There was not any kind of saying you have to do this or whatever. If people said, we're not interested, we just left. If people said, I want to mark this down, and again, we kept saying how much it was confidential. In fact, there was only 2 of us who were doing this. Not even the rest of our group knew what the results of this were, because we believe strongly in confidentiality. And the survey was, again, just to see what we were finding out from the community. That was along with other things that had been done in the past. The Survey Monkey, we'd gone to a 2-block radius door to door, so that we did do quite a while ago. And there was, of course, submissions to the city in terms of people's thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to envision, I like the cathedral area. I understand, with the historic vibe and the artsy, cultural side, etc. I look at other cities, and I look at Winnipeg, where they've got an Osborne Village, and I look at Saskatoon with a Broadway Avenue, and Edmonton with, I think, White Avenue, others, Calgary. It seems like all cities go through this evolution of kind of these older historic areas. And I think now with the new school, the Safeway, there's going to be more and more pressure to, I guess, sort of upgrade 13th Avenue. Has your committee discussed kind of what your vision is for that area? Do you see it being kind of how do I describe that, kind of a trendy, hip?
I think it has become already a trendy and hip area with the Cathedral Festival, which celebrated its 25th anniversary this year. We have up to 40,000 people that come to the area for the festival. So it has a lot of diversity in the community. It has a lot of very creative people, very artistic people. And certainly we know that the look of Cathedral is going to change. But we do still want, I think one of the things personally myself that I'm very concerned about is rezoning housing stock, because I live a block away, and there is a concern, okay, if all of a sudden we're going to take some of the areas that are houses, I don't think people like the idea of ripping a house down for a parking lot, and I think we really have to watch that. We're going to have some other speakers that are going to be talking about sort of the look, how this affects the streetscape, those kinds of things. But a very big concern is definitely the rezoning. And I know a number of people have said, well, the Cathedral Area Community Plan is 30 years old. Yes, it is 30 years old, but until it is changed, you abide by it. I mean, the example I would give is that if someone says, okay, the criminal code, there's a specific law, is going to change in 2018, I guess we will just try people right now, even though it's 2016, we'll go because the law is going to be changed in 2018. Well, no. The criminal code, you deal with what is there at the moment, and I think that's why we feel very strongly that if you've got a cathedral plan, you follow the cathedral plan. If you've got, you know, the city plan, the official city plan, you follow the city plan. I think that spot zoning is very, very is, I think, very destructive. It really takes away. Why do plans if you're not going to follow them?
No, I'm very interested, like I say, with the future, because like I say, there are aspects of the OCP that I think, especially on the intensification and density, et cetera. And I just think that you're under sort of an area which is a very attractive area for the city, which is going to drive more pressures for maybe bigger retail stores, bigger restaurants, more of this, more capacity, which again kind of builds into all those. So I'm just curious as to kind of how far the community sees the development wanting to go to see.
Well, I think, again, just going back to the plan, until those plans are changed, and I mean, we are concerned also, we have some amazing, beautiful storefronts, and there are some buildings, little mini malls, that might be torn down in the near future. We would really love to see a continuation of the beauty that is there right now. And it's just as we mentioned before, or as I mentioned before, we're certainly not against densification or against change, but we are concerned about when we have plans, the impact on the community, rezoning, height, and all of those kinds of things. We will be also talking about the traffic concerns, because that's a very brand new school that's just going up very fast, right across the street from there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Flegel.
Thanks and welcome. In your survey or your ask of those businesses, did you ask them how they would feel about having 20 to 50 people living a block away, maybe using their stores?
No.
Okay. Just wondering, because that would be something probably positive, right?
Well, it certainly could be. That was not what we were asking.
Okay. The other thing is, your group is there about a new plan, a different plan, but did you take into fact cost to do that and the lost revenue, and how does the developer come up with the lost revenue to pay his bills?
Well, I guess the thing is that initially, back in September, when the plan was presented at the Cathedral Area Community Association, one of our members did talk to the developer and was asked, okay, if you couldn't do 4 stories, would you do 3? And he says, yes, I'd consider it. If you couldn't do 3, would you do less than that? He says, well, if I couldn't do 3, I would just sort of redevelop what's there. Now, in terms of what's currently there, there is 4 little businesses underneath there, and there's 5 residences on top. So even if you change it, if you move it from 4 stories to 3, instead of 29 and have 20 residences, you're still multiplying, quite a bit of what is there. I know the initial plan also was underground parking, and that was, too costly. But I do think, and our group certainly agrees, that with 3 stories, that would prevent any necessity for rezoning, which could save the house, which would not go against the community plan and the cathedral plan. So we see that as a way of still for the developer getting a lot more revenue than what he has right now, a lot more people living where there is right now, and meanwhile not ripping down housing stock for parking lots.
Thank you. And the previous letter, the first letter written, said, are you aware of this as your group, that the owner supposedly is moving to Kelowna?
I think that was initially where we had first heard that.
Because that's the first I've heard it.
Okay.
I just wondered. I wasn't aware of that fact, but okay.
Okay.
And then I guess what I'm concerned with is that the concern seems to be the house, because you're going to knock it down for a parking lot, or the gentleman or lady and gentleman that own the place today could knock it down and do nothing with it, and that has there's nothing in there. Somebody could buy the house next to you, knock it down, leave it as a vacant lot. The issue becomes the parking lot. So are we talking about a parking lot? Are we talking about knocking down an old house? Are we talking about losing some character in Cathedral? Which one are we talking about today?
All of the above.
All of the above.
So I think we are looking at, as we said, having 3 stories would preclude having to rezone the house. Okay, so there is that concern. Also, as I said, rezoning housing stock, I think that's a slippery slope, and that's why we're against spot zoning. So we are concerned about that also. And the height, as we say, if it's 3 stories, then you don't have to even look at, trying to rezone and rip down that house.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Other questions? I have one, and it relates to you call it a compromise or a suggestion for the site, both for the building and for the home. Is your group looking at this as the absolute, what it must be, or if there was a discussion with the developer to get a hybrid of some fashion, some compromise between your group's position and the developer's position? Is there, or is it really a rigid, it must be this way?
Well, I think initially even coming to the idea of a 3-story for us was a big compromise. There were some people from our group would prefer that it just remain at 2 stories, so there was different discussion there, but we thought, how can we get a compromise where it still could be beneficial to the developer, but also would be beneficial to the community and also preclude any rezoning. So I think there was that combination of things. We have, as I mentioned, there was the original event at the Cathedral Area Community Association with the developer's plan. There was, a community of group getting together also at Cathedral to talk about their concerns, and as mentioned earlier, a lot of the surveys and things like that. So at this point, that was sort of what we thought was a very good, what we've come up with was a very good compromise.
But beyond that, would there be an appetite for some other discussions if possible?
Well, we'd have to see, what could be presented. But again, we have our major concerns.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If there's no other questions, you can return to the gallery, and thank you very much for your answering questions. We will go to the next delegation. It's Molly Moss. Molly Moss. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Your Worship and members of Council, my name is Molly Moss. I ask you to refer to the photo attachment in my submission as I speak to you today. From my submission, I've pulled the issues of size and mass impact to present in my 5 minutes, as they have relevance to Section 56 of the Planning and Development Act, recompatibility with surrounding development. The mass impact of this development is too great due to height, design, and placement on the lot. The property zoning does not support the use to which this land will be put without rezoning to accommodate the proposal. We agree that densification is important. We support this on the site as well as a new building in our compromise plan. But densifying developments should be sympathetic rather than discordant in scale and design with their neighbors. We feel this proposal does not meet these criteria. If the site were developed slightly differently, it could be profitable and enhance the streetscape, thus being better for local residents, business, and real estate long range. Why do we feel this project will not accomplish these goals? 12.93 meters.
Press the button. Press the button again. Just press the button.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's no setback. It flanks the lowest rise area of our neighborhood. This poses a problem. Pages 1 and 2 of my photo attachment show 4 other apartments, the library, and new school plans. None are as tall as this building. Their mass impact is less due to setbacks of 15 to 60 feet and first floors set below ground level. The top 20% of 4 of 6 of these is sloped roofing, which reduces mass impact. The school uses changes in roof levels. In 3 instances, top floors are under the sloped roofs. The smaller brick apartment shown is 2 1/2, not 3 stories as stated, due to the subground level of the first floor. It's not even as tall as the adjacent 2 1/2 story house. The former convent totals less than 4 stories, as the first floor is below ground, and the top floor is composed of attic suites under the mansard roof. It has a 35-foot landscape setback and is surrounded by park. There are no parking problems, no shadow impact problems, no dwarfing effect on the buildings along the block. The school is 5 meters high to 9 meters high, closest to 13th Avenue, with a setback of about 60 feet. And the 10.6-meter glass tunnel is set back about 90 feet and is almost a story shorter than the proposed building. Size comparison to buildings neighboring this project in the city planning report present an incomplete picture. There is a graph in the submission by Ms. Ulmer that shows the height contrast with the 2 closest buildings. The height of the buildings along the north side of 13th, Argyle and Elphinstone, is between 4 and 9.7 meters, most being much closer to 4. This can easily be verified by looking at the attached photo. The city report compared the project to only the house to the north of the particular proposal. Though 13th Avenue needs a facelift, there is a wonderful color to the streetscape, which is part of what makes our area unique. This was recognized as worth preserving in the Cathedral Neighborhood Plan. This form of building does not promote a creative face on 13th. I will briefly refer to the second way in which this building is not compatible, also related to its height. It is not compatible in its proposed use. Yes, it meets.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it meets intensification goals, but it is more intensification than the site can bear. Hence the neighbors' concern with the 4 stories of 15 balconies overlooking their yards about 30 feet from the fence, parking lot noise, pollution, and safety issues. Hence the developer's request to rezone 2064 and the community's concern with child safety. If council feels the proposal is not compatible with development in the area because of 1, inappropriate mass impact, 2, unresolved density-related parking difficulties, and 3, the rezoning of 2064 for a parking lot, Section 56 of the Planning and Development Act makes it clear the city may turn down the proposal. There is also our compromise proposal of 3 stories. If this is not feasible in your eyes, we ask you to deny this proposal until after the new zoning regulations come down, and preferably until after the new community plan is ratified. This will allow residents to be much better informed and to have meaningful input into neighborhood development policy and regulations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That's good. Just in time. Okay, questions of the delegation? Councilor Fraser.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation.
Thank you.
How many people do you think you've interacted with through
How
your...
many?
Sorry, through your... You've been involved with this for a long time.
Since September.
Sure. And how many people do you think you've talked to across the neighborhood?
How many people are...
How many people do you think you've had a conversation with about this across the neighborhood?
Well, conversations. Lots of conversations, probably 100. But I think what's more meaningful is what's documented.
Sure.
The surveys that were sent into the city, that was not our survey. That's documented. Our house-to-house survey is documented. If you look in the appendixes under Ms. Ulmer's presentation, you'll find out exactly how many people were at their doors on the days that was done. You'll find out how many people wrote into the city, which was over 70. Over 70% of people are consistently opposed, no matter which of the survey information bits you look at. And I think documenting is important, not just saying, oh, I talked to my neighbors or I met somebody at the market. I think you have to document if you're talking to people.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other speakers? Other questions? Thank you very much. You were very informative.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is D16-66. Brendan Niscala and Barbara Cahan. I hope I got that right. If not, I'm sure you'll correct me. You can state who you are for the record. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My name is Brendan Niscala, and I'm a long-term resident of the Cathedral neighborhood, as is my daughter and my granddaughter. My colleague, Barbara Cahan, couldn't be here tonight, but she also lives in the cathedral and has, we've both, I think, probably lived here over 30 years each. As long-term residents of the cathedral neighborhood, we care deeply, of course, about the community now and in the future. And we care about what the characteristics are that contribute to a high quality of life for its members. For this reason, we would hope that the City Council will support the compromise proposal outlined by other delegates. This compromise proposal will achieve the official community plan compatible goals of appropriate intensification and revitalization and have far fewer negative impacts. We argue that increasing density must be done responsibly, taking into account a number of factors to ensure that the results are as positive as possible. A key component of the compromise proposal is reducing the building's height from 4 to 3 stories, which raises the question of viability. We are fully confident that 3 stories is financially viable for the developer for 2 reasons. First, the developer has indicated it is viable. When asked at the September open house at the Cathedral Area Community Association what he would do if the city approved 3 but not 4 stories, the developer responded that he would still build. The proposal at that point still included underground parking, which turned out to be more expensive than the developer wanted to go ahead with. So his current proposal now only includes above-ground parking. Second, several people involved in development work have said that 3 stories would be viable if costs such as underground parking were cut. An example of a successful 3-story mixed-use development is Canterbury Commons at Broad Street and Baden Boulevard. We firmly believe that the compromise proposal will provide a win-win-win situation, whereas the developer's proposal will result in a loss for the community and a loss for the city of Regina as a whole. A win only for the developer. Cathedral community and the city of Regina as a whole are inextricably linked in this instance. A loss for one is a loss for the other. The developer's proposal clearly contradicts the OCP as it requires an actual rezoning and amendment of the OCP's Part B6. Part B6 is very forceful on the point of not wanting further encroachment on the commercial area into the residential area, which unfortunately is exactly what this rezoning would do. The rezoning is a major change in policy direction, one which the community at the time of the neighborhood plan's creation did not agree with, a change which members of the current community reject today. If we want a city that is highly livable for the residents of its neighborhoods, it is key to involve residents from the very beginning of the decision-making process. Community input and constructive, respective response to that input is critical. It makes a difference between us cheering for the resulting proposal or severely critiquing it. In this instance, almost a year after the proposed development was announced, the developer's proposal has not changed in response to community development. We are grateful for the Planning Commission's thoughtful responses to community concerns and our compromise proposal, and we look forward to City Council's constructive and respectful response to both our concerns and the proposal. Interactions with this community will continue as our neighborhood changes, renews, and grows, and as our community plan is renewed as well, of course. We anticipate and have faith in your wise leadership in this issue and in the many to come. For now, we are hopeful that the city will reject the developer's proposal and support the compromise proposal in the spirit of promoting a win-win-win situation rather than a win-lose-lose situation. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? You've been very clear. Oh, Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm interested in, as my previous questions indicated, what discussions, if any, there were around the compromise proposal. You referred to a September meeting. I'm guessing that's last September?
That was when this when the plan, the developer's plan was first presented to it was an open house, I think it was called. I can't remember what it was called, but it was done through the administration of the city.
And at that meeting, the 4-story proposal was presented and the 3-story proposal was presented?
No. At that point, the 4-story proposal that was the very first time, as I understand it, as I recall, that 4-story proposal was presented to the community. And then the community had an opportunity to discuss what they thought of that proposal. And so at the planning commission level, the community brought forward an alternate proposal. And in the first planning commission meeting, the developer was sent back to reconsider whether he could do something, and the administration was asked to relook at it again. And that would help with the problem with the parking, and that would help with the problem with the rezoning. When they came back, they indicated they decided not to make any changes to their proposal at all. So that would be the second time that this issue came to the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. No other questions? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for answering questions, and we'll go to delegation number 67, Pam LaBelle. Ms. LaBelle, if you could state your name for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening. My name is Pamela LaBelle, and I have lived at 2253 Elphinstone Street for 38 years. I'm a retired teacher, and I'm concerned about the safety of children. I believe this project will pose dangers for them. In May, a discussion was held at this council meeting regarding reestablishing a school zone safety committee. Terry Lazaro of the Regina Public School Board has expressed concerns about parking and cars blocking sight lines, as well as zones where high speeds are a concern. Twyla West from Regina Catholic Schools has expressed concerns about drivers and children paying attention to each other. Most particularly, in her words, children often dart across a road instead of using crosswalks. These concerns apply when one is considering building a 4-story apartment block with 31 dedicated parking stalls, and who knows how many guests and customers with cars needing parking, across from a school that will also have parking lots and parents dropping off and collecting children. Even more worrisome, 9 of the dedicated stalls will be backing onto an alley where children ride their bikes, play street hockey, and just generally play tag or run about. These cars will then exit onto the already busy 13th Avenue across from the school's new parking lot. Hopefully, they will not be trying to turn east, blocking the sidewalk even longer. The other 22 cars will be exiting onto Elphinstone Street, an exit made possible by removing 2 of the elm trees that grace our neighborhood. Hopefully, these cars will not try going north and blocking the sidewalk even longer. It will be the second exit onto Elphinstone on this block, as the east-west alley is 8 houses north of the exit, the proposed exit. Logically, these cars will be leaving their stalls in the morning peak hours. It's also when children will be walking to school. In the late afternoon, the rush hour traffic is often backed up 2 or 3 blocks. This will get even worse when the 91 apartment units on Albert Street are in play. One survey respondent said, from a civil engineering stance, a parking lot next to a busy intersection doesn't make sense. The school parking lot is necessary. Adding another will compound the problems. 85% of the respondents to the surveys expressed concerns about the safety of children. 13th and Elphinstone is a congested corner already. There are numerous parking restrictions in place. No parking on Elphinstone East in the morning and on the west in the afternoon to accommodate traffic going to and from the downtown core. 3 bus stops within a block radius, a loading zone at the library and at the school. There is already a problem with parking, and it'll get worse if this project moves forward. A sidewalk blocked by a moving car is a dangerous obstacle, and if the driver is focused on getting into the flow, accidents do happen. Yes, there are lights on that corner, but many people will tell you about near misses with people speeding through red lights or turning corners seemingly oblivious to the pedestrians, whether tall adults or short little children.
Ms. Lavelle, you have 1 minute.
Children are often distracted. They see a friend, a cat, a squirrel, and that grabs their attention. Or they're fighting the wind, a rainstorm, or freezing temperatures and focus only on getting to their destination. Adding congestion to this corner increases the potential of an accident involving a child. I do not want to see a 4-story complex built on the corner. I could reluctantly accept a 3-story building. However, ideally, this corner is large enough to support a complex of 2-story townhouse condominiums, which would provide homes for families who would choose to live and participate in the Cathedral Village. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of this issue.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Right on time. Any questions of the delegation? You're very clear. Thank you very much. Our next delegation, 16-68, is Jane Antweiler. If you'd come forward and identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'm Carol Olson, and I'm representing Jane Antweiler, who wasn't able to be here tonight. Okay. And I have her presentation. I have a brief statement I'd really like to say at the end, because I lived in that area for 20 years, right around that corner. Okay, I'll see if I should have time for it.
Under 5 minutes, you can do it, yes.
Thank you, and members of City Council, thank you. I'd like, these are Jane's words. I would like to raise the issue of making exceptions and setting precedents and the inherent danger in doing so. Regina has an official community plan. It took a great deal of effort to create this plan. It was many months, maybe years in the planning, had lots of consultation with the residents of Regina and city administration, many revisions, and probably some expensive expert help. It was hard slogging, but the end result was well worth it, as it reflected our vision for the city of Regina and who we want to be. There's also the Cathedral Neighborhood Plan. It was also years in the making, and the Cathedral Area Community Association put a lot of thought into it and asked and received input from the people who live in the neighborhood. Some call our area a character neighborhood or a community within a community. This is what most cities work hard to achieve, and Regina has already accomplished it in the Cathedral area. It is a good thing, something the city of Regina can be proud of, and it should not be undermined. These two plans include zoning restrictions that support the plans and regulate what can and cannot be built or how it is built. Yes, both these plans need to be updated. No, they should not be disregarded until new plans are in place. Of course, some exceptions have to be made for practical or safety reasons. Neither reason applies in this case. Plans can be changed in two ways, either with thought of the overall outcome of the whole, or by many tiny cuts that destroy the fabric that was so carefully constructed. The danger in making exceptions to the zoning rules and overall design is that each time a change is made, it becomes easier to do it again. A precedent has been set. How can you deny the next request that comes along without appearing to play favorites? If you have a really good reason for making an exception, then it is easily justified and explained. If there is not a really good reason and an exception is made, then you have weakened the entire fabric and it will fall apart. Your credibility is destroyed and residents become cynical. The owners of the property under discussion want to build a 4-story building that many residents feel would be out of place at this particular location. You consulted us. We gave you our opinions. The majority consulted do not want it. In order to provide enough parking, they would like to tear down the house next door to provide that parking. Apparently, the owner wants to make a profit so he and his wife can retire. I'd like to say that in reply that the Cathedral area neighborhood was not designed to be their retirement fund. I respectfully ask you to stand by your carefully designed plans and turn down the proposal. Thank you. That was from Jane Antweiler.
Thank you.
And what I'd like to say briefly, if I can.
2 minutes to do.
Okay. I'd like to add a brief comment from myself, Carol Olson, as a person who lived about a half a block from this corner for over 20 years. Right now, I'm retired, and I currently operate a seasonal business in Trinidad, Cuba. And Trinidad is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, mostly because of its architectural beauty. Thousands of people from all over the world come to Trinidad each year to stay in what we have as a licensed casa particular, bed and breakfast in private homes, most of which are 200, 300, and 400-year-old buildings. Our home there is just 15 years old. When we applied for zoning approval to build a second floor for casa rooms, we had to meet very strict bylaws, primarily so our addition would preserve the historical character and integrity of the city. There's many other cities who have upheld height guidelines so that the architectural integrity of the neighborhood or city is not compromised. Palm Springs, California, Boulder, Colorado, Puerto Escondido, Mexico are some of many examples. If Regina can respond to developments in areas such as the Cathedral area that support the business of art and promote development that reflects the unique character of the neighborhood, then we are on our way to perhaps not a World Heritage Site yet, but a growing city who is proud to show off itself to the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your two presentations. Any questions of the delegation? Right on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
The next delegation is 16-69, Jeannie Ma. Ms. Ma, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Ma, and I'm speaking as a citizen of Regina. I was very happy to see in the July 7th Regina Planning Commission paper that a solution had been proposed. In response to the motion of April 20th, 2016, the applicant submitted revised plans for review, which removed the property at 2064 Elphinstone Street from the proposal. Well done. Plan Appendix C, with parking reduced from 29 to 15 spots, is justified within the OCP, which directs the city to, quote, adopt approaches to parking standards management that encourages multimodal transportation options, which I assume means that not every apartment would need its own parking space. Bylaws should be changed according to the current needs and conditions. Because the city is encouraging density now, this makes sense. It's a brilliant solution. With fewer parking spaces, a 2.5-story, 103-year-old character house can be saved from demolition, thus adhering to Design Regina official community plan to, quote, maintain and regenerate the existing housing stock. With this solution, there's no need to amend the OCP or to change the zoning of the Cathedral Area Neighborhood Plan. In April, the owner said that some of his present tenants do not have cars, and this indeed is one of the pleasures of living downtown, to be able to walk or cycle to work. Many people now choose not to own a car for economic and ecological reasons. I would like to thank the forward-thinking Councillor Fraser for his suggestion that one parking space could be a car share space to serve the neighborhood. Regina Car Share now has 2 cars in 2 locations, one in City Hall Parkade and the other at 12th and Broad. Considering the City of Regina's plans for urban densification, a car share in this location would be an attractive yet practical selling point. I asked Regina Car Share about this, who replied, Regina Car Share would be open to providing service at this location. One at Elphinstone would be useful for our fleet. It's close to several of our current members. I would go further to say that ideally, an electric car with a solar-powered charging station would be the way to go. On this issue, what green structural elements will be used in this new building? Will there be solar panels on the roof, as we have seen in the very successful solar co-op at 220 20th Street in Saskatoon? Will there be anything? As for height, it seems strange that Connaught School across the street could not be more than 2 stories. And yes, Sacred Heart is 4 stories, but it's well set back from the street with a lawn, and 1 floor is a basement, as is the Mayfair. The beautiful houses of Cathedral Neighborhood should not be allowed to disappear one by one. The owner and city advisors have insisted that this is not a heritage house, but this is not the point. This is a character house, meaning, like its neighbors, it was built in the early 20th century with a similar palette of materials. This house fits into its neighborhood. Because each house is in harmony in size, materials, height, alignment, the streetscape gives us contentment. The unity of urban design pleases the eye as it speaks of our history. During Design Regina, we had discussed the benefits of urban density, that it's cheaper and more ecological to use the infrastructure which already exists, and that
Ms. Ma, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Alternative modes of transportation will create a happier, dynamic, and more walkable city. I'm all for density, but density should not assume that we must be dense with cars. Density should not force the destruction of a historic 103-year-old house in good condition to allow for 9 surface parking spaces. The official community plan encourages the protection of the built environment. Densification should be encouraged, but the city must adhere to its own urban planning guide. The greenest building is one that already exists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ma, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Thank you. You can return to the gallery. Okay, we'll move on to the next delegation, D16-70, Susan Field. Ms. Field, if you could identify yourself for the record, your name, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well. The members of council may have questions afterwards.
Hello and good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Fugere, and members of the council. My name is Susan Field, and I'm relatively new to Regina. I have lived in the cathedral area only 4 years. I have 2 dogs, a magnificent golden retriever and a fabulous black lab that have made me walk most of the streets in Cathedral. However, today, having listened to Abby Allner speak, I feel I need to amend my presentation. I have to admit, I did get the impression from talking to people in Cathedral that the Protect the Cathedral Neighborhood Group was a long-standing group, not just recently formed. However, having said that, I did go to the July 7th meeting of the Regina Planning Commission, and I heard 2 facts that I thought, although I applaud the group's passion for our area, I found their statements misleading. So I heard at that July 7th meeting that 71% of the cathedral residents are against the development, the corner of 13th and Elphinstone Street. And I thought to myself, wow, that is a lot of cathedral residents. And I thought, what is this developer thinking if 71% of the residents are against it? And then one of the city planning committee councilors asked the woman who was speaking how many people responded to the survey to get that number. And the woman replied, 40 people. So I thought I would do some math. If there's 7,000 residents in Cathedral and 40 people responded, then that percentage is 0.57%. So, you know, and I clarified with other people there, is that what I heard? And they said, yeah. So that would be 71% of 0.5% of the responders are against the survey. And then I also heard at that July 7th meeting that the house for rezoning at 2064 Elphinstone Street is a heritage house. And I was curious about the qualifications to be designated a heritage house. So I visited City Hall and I inquired, what does it take to be a heritage house? And apparently this house is not a heritage house. But I heard tonight that it's a character house. And you know, I own 2 homes. I did own 2 homes in Cathedral. One of them, which I did tear down last summer, I would say it was a character house. It looked very nice from the outside. It was built in 1918. However, upon inspection, it had toxic black mold in the basement and up the walls, and it also had structural issues. And it was deemed unfit to live in, so I did tear it down. I I think the owners of 2064 Elphinstone Street should be the ones to decide the fate of the house, not the neighbors nor the present renter who is in the house. I also then decided to, because I didn't know enough about the area, I decided to talk to a few neighbors and a few businesses that I know because I frequent them, to ask them their opinion. And I know we heard tonight that when they went to get when they talked to the 10 or 12 businesses, that they were just asking for an X, or they weren't asking for signatures. However, one of the business owners I spoke to, she did feel intimidated and pressured, and this is how she felt. She felt intimidated and pressured by a member of this group trying to get their X or their signatures on the development on the corner of 13th and Elphinstone. I also spoke to 2 other businesses. They did not want to comment on the proposal at all because they felt that there might be some negative repercussions for their businesses if they were to comment. You know, in summary, I just wonder what other information from this group might not be entirely true. And I just wonder who this group is accountable to respect my rights as a homeowner when I rebuild my house, and I might tear down the other one and rebuild also. As for the proposed development and rezoning of 2064 Elphinstone Street, I'm in favor of both. Good luck to the developers.
Thank you very much. There may be some questions from members of council. Any questions? Councillor Bryce.
I just wanted to clarify. So you're in favor of tearing this house down if that's what and having a parking lot there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. The next delegation is D 16-71, Ken Collat. I hope I got that right. And for the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
I'm Ken Collat. I'm glad you turned the microphones up because it was a little hard. The acoustics in here aren't particularly good, and I'm not the only one who noticed that. My wife and I, Maureen, bought the house we own at 3134 13th Avenue in early 1977. We have not lived there, but we care for it very, very much. We are not members of the Cathedral Neighborhood Association, nor any particular interest group. The property we own is house form commercial, and so that we rent it as commercial property. Our building is one of the 5 tall houses directly across from Holy Rosary Cathedral. Longtime Regina people used to call those 5 houses the 5 Sisters. 2 of them have very, very historic importance, having been associated with being the founding location of the Jesuit brothers in Regina when they founded Campion College. These houses were built in 1912 and 13 while Holy Rosary was under construction. The house form designation that they currently hold came about following extensive meetings with city planners and the Cathedral Neighborhood Association. At the time, the guidelines for changes in zoning were very stringent in order to keep the cathedral area a cohesive, inviting living space. The cathedral area, as you know, is unique in our city. It's the envy, I think, of other parts of the city. It is a wonderful mix of housing for seniors, housing for middle income, pretty good classy housing, and housing which is subsidized. Small businesses, educational facilities, churches. It's a vibrant, desirable neighborhood because of the concerned and empowered members of the community who choose to live there and work there. The long-standing community association has been dedicated, conscientious, and proactive. And I decided to add, I didn't put this in my original script, they were sometimes frustrating to deal with when I dealt with permits and City Hall, but City Hall was very, very supportive and explanatory. The Cathedral Arts Festival is a perfect example of how this vital community works together in this exuberant expression of spirit. And as I said, there is nothing like it in Regina. Traffic flow on 13th Avenue is another area and a major area of concern for both residents and businesses. In the last 25, 30 years, the traffic has increased dramatically because Victoria Avenue no longer carries traffic to Pasqua. 13th Avenue goes through to the Louvain. So it's become an east-west artery. Also, that corner of 13th and Elphinstone is going to get increased traffic with the development of and the opening of the new football stadium. Parking and congestion on side streets and on 13th Avenue are a problem as population increases and as parking costs in the downtown core area force vehicles to park in our area. The proposed development on 13th and Elphinstone, which is the subject of this meeting, presents several problems. First is the request to relax parking restrictions for residential tenants. The second is the need for off-the-street parking for people who run the proposed businesses.
You have 1 minute left in your
That's
presentation
fine,
time.
And the third is the request to extend the commercial zoning on Elphinstone Street. Finally, the request to build a 4-story building that's architecturally inconsistent with the area presents some aesthetic problems. The only building of similar height, as one of the former speakers mentioned, is the Sacred Heart Academy building on the 3200 block Elphinstone. Perhaps the most serious impact of increased traffic on that corner will be the danger that it presents to the young people when it reduces the sight lines and increases the volume of traffic. We have school children there. We have families who go to the library, as well as going to and from work. In conclusion, I have strong concerns about supporting the proposed changes for 3504 as they now stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There may be questions from members of council. Oh, I think you made yourself perfectly clear. Thank you very much. The next delegation, the 16-72, is Gary Robbins, and that's not Gary Robbins coming forward.
Hello, my name is Shirley Dixon. I've lived in the Cathedral area for 35 years. I'm here representing Gary Robbins, who has written this letter. Your Worship and members of City Council, I am a 36-year resident of the Cathedral neighborhood, including 27 years as a homeowner on Montague Street, around the corner from this proposed development. I currently reside on Garnet Street, about 4 blocks from Elphinstone and 13th. I am presenting today on behalf of myself and my family, including my 12-year-old grandson, who will be a student at the new Connaught Community School when construction is completed 1 year from now. I think I can safely and accurately state that I am also speaking for dozens of neighbors and friends who have voiced similar concerns and who have commented to me positively about the issues I have raised at the Planning Commission meetings in April and earlier this month. I attended the city's open house on this proposal last September. I did not deliberately plan to attend. My partner, our grandson, and I were simply walking home from dinner when we encountered the open house sign in front of the Cathedral Neighborhood Center. We spent about 45 minutes there looking at the plans, talking with city officials, and with neighbors who had also come to learn about the proposal. We left comments. I noted that I felt the building was too big for that location, and that the increased traffic at the intersection from the new residents and businesses would pose a safety risk to the hundreds of children attending school right across the street. Our grandson expressed his own views as well. He thought the building should be 2 stories with a green roof. I can only applaud that kind of progressive and innovative thinking. Over the next several months, I did receive notices from the city about the public feedback and supposed adjustments to the plan. I didn't follow it closely, but I did wonder why the proposed development did not appear to be acknowledging or acting on that feedback. There were no substantive changes to my mind. Consequently, I decided to attend and make a presentation to the April Planning Commission meeting. I brought my grandson along because he was still interested in the proposal and in the process. My primary concerns at that time were the size of the building and the dangers of increasing traffic at an already busy intersection right across the street from an elementary school. I also listened to other presentations and learned a lot from them. I certainly acknowledge the need for new housing in the city and in our neighborhood, but had to wonder why a housing development going up right across the street from a school would make no provisions for family occupancy, particularly single-parent families. This seemed to me to be more than short-sighted. This is arrogant neglect. I also made a point of noting the relative size of other apartment buildings around town and how they fit in with their neighborhood. Many of them do fit in well. There are anomalies, but far and away the most prevalent apartment building size is 3 stories. Sure, there are bigger ones, not far away, over by Albert Street, but they do not impose on the residential character and feel of the neighborhood the way this proposal would. Appropriate development and appropriate housing are about more than height restrictions or parking stalls or tearing down a 100-year-old house. They are about strengthening the community and enhancing our quality of life, and that's where this proposal falls short. When I was informed by the city last month that the developer was going back to his original proposer, I was truly dismayed. Was the developer taking the planning process seriously, or just trying
1 minute left on your time?
to wait it out? Yes, at one point he had suggested minor adjustments to the number of parking spaces, to the number of commercial spaces, the number of apartments. But was he really negotiating good faith, or, to paraphrase an old metaphor, simply shuffling the deck chairs? And I have to say I was further bothered by the city administration's recommendations to accept the original proposal, which the Planning Commission had early rejected. I started to wonder who was working for who. No community plan is without shortcomings, and as the world and our city change, so must our vision and its safeguards. Our Planning Commission and our City Council can interpret these policies and guidelines, but this must always be done with the interests of the community in mind. This is an essential component of representative democracy. It reminds us to do the right thing. So I wonder what happened in the city administration's report.
Ms. Dixon, I'm going to have to stop you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have to give everybody
All
5
right.
minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I do apologize, but I have to follow the rules too. So,
All right.
Other questions of the delegation? Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Do you have anything else to add? Thanks.
Pardon me?
Do you have anything else to add?
Oh, okay, so here we have a proposal that's been rejected by the Community Association and by the Connaught School Parents Association, and rejected twice by the City Planning Commission. Notwithstanding the additional concerns raised by local residents and other organizations, I think your choice is clear. It's a nice enough looking building, but this is not the place to build it. So let me, Gary, make himself clear in urging council members, and in particular my own councillor, Sean Fraser, to reject this proposal. Do something better. And thank you for letting me continue.
Are you glad you asked the question? Any other questions? Could have got a dangerous answer coming back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's good. Our next delegation is D16-73, Teresa Walter. Ms. Walter, for the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Okay, all right. Good evening, Your Worship, and members of City Council, Cathedral community members, and the general public. My name is Teresa Walter, and I am the president of the Cathedral Area Community Association, also known as CACA. The association speaks on behalf of the community on issues that affect our neighborhood. Today, we are here to voice our opinion about this proposal. The board of the Cathedral Area Community Association opposes this building proposal, which seeks exceptions and asks for an amendment to the official community plan, a zoning amendment, and discretionary use applications for the following reasons. The first reason is the proposal goes against two neighborhood plans. The first is the Cathedral Area Neighborhood Plan, CMP, developed in the 80s and the guiding force for development in the Cathedral neighborhood. It is also part of the most recent and second plan, the official community plan. Both plans were developed with many interested groups and stakeholders over a number of years. The CMP states as policy objectives to ensure that commercial development occurs in a manner which is compatible with adjacent residential areas, and to encourage the consolidation of the existing commercial area and to prevent further commercial encroachment along 13th Avenue and into abutting residential areas. The recommendations at that time was that the existing shopping district zoned LC3 and LC1 be recognized. No extension of the commercial area should be permitted along 13th Avenue or in the adjacent residential area. These policies were set up a long time ago to prevent commercial encroachment. The rules are quite clear when it comes to commercial development in the residential zoned areas of the neighborhood. This proposal is asking for an exception to these rules. My question to you as councillors is this: why do we set rules and have community plans that have taken considerable time and money to create and implement, to turn around and consider breaking them on a case-by-case basis by accepting proposals that go against clearly stated rules and bylaws? These plans were set up for a reason: to protect our neighborhoods. The zoning bylaw and the CMP both state and use the terms integrate, compatible, and complementary in terms of how new builds should be incorporated into the community. This is not how the community sees this proposal, based on height, bulk, and design. As stated in the OCP, height and bulk. The height of a proposed development should relate to the individual neighborhood character and the height and scale of adjacent buildings to avoid an overwhelming or dominating appearance of new structures. The building footprint is too large and will not blend in with its surroundings. The red meat wagon across the back lane to the west is 4.7 meters and will be dwarfed by this building. Connaught Library is 10.67. While there are flat roofs in the neighborhood, they are 2 to 3 stories and quite a lot smaller than this 110-foot-long building. This large square box is what will greet the public whether they are walking, biking, or driving as they head west on 13th. Across the street, the new school's building is shorter at 10.5. The new school has a very large setback compared to this proposal. City administration has approved this proposal. They state that it is consistent with the OCP in the area of developing complete neighborhoods, employment, and housing goals. To reach housing goals and encourage densification in the neighborhood, an area has been identified between Victoria Avenue and the CPR tracks and Elphinstone and Albert Streets. This proposed development lies outside this area and cannot benefit from new intensification guidelines such as reduced parking requirements. This is where a build of this size at 12.93 meters should be, not at the pivotal corner of the entrance to the residential zone at 13th and Elphinstone. The community does not feel it will positively enhance this intersection as stated by the administration. CACA is not anti-development. In recent years, CACA has given support to a number of projects of varying sizes, such as a large condo apartment at 2255 Angus, apartment project 1936 Cameron, and the 90-unit townhouse at 2200 Edward Street. CACA is not opposed to increased density as long as it fits into the neighborhood and does not create hardship for the existing community. CACA will not support rezoning of 2064 Elphinstone, the tearing down of good family-sized housing stock in the residential zone for a parking lot. CACA believes this proposal could set precedent in terms of opening up out-of-scale buildings in strictly residential zones of the neighborhood. We are quite concerned if this proposal is given the green light. It will open the doors for other projects to come forward that will require similar amendments to either the OCP or the zoning bylaws. Homeowners near the proposed development are concerned about their impact on their quality of life. They fear a loss of privacy, more vehicle traffic and smog, increase in nightlight from security light spillover, and more noise and cars from people. The building will not blend into its surroundings. This building will probably be rented by singles or couples with 1 or 2 cars. These are small units, not family friendly. There will not be enough parking spaces for the tenants, their friends, or the customers. The developer does not want to compromise on the height of the building, which is one huge factor for the community. He has said multiple times when being questioned by RPC that this is his retirement fund and a 3-story is not viable.
Ms. Walters, I'll have to stop you. I'm sorry. It is 5 minutes,
Okay.
and maybe someone will ask you to continue on, but I have to follow the rules. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, too, Mr. Mayor. If you have anything else to add.
Okay.
It depends what she says now, right?
No, I'm not going to say anything about you. No. Why does the community have to compromise? Why can't the two sides meet halfway? The developer has not approached CACA since they came to our board meeting in August 2015 with their proposal. There has been no attempt from the developer to work with CACA. CACA has already stated numerous times that we would accept a 3-story build. This is a compromise from the community and would not need amendments of the OCP or zoning bylaws. Discretionary use lies in your hands as councillors. In conclusion, and as a representative of CACA and the community, the proposed change to this building is not in the best interests of our community, and we fervently ask that you do not approve the request of an amendment of the OCP and a zoning amendment. Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to put forth our ideas and views on this proposal. And if I may just add one more thing, I did send the mayor a letter recently about looking at renewing our cathedral neighborhood plan because, you know, and it's already sort of been discussed, you know, in part in other presentations, but we are offering our assistance to City Hall in any way we can to help initiate a renewal process and to engage residents and gather consensus on issues such as the best way to rezone for commercial development.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions of the delegation? You were very, very clear, and thank you for your information.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to our next delegation. This is Jackie Schmidt and Robert Hubick. If you come forward and identify yourself, who you represent. You have collectively 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My name is Robert Hubick, and I'm the Chair of Heritage Regina, and this is Jackie Schmidt, who is the President. So far, you've heard a number of compelling arguments on why the present application that is before you should not be approved, and we'll pretty much state the same arguments as well. Contrary to what some people may believe, we at Heritage Regina do support development. But we do support, what we do support is development that shows sensitivity to and values the established community, which encourages property appreciation for everyone, not just the developer, and values the quality of life for nearby residences. And let me emphasize, nearby residences. This isn't the Greens on Gardner or the Harbor Landing. This is the Cathedral neighborhood that we talked about. This neighborhood has a distinct character and an identity and a sense of place. It has buildings which are designed and located in the public realm, which contributes to a better neighborhood experience, and it needs to be protected. Heritage Regina, just like previous delegates, does not oppose the demolition of the buildings located at 3500 13th Avenue. But we and many of us do oppose the current height of 4 stories that is being proposed for that location. We also oppose the demolition of the house for 2064 Elphin Street, in essence, just to make room for parking. Our organization, just like everyone else that you heard so far, feels that the new structure that is being proposed is too tall for that portion of the neighborhood. The Cathedral Area Neighborhood Plan shows that Elphinstone Street is where the community transitions from commercial and higher density uses to the east into single-family homes to the west. The community plan also says that the height of a proposed development should relate to the individual neighborhood character and the height and scale of adjacent buildings to avoid an overwhelming or dominating appearance of new structures. By developing a 4-story structure on that corner, it will overwhelm the residential neighborhood to the west and north of its location. Therefore, Heritage Regina feels that a structure that is no more than 3 stories would be ideal for this site. In addition, by reducing the current design to 3 stories, the number of parking stalls required would therefore be reduced. With the reduction of the number of parking stalls, we feel that the house located at 2064 Elphinstone Street would no longer require to be demolished. And let me emphasize that even though this 100-year-old house is not a heritage building, we feel the demolition of yet another character home will further deteriorate the integrity of this neighborhood. The city has already identified the portion of Cathedral area between Elphinstone and Albert Street as the inner city infill area where higher density developments will be encouraged over the coming years. So why are we knocking down houses when there are currently dozens of empty lots in this area just ready for development like these? The 3-story structure will more than satisfy the city's infill requirements by quadrupling the number of units that are currently there. The developer has expressed concern that reducing the scope of the project 3 stories will result in the project not being financially viable. There are several examples of similar projects developed in recent years that are 3 stories or less. For example, the project at 13th Avenue and Edward Street consists of 6 2-story townhouses on a similar-sized lot. There's also the Batham Boulevard project on Broad Street that consists of commercial on main level and 2 stories of residential. It also includes underground parking, which adds extensive costs to the project. If both of these projects are able to provide a good return on their investments, then this project should be able to as well with only 3 stories. Maybe the developer needs to be talking to those groups. Heritage Regina is not opposed to the development of financially viable buildings, but we are against them when it destroys the integrity of our neighborhoods. Some people, including Heritage Regina, believe that the Cathedral Heritage Management Strategy is outdated, but until it is revised, it is a document that still must be followed. A person wouldn't change the rules of the football game partway through the game because they believe they are no longer relevant to today's game. You wait until after the season to review and consult and make sure they get it right. Until then, the rules of the game need to be followed. In this case, the Cathedral Heritage Management Strategy must be followed. The developer has also indicated that he won't be starting his project for at least another 2 years until the economy is improved and the city's vacancy rate has dropped.
Mr. Huber, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Therefore, this project may never go ahead. We may end up with the same situation that exists now on the corner of 13th Avenue and Robinson Street, an empty lot. With this in mind, there is an opportunity to wait until the developer is ready to proceed to ask for approval for this project. This will give the city time to review the Cathedral Heritage Management Strategy with the community and to bring it into the 21st century. Projects like these should not just be rubber stamped because it brings development money into the city. Development should be controlled and show sensitivity to the neighborhood and to the people who live and work in it. There will not be any great ill effects to the city or the neighborhood if this development does not proceed as planned. This is not 1980s or 90s anymore. Therefore, we urge you to deny this request as currently presented and to encourage the property owner to consider alternatives sensitive to the neighborhood. In closing, the City of Regina has agreed to conserve, protect, and support its cultural resources, historic places, civic identity, and intercultural dialogue as important civic elements with broad and meaningful social, economic, and cultural outcomes. It is time this administration and council enforce the official city plan and the Cathedral Heritage Management Strategy and take a stand against bumps like these and honor the time and efforts of individuals who worked on the community plan and the OCP. Decisions you make today will have a profound effect on this portion of the neighborhood well into the future. Therefore, we implore you to be leaders in heritage conservation and stand by the OCP, which you have asked the citizens of Regina to support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and thanks for your presentation. I guess what I'm wondering about firstly is the house. If they knock that house down today and build a duplex, what's Heritage Regina going to do?
I guess we'll cross our road when it comes, but I don't think he'll tear it down. I mean, that would make financial sense in my mind. It's just leaving it to park.
He's already said that building is coming down either way. So what would Heritage Regina do if that, not if, when that day comes, sooner than later, what would your organization be wanting to do about that?
Well, I can't speak for the rest of the board, but in my opinion, I would think I would question what exactly he's going to be putting up there. Would it fit with the neighborhood? Houses are being knocked down in the neighborhood, reluctantly being knocked down in the neighborhood all the time, and houses are being put up. At least they're building something that fits within the current neighborhood already. This 4-story structure does not fit there, and that's what our argument is, right? So we would reluctantly, we would stand up against it and hope that that would not be the case. But at least if they did tear it down and they actually put something there that actually fit with the neighborhood, then I guess it's a win-win for everybody, I guess.
If I could through you, is Heritage in the rental business?
We are in the rental business? No, we're not.
Okay. The reason I asked that is because you made a comment about the corner of Broad and Batham Street, and if they can make it work, these guys should too. Do you understand that there's condos in there that are sold for $300,000 to $400,000 a piece, not rentals?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's my point. So maybe he needs to look at condos instead of rentals if he wants to make financial sense of it.
Order.
I mean, there are alternatives. I mean, and he doesn't seem to be appeared to look at anything.
So the people of the community are asking for rental programs and could help because there's always been a group of people here that come and say they're building these places but they're not affordable for some people. This developer is telling us that they will be affordable for a lot of people, and now you're saying they should build condos instead.
I'm not saying he has to build condos. He can do whatever he needs to do to make it his business
Okay,
financial.
I just
That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to clarify your status on this.
Order.
Yeah.
We're getting close to a debate here, and that's not the purpose. It's simply to ask questions.
I'm
for both sides.
strictly trying to figure out
Councillor Flagel?
why you're here today when it's not a heritage property. It isn't, and it isn't. I'm trying to figure out why. You haven't really said, other than throw things out to us, but you haven't said why Heritage Regina is here specifically.
Because it doesn't meet with the cathedral neighborhood vision for that neighborhood. That's what it doesn't meet.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. Are you here as members of the community?
We're here as members of Heritage Regina and its members.
Thank you.
And sorry, and I'm a community member. Okay, I live in the cathedral neighborhood, et cetera.
Thank you. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Moving on, our next delegation, D 16-75, Patricia Elliott. This is not Patricia Elliott. No way.
Obviously.
Can you identify who you are?
Even without a beard, I'm not Patricia Elliott. My name is David Rosenbluth. I'm a 35-year resident of Cathedral, and I live 4 blocks away from the proposed development. And I'm speaking on behalf of Trish Elliott, who expected to be here, but unfortunately can't be here.
So you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions of what you read afterwards.
Your Worship and members of Council, in your decision-making, I urge councillors to consider very carefully the input of area residents. These are the people who best know the neighbourhood and who will be the ones who must live daily with the outcome. I live 3 streets west of Elphinstone and pass the area at least twice daily, usually more. From this experience, I can attest that it is already a difficult corner for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists alike. More importantly, it concerns me that the development, as proposed, very clearly does not have the support of affected residents and their community representatives. This should mean something to all concerned. In general, Cathedral residents do not oppose every development just because they can. For example, I don't recall hearing much opposition to a proposal for mixed-use commercial residential building at 13th and Retallick, perhaps because the developers were more attentive to the community plan and residents' input. In addition to hearing and acting on the concerns of affected people, I urge Council to consider a simple but important question. So what's the worst that could happen if the developer's request is rejected? The first scenario is that he might agree to compromise and come up with a proposal that meets the neighborhood's planning and zoning guidelines. This isn't a bad scenario. Residents have already suggested a compromise that could be followed. Alternately, the owner could decide to cancel the development if he cannot have his way with it. Again, this is no great tragedy. I recognize the city has set density goals for our neighborhood. However, such goals are more ideally met by making best use, wherever possible, of our existing housing and streetscapes through such things as laneway and basement suites and more modest infill housing. It might take a little longer, but this ultimately is a less disruptive and more plan-conforming path to increased density. Third, the owner could decide to invest in maintaining and revitalizing the existing properties. Properly cared for, they together could make a unique and exciting low-scale commercial corner next to a historic home that could, when the current tenant relocates, be expanded and subdivided into suites, perhaps even with a laneway suite. Fourthly, the owner could decide to sell. Again, no great tragedy. This would offer a chance for a new owner or owners to make a fresh start, either through better maintaining and refurbishing the existing properties, which have interesting potential despite what the current owner may think, or by coming up with a plan that people like and support and that is within existing guidelines and zoning. The owner has already vowed that no matter what, he aims to tear down the century-old house involved, saying the foundation is beyond repair. Having lived in the cathedral area for many years, I'm highly skeptical of this claim. Cathedral homes have their foundations redone all the time. You just have to walk down any street to observe this. I braced my basement and repoured one wall. My neighbors lifted their house and put in a foundation that uses new state-of-the-art technology. My neighbors and I aren't incredibly wealthy people, and indeed it did not require incredible wealth to make these nearly 90-year-old homes sound for many more years to come. Sadly, our streetscapes are lately under stress from developers and speculators who lack regard for that.
You have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Thank you. Which lacks regard for what makes neighborhoods special, and who are not willing to work more creatively and with a little more compromise and a little less belligerence. It is time to start saying no. We, as residents, are quite prepared to live with saying no once in a while, more so than we're prepared to live with saying yes. I'm aware that this council tends to sympathize more often with property developers than with ordinary residents because you have growth on your minds, which is understandable. But please also keep in mind that the consequences of upsetting one owner must be balanced against the real and lasting impacts on many more surrounding property owners, elementary school students, and visitors to Cathedral. So again, I ask you to consider what's the worst that could happen. The worst is likely far more positive than you imagine.
I'm probably going to have to stop you there. I'm sorry, but your 5 minutes are up. Apologize for that. But we know what was going to happen, so we'll
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you have anything else to add.
Okay, well, almost made it. There's one more sentence. The worst is more positive than, likely more positive than you can imagine. From that point, we can then all move on to something that is deserving of a yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much for presenting. Curtis Cameron is the next delegation, D16-76. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Sorry. Oh, let's get rid of that. Cameron Curtis, in that order, apologies. Not Curtis Cameron. And I am a community member. I live directly across the laneway from the proposed abomination. I'd like to thank everyone in the Cathedral area for coming. This is my first time at one of these meetings, and I would like to thank all the City Council members for being here. It's obviously a very long process, and I appreciate all your efforts into helping the city grow. I've lived in the city only for 3 years, and I'm very happy living here and living where I am. I also want to thank people who are absent here. My neighbor, who had their 3 children, the 10-day-old infant who unfortunately had to leave because of the rescheduling. They have a 10-day-old child. My neighbors one door down from me who have 4 children who can't be here because they're a small business owner, and they have to attend to their business till just about now, so as well as their lessons. I'd like to apologize for my children, who I promised I would be home to tuck in about 2.5 hours ago. But I will not be. And I just wanted to talk, I don't have a prepared speech. I just want to talk about a few things that I've heard tonight. As I said, it's my first time at one of these meetings. First thing I did want to talk about is a few things that were said, which I feel are actually inflammatory, and to the speakers who were speaking. There's a question asked about the survey that was done, and the speaker asked whether the small business owners in the area were asked specifically regarding what they felt of the possible positive influx from 29 or rental units with at least 29 people. The survey, of course, said the proposed developer's plan, which was to increase from 5 to 29 units. So assuming that a small business owner has greater than a grade 1 education, they should have been able to do the math themselves. So I think that question was already answered, and those small business owners on their own, without being under duress, had decided that they did not support this. went from there. I also wanted to talk about some very interesting and positive things that I have witnessed tonight. Unfortunately, Councillor Young, as well as yourself, Mr. Hawkins, spoke very eloquently about the need to support community, about the need to support the vital aspect of curling in our community in Regina and how that's a positive influence. We're not talking just about a sport in this case. We're actually talking about an actual community, actual people who live there, thousands of people who live there, and who do not support this, who feel it would decrease their quality of life, decrease their enjoyment, and it would negatively impact them on every day, as well as potentially harm their children. That laneway that someone talked about, playing hockey, my son actually this year learned to ride a bicycle in that laneway. And of course, I didn't just let him go down there. I'm a responsible parent. I ran with him the whole time. But I think, I'd be putting up barricades if this was the case, and they certainly would not be able to do that. I also talked to Dr. Dennis Jones, a very good ICU doctor, stood right here when we was talking about the proposal on the Gardner and Greens, and everyone here voted unanimously to accept that change to the proposed plan. And that change was because he said, to paraphrase, he said, the people who bought into this neighborhood with the understanding that they would not have a multifamily 400 square foot unit complex directly beside them, those people will not be directly affected. So, and even the fact that was changing the plan is very clearly pointed out that those people would not be affected, whereas exactly the opposite here. Everybody in this auditorium, some have had to leave to take care of their families, and the hundreds who couldn't be here but support us did not sign up for a 4-story building directly across. And again, I walked out to my laneway this morning to take a... Yeah, we might be over. Someone's going to have to ask me questions. I walked out this morning, and it was a 45-degree angle cast. The shade is going to come directly into our house. No one here signed up for that. No one here signed up to have 29 young single men, mostly renting and with extra cars as well. So I also wanted to, he's gone, I think, but there was another member there who said earlier, and when we were talking about the Somerset and how that was going to be a positive for the community, for the city of Regina and for the community, actually called it a cathedral-like, a cathedral-like atmosphere that was going to be staged. So I'm wondering, if we're trying to instill a cathedral-like atmosphere in other areas, why are we trying to take away the cathedral-like atmosphere from cathedral? It seems counterintuitive to me. So I'm just going to be a little bit over, but I would want to talk, it's been discussed a little bit, talk very quickly, then a closing statement. We've been asked, and you are being unfortunately asked to decide between having what I have heard, the people who are for this building, the people who are for it, they say that this is an eyesore, the current building, and we're wrongly...
Your time is up. I'm sorry, that's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes, I'm sorry.
I got to go.
It's 5 minutes, and I have to keep the rules for everyone. Yeah. It's 5 minutes, and your time is up. I'm sorry. Now, someone may have questions to ask you, but your time is up. Is there a question in the delegation?
No.
Apparently there are not. You can return to the gallery. Move on to our next delegation. Mr. Chad Novak is the next delegation. For the record, once again, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just take a quick second to amend my speech, as you seem to be okay with that lately. Just with reference to one delegation previous, Miss Susan Field mentioned about her concern about the misrepresentation of numbers. If you think that the Protect Community or Cathedral Neighborhood Group, who have only been in existence for less than a year and are strictly volunteers, deliberately misrepresent something, I can't wait till you see the next delegation. You can look at your agenda to see who that is. Talk about misrepresented facts. Secondly, the developer tonight, I got the fortune to sit beside him. It doesn't sound like he's even willing to.
Order, Mr. Novak. You're just
amending my speech, Mr. Fugere.
Stick to what you have in your script.
I will.
Here.
I'm amending my speech as you've let other delegations this evening.
No evaluation of other people, so go ahead.
Anyways, it has been brought up several times about three stories versus 4 stories. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like that is what is in the developer's mindset. I just wanted to put that on the record. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chad Novak. I'm here representing the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for the rights of individual taxpayers. I am here to address the Official Community Plan Amendment, zoning amendment, and discretionary use application for a mixed-use development at 13th and Elphinstone in the Cathedral community of Regina. What's the one thing that comes to my mind when I think of the Cathedral community? Diversity. That and celebrating culture and heritage. Anyone that's taken a tour of the area knows that the Cathedral community prides itself on culture, heritage, arts, and being simply unique. Being born and raised in Moose Jaw myself, I can tell you, of all the areas of Regina, the Cathedral area reminds me the most of the small-town atmosphere that Moose Jaw provided me when growing up. I absolutely adore the mom-and-pop style businesses along 13th Avenue, and I am in absolute awe of the Cathedral Village Arts Festival, as it reminds me so much of sidewalk days back in Moose Jaw, when they literally closed down Main Street to celebrate community. I am so very excited and proud to see the efforts of this community to ensure the vibrancy and uniqueness of their community remains when it comes to this proposed development. I know how hard it can be to be what seems like a minority, and as we can see tonight, that is not the case, and a small dissenting voice. With that said, they deserve the utmost of respect and admiration for sticking it out as long as they have and organizing a very reasonable grassroots efforts to demonstrate alternatives to the proposed design. For me, what I would like to see is the preservation of heritage first and foremost. I have serious concerns for the allegations that the house the developer wants to tear down is in disrepair. Having owned a house built in 1912, I can assure you that era of housing were actually some of the strongest built. And my house in particular, I recall the housing inspector commenting to me specifically about how it was built like a tank with a foundation that could withstand virtually anything Mother Nature wanted to throw at it. So for this development, it sounds to me that the biggest concern is the height of the building and the demolition of the house behind it. This doesn't seem like a difficult problem to solve if the developer is willing to listen to the community. Personally, I would like to see an aesthetic appeal similar to the existing buildings in the area. Keep it in line with what's already there, and you will have far more support than opposition, I assure you. Thank you for your time this evening, and I will gladly answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Apparently there are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And our next delegation, D16-78, is John Hopkins. Mr. Hopkins, for the record, if you could identify who you are, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight in full support of the OCP amendment, the zoning amendment, and the discretionary use applications for the mixed-use building being proposed at 3504 13th Avenue. Your Worship, over the past couple of decades as a community, we have strived towards sustainable growth. Growth that supports the community's desire to see sensible growth through planning principles like, compact urban form and infill development, and at the same time, a competitive environment where investment can occur in a reasonable, predictable fashion. The project before you is indicative of our efforts as a community. It was not all that long ago that we longed to see a development like this one. In so many ways as a community, we have been able to meet many of our mutual objectives as they relate to growth. It has not been growth for growth's sake, but rather growth for what growth provides. Employment opportunities, higher income levels, greater tax revenue, and more investment opportunities. A virtuous cycle, if you will. As an important stakeholder in this community, we would like to unapologetically state that we strongly support sustainable growth projects like the one before you, and will continue to do so in the future. The 3504 13th Avenue project meets many, if not all, of the growth objectives that are so important to our community. First of all, the project is an infill development within the heart of our community, which will replace a substandard group of properties and replace them with a beautifully, aesthetically pleasing building. Second, the property is not simply one-dimensional. It is a mixed-use development that blends in very well with the commercial/residential streetscape. Third, the project includes a number of features like the brick facade that complements some of the actual heritage buildings along the streetscape. Your Worship, as I sat through Planning Commission a few weeks ago, what struck me the most as I listened to delegation after delegation is how each one articulated why this project should not be in my backyard. The building is too tall. That's why it shouldn't be in my backyard. There are too many safety concerns. That's why it shouldn't be in my backyard. There's too much parking. That's why it shouldn't be in my backyard. The applicants plan to move out of province. That's why it shouldn't be in my backyard. Another common theme from the Planning Commission is that the single-family residential building that is part of this project is a heritage-type building that is being demolished for parking, which is somewhat misleading. First of all, just because a building is old does not make it a heritage building. Second, the removal of the property facilitates the entire development, not just the parking component. The proponents have been very, very clear that they need one parking stall per unit to make this project viable, which is quite reasonable given that most people will at a minimum want to have access to their own parking, be it for themselves or for visitors. Your Worship, the applicants have done their due diligence. They are willing to put up their retirement savings to invest in our community for the betterment of our community and themselves. This is a win-win for both the applicants and the community. If anything, Your Worship, as a community, we should look for ways and means to find other people like the proponents to invest in our community. On behalf of the 1,250 members of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce, I'd like to respectfully request that you support this wonderful project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for your presentation. Order, please. Order. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for coming forward. I just have one question. Did you survey your 1,250 members on this question?
We didn't need to. This is a growth project that fits in very, very well with what we're trying to do in terms of promoting growth. It fits in well with our ends of the organization, so wasn't any real need to.
Who did you consult on this question?
We consulted with individual members who had some conversations here and there, but it's pretty straightforward. This is a growth project that would be very, very well supported by the members of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce.
Did your executive pass any resolution?
We don't have an executive.
Did your governing body pass any resolution?
The Board of Directors has given me the authority to make decisions based on what our ends are or strategic goals are, and this fits in very, very well with growing the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions? There are none. Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. You can return to the gallery. D16-79, John Agnew. For the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. My name is John Agnew, and I am here on behalf of the École Connaught School Community Council, which represents about 200 families that have invested in Cathedral community by living there. The École Connaught School Community Council wishes to reiterate its concern about the proposed development of the northwest corner of 13th Avenue and Elphinstone. The intersection of Elphinstone and 13th Avenue is a busy place, particularly during the peak traffic hours in the morning and late afternoon. Both the north-south and east-west routes are important thoroughfares for commuters. It is also an important intersection for the many Connaught students who have to cross it in order to get to and from school. When the École Connaught SCC became aware of a proposal for a redevelopment that will likely lead to an increase in traffic passing through and making turns at that intersection, our thoughts turn to the safety of our children who also use it. That the developer proposes to raise a house in order to accommodate an anticipated increase in vehicles accessing and use the proposed development tells us there is good reason to be concerned. While some of our students cross that intersection 4 times a day, usually at peak hours, with the completion of the new school, the Board of Education anticipates a gradual year-over-year increase in student enrollment. In addition, with the introduction this year of a supervision fee for students who eat lunch at school, it wouldn't be surprising to see an increase in the percentage of students who go home for lunch daily, once again through a busy intersection. At first glance, one solution to the increase of traffic at the intersection would be to reduce the number of possible occupants of the building. As it is, a 4-story building would exceed the 3-story sightline that is part of 13th Avenue Cityscape. But the SCC isn't here as a design consultant. It is here as a neighbor. During the planning and design phase of the new École Connaught School, the SCC worked with the city, the architects, and interested members of the community to create a new school that would fit into the neighborhood. Part of that planning was making sure that the traffic of school buses and private vehicles that drop children off would flow efficiently and safely, taking into consideration the existing vehicular traffic on both Elphinstone and 13th Avenue, as well as pedestrian traffic. The consultative process brought us all to the necessary compromises to make the project fit its context in our neighborhood. This is how neighborhoods work. The École Connaught School Community Council supports and encourages the rejuvenation and transformation of downtown neighborhoods as a part of flourishing cities' growth. The SCC also supports the revitalization of older neighborhoods into places where people, young and old, can live, work, and play. Ensuring that those neighborhoods are safe and convenient for pedestrian traffic, particularly school children, is an important element of keeping our downtown vital and thriving. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation and also, of course, for your patience staying here so late. A couple of quick questions. We'll both have children going to Connaught School when it's back up and running.
Correct.
How do, regardless of this project going forward, what can the city do to make that particular intersection safer? And I'll add a second part of that question. What's the mechanism for the school to help in that process?
We've actually talked about that over and over again, about how we can make it safer, and whether it's a question of at peak hours that maybe we get involved in some sort of crossing guard kind of arrangement. I grew up in a different city than Regina, and crossing guards were a way of life at intersections where children cross the road. And sometimes they're children, they're older children who take on sort of a responsible role, kind of like a Girl Guide or Boy Scout kind of thing, and sometimes they're retirees who do it. But that would require funding and all sorts of things, but that would be one way to go about it. And I think that in the case of designing the school proper, the new school proper, its traffic circulation, dropping kids off, was a serious concern and topic for everybody. The school, building a new school in itself was a controversy, and I'm sure that most of the councils endured that. But the traffic situation was something that was thoroughly discussed. Previously, the old school, there was a lot of double parking and school buses dumping kids off, and anybody who's a parent knows that children know the safety rules and never obey them. They get out of the door and just run. And so the new school plan tries to incorporate safe parking and safe sort of drive-through arrangements for people. And I guess what we're looking for is some kind of consultative process where we can see if there isn't some way we can plan or organize vehicular traffic in the same way. I'm not, again, a traffic consultant. I'm here as a concerned parent. But wherever that fits, we'd love to talk about it, not just for Connaught, for all schools, but our heart lies at the intersection of 13 and Elphinstone.
Okay,
thanks,
a lot.
Any other questions of the delegation?
Thank you
very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to report 16-80. Tom Ireton. you could identify yourself for the record, your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation like everyone else, and there'll be questions afterwards.
I'm a little hard of hearing, so I'm having difficulty with you.
If you could identify yourself,
Yes,
who you
will.
represent, you have
Thank
5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards by members of
Okay,
council.
thank you. You hear me all right?
Yes.
Good evening, councilors, your worship, administrators, and the group watching, advocates and friends. My name is Tom Ireton. I'm a real estate agent in the city. I've been licensed in the city for 44 years, been a broker for most of that time. I've lived in Cathedral. I've done a lot of work in Cathedral. I was involved in the development of Burns Hanley and Ina's Health Food Stores and several others. I've sold probably 100 houses in Cathedral. I still own a house in Cathedral, and I'm a landlord in Cathedral. So I do have an interest, and I do have a knowledge of Cathedral. I'm here today just to fill you in on some of what I think about this project. I find that change is very difficult for people, especially as we get older. It's very difficult to change. And sometimes that change happens whether we want to or not, whether we reject it or not. But as time goes on, sometimes we turn around and say, well, that wasn't so bad. I mean, Safeway is an example to me of what happens with change. People were opposed to it, but I think it's a real asset to Cathedral. In my way of thinking, and with me having property there, I feel it's one of the strongest assets that came along, even though many people rejected it as an opportunity. I think this is an opportunity here with this project. I think you could have several businesses moving into the bottom floors of this building. You could have a small bank or a credit union. You could have a doctor's office or a dentist's office, a lawyer, things that would be an asset to the community. I think you could also have people that want to stay in the community that have lived there for 40 years or 50 years and want to stay there, and they could buy into the condo and stay in the Cathedral and be part of it. And that's an asset, too, for the development there. It's my understanding that the building is a 4-story building that he's proposed, and that's what it was from the beginning, as far as I recall. It was always going to be 4 stories, and that zoning, when I checked it out, I believe was correct. It's zoned for a 4-story building. So he's not going beyond the parameters of what council. People have talked about, people have said a lot that the city has bylaws, the city has rules, they should allow them to work. Don't change them. I don't think these people realize that you're allowed to build a 4-story building in that corner. I believe he's designed it to fit the neighborhood. He's taken the time, the developer has taken the time to have his engineers and architects design the shadowscape so that the property adjacent to it is going to get much more sun than it's ever got before, which is a big issue. I think we've talked about the building being 3 stories as well, and I want to mention that the viability doesn't just run with the number of floors. The cost of the land, the cost of the development itself, the quality of what goes into it. We can't compare Bantam with that when you're talking about hundreds of, well, even acres, many acres of land being built. The cost goes down as the size goes up, you know. So you've got a smaller parcel of land here. It's more expensive costing you right there than it's going to cost on the other process. So you can't equate one with the other. I just wanted to give you a little bit of information about the developer, too. I've known the developers for 40 years. I've known them and their parents were salt of the earth people.
Mr. Arton, you have 1 minute left in your time.
Okay, thank you. They were salt of the earth people. One of their sons was, he looked after the Rough Riders, Dr. Alexander, for many years. And they've been working they've been in the city for most of their life. They've lived in the city, and they've supported a lot of things like the Y. They've been active participants in the city all their life. They love the Cathedral area, and they don't want to go into some sort of development that doesn't work. I mean, 4 stories is what makes it viable here. Whether it's 3 or 4 stories, I think it's still going to be an issue for, if we're talking about traffic, the traffic flows, I think the traffic flows probably over 3,000 a day in that street. Another 30 people in there are not going to make a significant difference. I think people have to be careful no matter where they are. And the children, if it's a 3-story building or a 4-story building, you still have to be careful. Those things have to be developed and built into the system.
Mr. Iron,
I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you very much. There may be questions from member of council here. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, Tom, for coming forward. I have 2 questions. The first is, would a 3-story building be viable?
I'm pardon, which?
Would a 3-story building be viable?
I don't believe it would be. I mean, that was something that was considered in the early stages of the development here. And because of the cost of the land and the cost of the type of building he wants to build, which is a fairly high-quality building, you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it on this type of investment. You know, it wouldn't pay back, put it that way. You know, that was brought up. I think he was aware of the developer was aware of the 3-story proposal, but he had never said that he could do that. He didn't. He would look into it, but when you look at the figures, it just wasn't viable financially.
Thank you.
And that's part of the need for the parking as well, because when you go up to the 4th floor as well, you need more parking there. And it doesn't mean you couldn't fix that parking so it looks nice. Right now, you've got traffic traveling through there onto Elphinstone Street, causing a danger. They're cutting down in between the buildings, and so that would be stopped. But that's a traffic problem right now. They're coming right throughout the alley and going onto Elphinstone, and going left and right, or north and south. You know.
Thank you. My second question, I ask you because I know you're familiar with the area.
Right.
When the Safeway store was rebuilt, I understand there was extensive consultation with the community. Is that correct?
There was, very much so. There's much opposition to it. They were wanted to maintain the store the way it was, but it was rotting from inside the store, and so they wanted to rebuild it totally. They didn't want to, as the community wanted them to restore it.
And in the end, my understanding is that the community got on side with the proposed redesign
They did.
that Safeway put forward.
And it went ahead, yeah. And it's become a real asset for the community, you know.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Tom. I noticed that you've been a realtor in town for 44 years.
Yeah, right.
Over that time frame, you've probably seen communities prosper and grow and expand,
Right.
but you've probably also seen areas of the city sort of struggle and
Right.
go through change. One of the previous speakers used the term community, but I think, as Mr. Hoffman said, community to him means all of Regina. And one of my worries, and I guess I'm going to ask a question here, but it's a little long-winded,
Yeah.
but we've got other areas of the city being developed. We've got the RRI, we've got proposals coming in for expanding 11th Avenue across Broad Street.
Right.
And many of the designs and the concepts and the stores and commercial, to me, is very competitive with which is on 13th Avenue. Do you
Right.
see that as being a risk that could, if there isn't renewed investment and growth, like you mentioned, the Safeway has a positive spin to show revitalization into the community, this new building. So what worries me is that I've seen in cities where some of these trendy areas are very popular, making progress, then all of a sudden they can go flat if
Yeah.
there's not ongoing investment and upgrades being made.
I think
Just
you
looking
have.
for your personal observations.
Well, you
from
certainly
experience.
need a combination of things, and a lot of that, the Cathedral area has a lot of that because it has a real community. It's always been strong, and I think that's one of the major reasons the prices have held in Cathedral, the real estate prices, because they've held and gone up when other areas have suffered greatly. But I certainly think you need that continuity and the growth to make it go. I mean, I see this project as something that's it should be something that we look forward to and cheer for, because it will bring life. Anytime you get some new development in an area, you get new life. And you don't know who's going to be in those buildings when they come. It's either going to be the owner of the condo or one of the businesses that's going to really make a difference to the community. They're going to become the life force, and that, to them, they've got 40 years to be in that business there. You take the development that's there now. People aren't going to move into that development because it's older. They can't set up a shop. You get a young doctor to wanting to set up. They're not going to go into that old structure because it's no good for them. But they will go into a new structure, and they will take that and be part of that community for 40 years. So definitely needs to growth. You know.
Okay, thank you.
For growth.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. We only have 2 more delegations. Next one is John McGinn and Richard McGrath. If you could identify yourselves for the record and who you represent. You have 5 minutes for a presentation, and as with the rest of the delegations, there may be questions from council afterwards.
Good afternoon. Good evening. It's been a longer night than I expected, for sure. Thank you, Your Worship and council members, for your time. I'm John McGinn of JMA Architecture, the architect for the project. I'm with Mr. Jay Jones of Ledcor, and of course, Rich McGrath, the developer. We want to address some key aspects of this project, and would also like to clarify how we arrived at this point.
The obvious move the microphone more toward you so people can hear.
The obvious starting point for the discussion is that we have a 60-year-old building at a prominent intersection that is getting tired and run down and does nothing to promote the neighborhood. First, we would like to thank the city staff for assisting with the project development. Ben and Punya's team have clearly advised us on all potential aspects of the site development and zoning requirements. The city's review comments of the submission were positive, including creation of diverse housing options, increased densification, and redevelopment of obsolete properties. We believe this aligns with the new citywide plan, meeting all objectives that people in any neighborhood should benefit from. The development team is committed to improving the neighborhood experience. Our team, in parallel efforts with the city staff, completed analysis of landscaping, traffic and pedestrian safety, sun shadow analysis, and the overall exterior design. The traffic impact review completed by the city administration was concurrent with our development. There have been some inaccurate comments and claims made by certain parties about traffic impacts that are not very accurate or are ill-informed. A recent letter to the Leader Post noted the traffic rate is already at 20,000 cars a day, and the development will have no discernible effect whatsoever. We should trust the city to put the proper controls in place in this area to mitigate the dangers, just as they do in all parts of the city. The discretionary use requirement stipulated that the development should fit within the context of the surrounding area. We believe that this submission reflects the quality of place held by the residents of the area. We want to promote gathering and outdoor amenities, to create social interaction in a comfortable outdoor setting, to promote walking and site engagement. These are all important aspects of our development. We are committed to providing character that is lacking at this potential gate corridor. We have received positive feedback from the Cathedral residents and many more Regina citizens. We understand there is passion involved when envisioning the effects on our community. We continue to stay positive that our development has relevance and merit. There have been various comments made regarding the fate of the 100-year-old house. The house is not a heritage building, not on the heritage holding bylaw, and would never be a candidate for that designation. As noted at the last session of the Planning Commission, any property owner in the city of Regina is free to determine what they do with their property. The developer has gone out of his way to ensure that the house tenant is comfortable and has suitable accommodations now and in the future. The house will not likely remain on that property and is really a non-factor in this discussion. Regarding the financial assessments and driving factors of the project viability, The basement parkade yielded an insignificant contribution for the cost benefit. Suggestions to revise the development to a 3-story have been heard again and again by our team. We're not sure how appropriate it is for citizens or a group of citizens to tell someone
Just 1 minute left.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
to tell someone how to spend their money. We can assure City Council that there has been significant financial review completed on a 3-story building. A 3-story would ultimately lead to a drop in rental income of about 30% a year. Over a 15 to 20-year period, that has a huge impact, likely $2 million or more. 4th level removal saves in the ballpark of about $600,000. When looking at how best to manage neighborhood growth, we learn from recent case study development and precedents that could help guide our efforts. The new Safeway just down the street is a successful example. This development also involved much debate and eventual rezoning of 4 older properties to allow for a full-scale modern development. 3 years down the road, the store is thriving, the area is busy, and other businesses have taken advantage of the increased foot traffic. The decision to rezone these properties has had significant positive impact on the neighborhood. This is not spot rezoning, as some would like to suggest.
I'm going to have to stop you there. It is 5 minutes, and someone will actually like you to continue on, but I have to enforce the rules. I do apologize for that. Councilor Bryce?
Thank you. I have a question about something that you've said. So you mentioned, through you, Your Worship, when we were talking about 3 stories, you mentioned that you didn't say whether it was viable or not. You just said it would decrease the income of this property by up to $2 million over 15 to 20 years. But you didn't actually say whether it was viable or not. So is it viable to have a 3-story building rather than a 4-story building?
The analysis that was done with LEDCOR and some of the support people that did the cost benefit analysis came up that it was not viable. That if the 4-story was possible for that and zoned properly for that development, that the business plan was not a success going with the 3 stories. And maybe Rich can answer more to that, but that's always the belief and the direction that we've been given as the designers for the project.
Thank you. If this does not go through tonight, what's the plan for this property, or is there a plan B?
To be determined.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Price. Councilor Murray?
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, gentlemen. I know your time kind of cut you off there. Did you have a few more closing thoughts?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much for that. One of the points just before my wrap-up was the decision to rezone these properties have had significant positive impact on the neighborhood. For the example of the Safeway development, we feel that this is not spot rezoning like some would like to suggest. What we're talking about is selective incremental rezoning to allow for renewal and rehabilitation of an existing property. And so we want to continue to hit that point, is that it was a benefit for the neighborhood. It's a case precedence for Safeway, and we think that this development needs that residential property to fulfill the holistic nature of the development. And we'd also like to talk about our belief in the developer has belief that this can be a real key development along the west corridor of 13th Avenue. He thinks that it'll provide improved amenities and quality of life for the local residents. We want to reiterate that the Regina Chamber of Commerce has confirmed their support for the development. The Regina Construction Association has also responded positively. We'd just like to thank you for your time, and thanks for that extra minute.
Thanks very much, gentlemen. In your experience in the line of work that you do you find often that there's pushback when people are uncertain or unaware or don't know all the details or ramifications? Would you say that's a common situation?
To be quite honest with you, going into this development, as we prepared the look of the building, we worked with the administration, I actually had no belief that this would be the outcome. 15 different delegations and 3 different meetings coming forward. We actually put our best foot forward to try to take the extra step to come up with materials and finishes and a look that would benefit the neighborhood, would fit into the context of the neighborhood. So, no, I'm not normally used to getting this kind of pushback. I guess there's a new time for everything.
Appreciate that. Thanks very much for your presentation. Appreciate thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Flagel?
Thanks for coming forward again, gentlemen. I want to ask you about the house. So if nothing happens tomorrow, what's going to happen with that house?
As it stands right now, as it stands right now, the tenant I have there, I've given her a 2-year lease, and then I'll analyze. She's 92 years old, so I'll analyze that at that point. If this doesn't go ahead, then I'll likely leave the house until something happens, or at this point.
It's my understanding.
And after that, it'll likely be taken down.
Okay. And what would you propose you would do with that if you did knock it down?
Well, if this deal doesn't go through, the house is, the basement is a brick basement that are disintegrating. So it needs a full basement. If I'm going to tear that, if I jack the house up to put a basement under it, I might as well put a new building in there.
Yeah.
So I'd like to go with a duplex like you mentioned earlier, or something along that line.
Yeah. At the one planning meeting, it was brought up that you should save the house. And at that point, you turned to the people in the crowd and said, if anybody wants the house, they can come and get it, move it off the property, put it on another lot. Are you still offering that?
Yep. Anybody that wants it can still have it, but they'll
Except
have to
for the
wait
back
2
room,
years.
I think, because it was a separate item.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't make it in the move.
Yeah, maybe.
So
not.
you're still offering the house to anybody after 2 years?
Yeah, if they wanted to keep it as a heritage piece of property, which it isn't.
Okay. So my question would be, let's say this development goes through, and you need that house for parking, but you can build your building first. Would you then move the tenant into the new?
If the city would let me leave the house in place while I'm building a building. Sometimes they want the property completely cleared of all buildings.
Okay.
Before you can start construction on anything.
Okay.
So it'd be communication with the city.
There was talk of it going to a 3-story building. Why can't you go to a 3-story?
Well, there's a couple reasons. There's a major cost to bring in the 6-inch fire line from the city.
Okay.
I have to provide a line from the 24-inch line on Elphinstone and run it down 13th before I can bring it into my building.
Okay.
Which is a major undertaking that a lot of developers wouldn't have to do. That's one. The elevator, the fire protection itself, removal of the house. Well, I guess if it was 3, you wouldn't have that.
So basically what you're saying is you need to spread your costs over 4
Yeah,
floors of revenue. So your revenue, you're talking, and people always said, well, rents today are $1,300, $1,400 a month for a lot of places. Where are you going to be in this?
They won't be. They'll be around 1,000.
Okay.
I want to make affordable housing in the cathedral area.
And single, one bedroom?
They're 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom.
Okay. And what would the 1-bedroom be like, about cost?
Yeah, 900 to
okay.
thereabouts.
Okay. You didn't expect this to happen, obviously, from what your comments were.
When I started this, let's see, the first time I went to the Community Association was on my wedding anniversary, August 25th last year.
Okay.
And at that time, they opened the door and said they were open for whatever I wanted to do and happy to have my money coming into the community. And then all of a sudden
Is there a thought to maybe changing to make, instead of as much residential as you have, maybe a little bit more commercial? Does that work for you, or? No? I'm getting a wave of no.
Yeah, I don't know about the amount of.
I think there's a clause in the bylaw that allows for reduced parking if your commercial stays under a certain area in the LC3 zone. We went through that with Fred and Ben and the people from the Planning Commission. So limiting the commercial made the parking more viable. Otherwise, we would have had to add another 6 or 7 stalls with parking, which really wouldn't have worked in any fashion.
Well, my thought is that I'm in favor of this, so I think it'll be a good project if we can get it passed.
Thank you, Councillor Flago. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation and your patience. A big undertaking you've taken here. A few questions for you. Do you understand the role of Planning Commission within the city structure?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Do you understand how many few applications actually come from Planning Commission as a recommendation to deny to this table? How rare that is?
I think there's not as many as being recommended.
Okay. Now, we understand that Planning Commission is a publicly appointed group, and that at their April meeting, they asked for you to come back with some changes. You went away to work with administration, but then you brought the exact same report back. Can you just elaborate on that?
We did sit down. We had multiple meetings with Ben and Punya and his team. We threw absolutely everything on the table, different combinations of different parking layouts. The parkade was not an option because of its viability. We took the residential property out of the mix and got to the point where only 0.5 parking stalls per suite was the only way to do it. And the decision was made by the team as well as the developer that having 0.5 parking stalls for a development of this sort isn't going to do anything good for the community, and it's not going to do any good for his viability of selling down the road. What if the demand for condominiums came forward in the future, and instead of being apartments, they're condominiums? So the saleability of those units are vastly compromised because of it.
Okay. So one of the early presenters mentioned Arnheim Place. It was, I think, our first year of this council. There was a presentation that this actually reminds me quite of. You know, there was asked for some changes. The changes didn't come forward, and the council actually voted down. There's a lot of community backlash. So supposing that happens here tonight with your project, is it just this question was sort of asked but not elaborated on, but if you can elaborate a bit, that would be great. If this gets denied today, is it a dead duck, or is there some room for compromise? People calling for some compromise. Is there any room for compromise, or we're just voting do it or don't do it? That's the end of the story.
I'm really not, how can I put it? I'd rather have the vote done and then decide how it's going to go. If you vote it out, then that's your, it's already been almost a year and a half.
Okay.
So I think I might, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Okay. It doesn't quite answer my question, but that's your right. So page 8 of our report actually lays out that alternative plan that you've been working on. We heard earlier today about a similar situation, a four-story, 45 units this time in Ward 3, that the parking requirement was actually cut in half. There's only, I think, on Halifax Street, there's 20 parking stalls for 46 units, so a little less than that. And the developer mentioned that as far as the development goes, that's actually cost savings for him, having less parking. Now, you mentioned, again, if you're planning to sell this later on or whatever, it might affect that. But the question I'm going to get to, and thanks for your lenience here, Mr. Mayor, a lot of other cities, Vancouver, we're not Vancouver, but Vancouver is even right now zoning high-rises with no parking. Like, could you see a future where this sort of thing would be acceptable, having less parking for a rental unit that's over half single units?
Well, in this province, because of the size of the province, pretty much every person I know has a car just to get around. In Vancouver, there's people that live in Vancouver, never leave the city ever.
Right.
So it's a different lifestyle, let's say. They use the transit system, where here we go to the lake, we go to Moose Jaw, we're a go province.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other, Councilor Burnett?
Welcome, Jen. Just a couple quick questions. I've got part of my confusion, I think, in the whole process is I did read the staff report as well, and now reading yours, and that the OCP is relatively new, and we're into the kind of testing grounds of implementation. But my question is going to be in terms of kind of your interpretation of confidence from the city staff when you're dealing, because you make a couple comments in here about city staff assisted the project team in advising that a 4-story was within all our codes, within our regulations. You also talk about how city staff also completed a thorough analysis of landscaping, traffic, etc. The reason I ask that is earlier many of the comments were that we're in violation of the OCP, we're in violation of this, violation, but it appears in this document that you were given sort of fairly strong indication that this project would meet the general criteria of all the planning marks. I guess I'm just wondering from your reaction, was that your general interpretation that this was meeting all the requirements of the city?
Yeah, we went by just the zoning of the property, and it meets all the zoning regulations.
Our original design actually barely exceeded 13 meters. So when we went, our first initial review provided, initial review comments provided by Ben and his team indicated that it had to be under 13 meters. So we squished it, we accommodated it, we made it work, we lowered the main level a little bit. And so it was always very clear and always on the table that a 4-story was definitely allowed for the LC3 zone. It was never a question.
Like I say, I am confused and concerned that we've, different interpretations of our new OCP and how it should be implemented from the community vis-a-vis our staff and vis-a-vis developers, because that can cause some concern in terms of next steps in the process.
It's probably worth restating that the April recommendation from city planning was for approval, and again after a reanalysis and the July presentation, their recommendation again was for approval. So city planning has put a lot of effort into those reviews. So and those were their recommendations. So
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Good evening, gentlemen. As I've heard all of the presentations before, I was reluctant to ask questions, but I seek to clarify a couple of things. And I'm doing this for council because they have not heard some of this before or in detail. Let's talk about the back alley. Back alley meaning what is running east and west behind your commercial property now. One, who uses that alley?
The residents, mostly.
So have you noticed at times when that vehicles are coming not from your property, but people are cutting around there as a shortcut?
It's like a gas station. They'll cut through the gas station to miss the lights. Well, they do the same, or they come up the alley and hit the lights going to hit whatever avenue they want, 13th or Elphinstone.
So there's a number of cars using there. Have you noticed it at speed?
Yes, we have. There's at the apartment right now that's there has a back door that is just out of sight for the drive lane.
Okay.
And we've had a couple of near misses there, people zipping through in there as they come out of the building.
But your proposal blocks off the alley, is that correct?
Yeah,
so it will no longer be possible to drive either off of 13th and swing through, or come from Argyle or Elphinstone and come through. Is that correct?
Yes. And
so in other words, a car that may be on that lot, if it exists, would be coming out of that lot at what speed would you suggest? 5 miles an hour?
Yeah, if
or
that.
4 miles an hour?
He's only got 100 feet to go, so.
Thank you. On the east side of the building, as it's planned right now, is there an open space there that, I don't know, I could sit and have a coffee or something? Is that what it looks like?
Yes. On the east side, there's a setback. The building will line up with the front faces of all houses on Elphinstone.
Okay, so I'm going to give that back to you. If I sat there on having a coffee and I looked north down Elphinstone, I would simply be seeing the front yards of all those properties. Is that correct?
Yes.
If I looked toward where the school was going to be, I would have clear sight as to the crossing pattern across 13th Avenue and the front of the school.
Yes.
If I was a car coming out of that driveway at approximately 4 or 5 miles per hour, would I have clear sight to where the kids are and where the vehicles are coming from?
Yes.
If I was sitting and having coffee and I saw that there was a problem, would I have enough time or a space that I could react either way to, look at it?
I would think the average person would, yes.
Would it be your estimation that you've created a safe view, sight line, and so on to come in and out of there?
Yes, there would be no problem, because even when you're driving out of our place, your sight line's not going to change whether the building is 4 floors or 3 that way either.
Thank you.
Inherent in the design as well is that the lower level is pulled back, in parts about 8 feet, and there's columns and a colonnade, so it increases sight views around that corner as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the delegation? I have a couple, and they've been touched on to some degree, but I want to go over it again. And it relates to a meeting of minds, a compromise. Maybe not getting exactly what either party wants, either side wants, but both sides end up with something they can live with. I was not part of the discussion of Planning Commission, of course, and this is the first time I've seen this report in front of me and with delegations. In your view, is it possible to find a compromise? To me, I'll frame it this way. It seems to me more of the house behind the potential building than the building itself, although I think that many in the audience may disagree with that. Have you thought of this? Would it matter if we asked that there be some discussions between the parties and come back again? Is that possible?
I'll let him think about that for just 1 minute, but with going with a 3-story, you still have a sunshade issue with the residents staying where it is. And you don't have enough parking.
I'm not here to debate, but simply to elucidate, I'm not suggesting a 3-story. I'm simply suggesting that both sides put some water in their wine and get something close to what they're looking for. Is there an appetite to do this, or is this is the only proposal to look at?
I think we've gone over that. Like with the Planning Commission, they already sent us back to the table to reanalyze all the parking and everything else. And I think we've kind of hammered it out pretty good. I'm not knocking all these fine people. I mean, they're doing what they think is right. But their knowledge that we can just do this or just do that with no background, I'm sorry, but it's like every other developer. It's about the dollar. When it really comes down to it, it's dollars and cents. I'd love to build a 2-story building for them and rent it out for $50 a day or whatever, but it's just not feasible. And
have you looked at and discussed with the administration a relaxation of parking requirements?
Like I say, we've
one
gone.
Moment. Okay. 1 moment. Say perhaps on-street parking or some other parking accommodation aside from that building. Just asking the question if you thought about it.
Yes,
and
we
if you have, I'd like to hear your thoughts behind that.
Okay. We discussed that quite well too. The on-street parking on Elphinstone is restricted during certain hours because of the traffic flows. The side streets, if you've walked the area at all, they're full all night by the local residents because there is minimum parking. The restriction to cut down to 50% or whatever for parking, the city said they would be willing to do something like that at a cost of $15,000 a stall that I'd have to pay for everyone that I didn't have. They said they'd put that towards bus shelters and whatever. So that eliminated that idea because that's a couple $100,000 for the 12 stalls.
That's an interesting
payment in lieu of parking.
If you didn't have that caveat, would it make a difference? We
get back to renting. it's nice, well, sorry, it's nice to say that everybody would like to walk to work and that, but everybody, like I was saying earlier, wants a car. So I'm back to that same problem. I'd have a problem renting the suites.
It becomes your risk.
And it's my risk then. I could have half the building empty half the time because I don't have a parking stall.
Did one of your earlier versions of this proposal have underground parking?
Yes, but when we went through that, we were still, if we leave the house there, we're still short some stalls.
Did any of your subsequent designs talk about parking above ground on the site, like the second level, as an example? Did you look at that option?
The problem with the underground parking was to allow for the ramp to get down to the basement. We lost too many stalls. So it would be similar to go up to the second floor. I've gone through every possible scenario because I did have to buy the house next door. That was almost $300,000. So if I didn't have to buy that, it would be money in my pocket. So,
That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. So we'll go on to our last delegation is Mary Jan McGrath.
Moral support.
For the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for presentation.
Mayor Fargier and Regina City Council. I am Mary Jane McGrath. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Richard McGrath, the owner. He has 50 years of construction knowledge and experience. Thank you for considering our request to have our property, 2064 Elphinstone Street, rezoned from residential to LC3. Currently, we own 2 properties side by side, 2064 Elphinstone Street and 3500 13th Avenue. The building on 13th Avenue is already zoned LC3. Elphinstone is already zoned residential. Once the rezoning is complete, we plan to replace both old buildings with a mixed-use building with a green space and parking for its residents. Rich McGrath has worked in good faith and extensively with the city to meet the zoning requirements for this project. With the proposed additional parking, the new building will meet all of the City of Regina's zoning requirements. Zoning the Elphinstone lot will enable the project to provide the required parking and greenery. Once the property has been rezoned, it will be possible to build. The project will be able to improve the safety, density, and the looks of the neighborhood. In summary, the project will improve the neighborhood and add many benefits by increasing safety, the continuous and steady flow coming from the alley will be redirected. Our project will preclude dangerous attempts to cross the sidewalk on Elphinstone Street. 2, improving the looks. The project will be much more attractive than those 2 old buildings currently in place. We hope that in the future, others will follow our example and invest in the cathedral area. 3, improving density. The project would add 24 new homes for families or individuals. At a city meeting on April 20th, a councillor stated that from 1971 to 2011, the density had decreased from 10,000 to 7,000. This project will support Regina's new guidelines for new infill projects designed to increase density. Number 4, additional dollars. The project will add to construction employment and bring more tax dollars to the city of Regina. Additionally, we would like to thank Safeway for improving the looks of the cathedral neighborhood with their attractive project. Their project included the removal of some homes. A couple of examples of parking lots in the cathedral area are located at the Cathedral Church on 13th Avenue. Another is near 13th Avenue and Cameron, and another at 2066 Retallick. We have listened to the concerns expressed by some of the neighbors, and we have been able to make some
You have 1 minute
adjustments
left
to
in
our
your time.
plan. No, I got lost, sorry. But most importantly, we plan to redirect that traffic that is swooshing through our parking lot. We've had an overwhelming response. Many of the people are here today. They all think that it's about time and that it makes sense and that will be good for business. Please allow us to help improve the cathedral neighborhood. Mayor Forget, city councilors, we ask you to approve our request to rezone the property, our property, at 2064 Elphinstone. Thank you for your consideration of this project. Respectfully submitted, Mary Jane McGrath.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions? I think you made yourself perfectly clear. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we have 9 communications.
Can I move all those together?
You move them. Have a seconder to receive and file those. Councillor Flagel. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move on to the report from Planning Commission. This is the official community plan amendment, zoning amendment, and discretionary use application for mixed-use building at 13th Avenue and Elphinstone Street. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. From Planning Commission, I'd like to bring this forward. It is a denial. I'll speak to that if I could have a seconder, please.
Seconder. Councillor Flagel.
So I'm not going to spend anybody's time telling you what this development is. I think that's clear. I want to speak to process first. Process was that this development has been before Planning Commission twice. On the first occasion, we had a debate, and there was no decision. I want to read to you specifically out of this, report this before you, exactly what was asked from Planning Commission to the applicant. And it was that the matter be referred to the administration for a report, meeting that includes, June 8 meeting, options for a solution to parking issues, including the removal of 2064 Elphinstone Street, property from the development, a potential reduction in parking requirements, and or a possible minor adjustment to the development's plan. That's what was asked, and then they came back and we had a second discussion. When the discussion occurred at the last meeting of planning, we had a split vote. That is 4-4. I am obliged to give you the reasons that I agree and staff agree are the reasons. Now, you've heard lots. I'm simply going to summarize them. This is why it was denied. 1, the proposed scale of the building is inconsistent with the character of the cathedral neighborhood. The density of the proposed mixed-use building is much higher than surrounding land uses. The proposal to rezone 2064 Elphinstone Street is not consistent with the policies contained in the cathedral area neighborhood plan. There is a strong opposition to the proposal from area residents and the Cathedral Area Community Association. The proposal will result in an increase in traffic in the immediate area, which may cause issues related to congestion and safety, and the developer has not pursued an alternative design to remove the property at 2064 Elphinstone for the development proposal. I wish to correct one thing that was been said a couple of times, and it relates to a compromise position. So I have sat through Planning Commission, and both times it was there, and at no time did I ever receive formally any documentation that showed me a revised proposal. That was not the case. There was suggestion from delegations about changes, but that was never the case. It is my understanding the administration never received a written proposal from anyone for any other changes. So you can see that when we asked the proponent to go back, we were specific about what we asked them to reconsider. So they looked at, and as was described by the proponent again, as to how they can handle parking differently and so on. Okay, I want to be clear about that. I get a chance to speak a second time, and so when I go to speak, I'll give you forewarning right now that I will be speaking in favor of this development, and I will leave my comments to that point in time.
You'll have 3 minutes on the closing of debate. We have a motion on the floor. It is to deny, and just to repeat, the reason it's deny is that it was a tie vote. When you have a tie vote, the motion before you is defeated, and the motion before Planning Commission was to be in favor of the development. That's why it comes back as a negative. It's unusual, but the motion before us is to deny the application. Speakers to the report. Who wants to speak? Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me? Do I have to get... This is better, isn't it? We need a block to put these things on so that we can hear. I also am a member of Planning Commission, and so this came before Planning Commission twice. And so I have some summary comments tonight before I tell you how I plan to vote for this. First of all, I listened to everyone, read everything, and I didn't hear the Cathedral area residents who are having trouble with this project. I didn't hear that they were against change. I didn't hear that they didn't want new buildings in their neighborhood. I didn't hear that they were against intensification. I heard that they were for a process to review their own community plan in light of the new OCP. I heard that they want to be able to have some definition of what it means to maintain the character of a neighborhood when it's an established neighborhood. And I didn't hear that they were against a new building on that corner. And I also heard that they would like a win-win approach, if possible, so that this could go forward. The city did its job, and it did its job well. This building does meet many of the OCP goals. It follows the 9250 bylaw and the development standards. And when we sent it back from Planning Commission and asked the city to work with the developer to see if they could work toward a win-win solution, they did that. But the developer, as is written in this report, decided to wait for the vote of council. The other thing that the city has done recently that I think is excellent and really shines a light on what's needed here is when we decided that we would have laneway suites and garden suites in an established neighborhood. And they had public consultation. They put some really clear guidelines together that would preserve the character of the house and of the neighborhood that it would be in. And they've done a pilot project now that's going to go forward. I think that's the way you decide how you maintain the integrity and the character of an established neighborhood. The problem, as I see it, is not a people problem here. It's a process problem. We have an OCP that will take us to 25 years. Excellent document, a very comprehensive document. But we have bylaws in place and developmental standards that are 20 to 25 years old and have not been brought into line with the new OCP. And that's happening right now. There is a review of those going on as we speak. So we have not defined how we intensify an established neighborhood. There's no guidelines for that. So there's a lot of subjective judgment going on among people who live in the neighborhoods and people on council who have to vote and people who speak to council. So the cathedral area is an area that was pointed to when we were doing the OCP as a great neighborhood because it was a complete neighborhood. And so it was almost an icon for what we wanted to see other neighborhoods like. Their community plan is 30 years old, and they've asked to have it reviewed against the OCP. I have neighborhoods, I don't even think they know if they have a community plan. This one's real, and it's part of the fabric of the neighborhood, and when you talk to people who've lived there for a while, they know what it says, and they know what it's meant to do. So I think that they take great pride in their neighborhood. I would love to see some kind of a win-win thing happen here. I think that the developer did his job too. The plans for the building are beautiful. Maybe in another place it would be the perfect building. So everybody did what they were supposed to do, but I have to quit, right? But I think that unless there's some changes, it doesn't fit this neighborhood well. So I'm going to vote against it. I'm going to go vote for
the negative.
For the negative.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Fraser.
Okay. Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. And thanks for everyone's patience. This is a very late meeting, so I really appreciate everyone holding on. I'll say this has been a very hot and contentious issue across the city, but especially in Ward 3. And throughout, people on either side of this issue, I would say, in general, have been very respectful, or from my perspective anyways, have been very respectful and well-organized and thoughtful through this, so I appreciate that. A lot of issues people have with this project, so I'm going to condense my top 6. I've sort of thought these through, and here are the 6 issues that I think are most pressing. Some of them actually don't resonate with me at all. I shouldn't say at all, but they don't quite resonate with me, so I'm going to start with those ones. I've heard often that this project would have a negative effect on property values. We often hear that, especially when it comes to rental properties. The fact is about 1 in 3 addresses in Regina is a rental property. Many of us here have owned a rental property. And in general, rental properties, there are special circumstances where they might bring down a property value of a neighborhood, but in general, they're a positive sign of a neighborhood being vibrant, and they're a positive sign of a neighborhood being pointed in the right direction, that people want to build there and ultimately want to live there. And of all the economic factors that determine the property value, rental properties, I know people don't feel this way, but the facts show, the research shows that they don't generally have a negative effect on property value. So that really doesn't resonate with me. Another issue that often comes up is the traffic concern. And it's not wrong. It's an intuitive reaction to think that cars near kids is a dangerous thing. That's fine. But from a policy perspective, and we have to remember that that's the sort of purpose of this council here is to think from a policy perspective. Putting people living near schools it isn't a bad thing when it comes to traffic. Actually, the enemy is sprawl. The enemy is putting people far away from where they live and work and play and making them drive everywhere. That's what's really dangerous. When we're talking about the hours that cars are on the road and the amount of cars on the road, we can't have a policy that says we'll put people away from schools. We actually need a policy that says let people live near schools and places they can walk. I know that is counterintuitive, but ultimately, again, from a policy perspective, it's about complete neighborhoods and it's about letting people live close enough to places where they might walk. I was mentioned that there's about 20,000 vehicle trips through these two roads on any given day. We have to remember that in this council's term, we've approved dozens of new properties in Cathedral and literally thousands of new properties to new developments to the west. So again, we can't just have a policy, we'll put it out in a field and that'll make it safer, because it's not only it's not only not right, it's wrong. It's the opposite is true. Number 3, that 4 stories is out of place here. I know a lot of people don't agree with this, but I went for a drive yesterday, and to be clear, before anyone calls me out on this, there's no exact comparison. If we're comparing 2 buildings in 2 locations, it's always going to be apples to oranges. But some of the properties I saw yesterday, the Kenora Apartments, close to La Bodega, the Mayfair Both those are 4-story buildings, and I don't drive past those and feel sick in my gut. I'm not disgusted by them. I think they're actually nice properties. I don't think the convent's a fair comparison because it's a really unique old building and it's so far set back. It's 4 stories and it's the closest one, but it's quite different. Angus Street Apartments, there's a few apartments on Angus Street that, again, I don't think are major eyesores to the neighborhood. And there's actually a new one being built right now. It's not open yet. But on the 18 block of Ray Street, there's an apartment that is quite like what we're talking about here. It's sort of it's a little different facade, but it's sort of, when people look back on it, it'll be of this time, you know. And it's quite like, it's 4 stories. It's right in a residential R1 neighborhood. And quite honestly, I think it looks okay. And that's just 4 stories. That's just mid-rise we're talking about. When we talk about high-rise in Ward 3, there's actually quite a few high-rises in R1 neighborhoods. The Lutheran Care Home on Vic in Winnipeg abuts across the street, and also behind it, there's R1 property, and that's 12 stories high. The Embry Heights on 13th and Winnipeg Street, same thing. It has, on 3 sides of it, it has R1 neighborhoods. And the Whopping Monster Center Point on Broad Street is 18 stories high, and it actually has R1. It shares back alleys with R1 neighborhoods. It's not to say that we all need to live in a high-rise, but it is to say that probably all of those properties, when they came in, there was maybe some controversy, some unsettlement. But ultimately, I don't know if any of you drive past those things and every day think like, oh, who put that there? But ultimately, they're there, and I don't think they're really bad for the neighborhood. Number 4 is density. A lot of people ask, why is the city trying to jam so many people into the downtown? So the OCP has an ambitious goal of 10,000 new people across Regina's downtown. Some of that, you know, if and when that actually happens, some of it will happen in the RRI, the new development of the railroad tracks. Some of it will happen with the stadium land, but a lot of it's going to happen in existing neighborhoods. It was mentioned by one of the last presenters here that the cathedral, like the problem for cathedral in a lot of our older neighborhoods in past decades have actually been the opposite problem. It's not trying to jam people in, it's an exodus. People moving to the suburbs, people having smaller families. We have census data. From 1971, the population of cathedral was 10,877 people. 2011, 7,070 people. So that's a drop of 35% just in cathedral over 40 years. What does that mean? It means less elementary schools. It means less small businesses. It means less people celebrating things like the Cathedral Arts Fest, although I don't know how we could have more people squeezed in with Cathedral Arts Fest. But it is to say that people are what make Cathedral great. The buildings are nice too, but ultimately it's people there. And I actually think I'll be quick, thank you. I actually think the OCP's goal of having more people downtown, I actually think that's really great. I think more people downtown is good for the city. Not everyone agrees, but that's what I think. Making it quick here. Point number 5, and this is one I actually agree with, that this is at odds with the community plan. Now, I think there's an argument for and against this. The OCP, I actually think this project is right in line with the OCP proper. It talks about mixed use, about infill, walkability. It's on a transit route. And ultimately, when I think of what would this place be like as a place to live for people that will call this home someday, I think it's actually a great place to live. It's close to a lot of amenities. It's in the heart of a great community. I think it'd be a wonderful place to live. But for the Cathedral Community Plan, thank you for your patience here, Mr. Mayor.
I'll give you about half a minute. And
okay, I'll make it really quick, unless someone can ask me if I have any questions. The Cathedral Community Level Plan does talk about keeping R1 west of Elephantstone. Keeping commercial on 13th. Now, there's some precedent. The Safeway, that changed. This council, myself included, actually voted for putting a commercial spot north of Cameron, off of Cameron.
How about a summary statement?
Okay. And the zoning bylaw doesn't actually allow for R1 to be turned into a parking lot, as it's a defined use. Now, there's nuance to all those arguments, because this is LC3, we're expanding it. So it's not to say this is illegal, what's proposed, but there is an argument, I think, to say that it's counter to the community plan. And last piece, promise, is the thing I've heard from actually everybody, the one consistent thing is about compromise. That's what people want. They want some sense of compromise, some sense of ownership in their community. People care about their neighborhood. In one meeting, we approved one time 400 units, and no one showed up. 400 units out in the suburbs, out in the sprawl, and no one showed up for 400 rental units. Here we have 25 units. There's 26 presentations, so I think that's good. It shows people care. People want a sense of control. And ultimately, what we need to work on is infill culture. We have changes to the service agreement fees. Okay. We have changes to the OCP goals, and we're going to have more of these projects coming forward. So how do we have a culture of compromise and people actually embracing infill? So with that in mind, what does compromise look like? As a councillor for the area, I've had mixed feedback about the height and density, people on either side. I've had mixed feedback about saving the house because people realize that ultimately it's not council's decision to save the house. Someone owns the house and they can tear it down tomorrow with a build if they want to. But universal want for compromise. So the compromise that I think is appropriate is actually on page 8, the alternative plan that the city started working with, page 8 of our report, that talks about not rezoning the R1 thing, letting it go forward as 4 stories, but not having so much parking. I feel it's a better fit for the OCP. It's not at odds with the Cathedral Community Plan. Precedent was set tonight. Earlier tonight, we voted in a 45-unit, 4-story unit in Ward 3 that had half the parking requirement. It also fits with Goal 3 of the OCP to adopt approaches to parking standards and management that encourage multimodal transportation options.
Councilor Fraser, I've given you like 8 minutes,
Yeah,
and you just say what you're going to say because I have to cut you off.
Okay, that's very fair, and thank you so much. Most importantly, I think that represents compromise. So that's what I would like to suggest. I'm not sure if it's a referral motion, though, and I don't want to cut off debate in case other people want to speak. But what I would like to suggest is that administration, that what we approve is not exactly what the developer wants, but a slight nuance as far as what the alternative option is on page 8 of our report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker is...
So sorry, this is my only chance to speak.
Well, you have not said what you want to do.
I would like to make, I'd like to look to administration for direction about how we might actually have council vote on the alternative plan. Thank you.
Ms. Harlock.
Through your worship, if we were to consider one of the options on page 8 of the report, which is looking at tools and options for relaxing the parking requirements, you have a couple options. You could deny the application and give us direction to go back to bring forward an alternative that will look at that. Administration's recommendation is if we were to go down that route of the 4 options, we would recommend a contract zoning because it's very, very specific to the site in question, whereas, you know, amendments to the LC zone impact the whole city. So if we were to do that, that would be our recommendation. So there would be obviously another public hearing because we would be having to create a contract zone and then would have to get comments with respect to that zoning bylaw that we would be proposing because it's different from what you see today.
But to be clear, we'd have to defeat the refer it back or defeat the motion itself. So what are you doing? No debating, motion
for
only.
clarity, could it not be an amendment that's sent back, or it has to be defeated, and then just looking for clarity about how to. Contract zoning is what I'd like to pursue or have a vote on.
Ms. Harlock?
Just for clarity, how to do that. Thanks.
Through your worship, at this point, I think you have. You could refer it back to administration to bring back a new zoning bylaw. Actually, you know, that would be one thing to do. And then to, you could refuse it now with direction to bring a new report back with the contract zone.
Or refer it back to.
Or refer it back for further consultation and look at, looking at a different, a different zoning bylaw.
So, those are the options, Councilor Fraser. No debating. Move a motion.
Does administration have a preference of those 2 options?
Through your worship, no, we don't, because either one is work to create a new zoning bylaw amendment proposal.
Okay.
Councilor Fraser.
Then I would like to direct administration.
This is a referral motion?
Again, I don't want to kill debate, though, but I think it is a referral motion. But I don't want to kill debate. I think other councillors haven't a chance to speak to it. But if I can pause and bring back that referral motion at the end of debate, or I can just float the referral motion now.
I'm not prepared to have a motion to close debate, so I'll let you have notice, but when you speak again, you will not debate. It'll be only the motion. There's no.
Appreciate that.
You've exceeded your time limit. Okay. Next speaker is Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I'll be brief since Councilor Fraser took up my time and his time. So.
And my time too.
Okay. I'm just going to say a few things and then I'll sit down. I'm not in favor of a house being torn down for parking. I'm just totally against that. So I'm going to be voting for the denial, so that doesn't happen, I hope. I'm also not in favor of this because we talk about comparable with existing built form. Councillor Fraser found it hard to find another one to compare to. So to me, that doesn't fit in with the neighborhood that's there currently. So those are a couple of the reasons, and I won't go into the other reasons that I'm going to vote to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. At root, Council is being put in a hard place. We're being asked to vote now on something where we're clearly uncomfortable voting. You may say, well, why are we uncomfortable voting? We're uncomfortable voting because we do see a very substantial and committed group of neighborhood people saying we have some trouble with this. We see it because the community association, an important body in this city actually, the Cathedral Community Association has said we're opposed. We see it because the school council is opposed. We also see a problem in the Planning Commission where it's split. So we see it in the substantial number of delegations here. It's very hard to ask us as democratically elected people responsible for listening to our community to ignore that. I can't do that. That's the basis. But there's a process problem here. And I think the process problem, people have described it as we need a compromise. I think we do need a compromise. They say, well, why hasn't it happened? It's been back and forth between the Planning Commission and the administration. Here's what I think went wrong. I think that the developer talked to the city and the neighborhood talked to the city, but the developer and the neighborhood never talked together. What made the Safeway project work? The fact that the developer, Safeway in that situation, in the end talked to the neighborhood, and they got it together. Nobody got everything they wanted. There was much water in the wine, but it produced a good result. I think somehow tonight we have to get to that position. Now, the chair will rule on the procedural votes that we're going to take, but I will cast my vote to try and get to the position where we have the developer and the city and the neighborhood together in a three-way conversation trying to get on the same page. I just say one other comment, Mr. Mayor. Woe betide anyone in that process who says it's my way or the doorway, or who says I want to force a premature decision. In other words, I think that compromise has to come with everybody trying to get to a solution that works for everybody. So I salute the word compromise. I will vote in a manner that continues this process to try and reach a compromise. We have one bit of luck tonight. There's no urgency here. The house is going to be there has got someone in it for 2 more years. There's no housing crisis at the moment like there was earlier on. We have a bit of time. We have a bit of time to do it right, and I think we should do it right for a very important neighborhood in this city.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Hawkins described my discomfort here this evening in trying to deal with the process that I don't think I've ever, in my 4 years, seen this large of a delegation that's so passionate about the perspective. One of the challenges I have, and I guess it's kind of, as Councillor Young had mentioned, this issue of process, not having a lot of the guidelines clear, that I represent an area that's sort of a greenfield area, so we don't have the pushback and the heritage and the involvement, and so it becomes a little more, I'm not as sensitive maybe to some of the issues. Part of my background and training, too, is I'm an old bureaucrat, so I've always believed that sometimes the collective wisdom of a good planning process kind of outweighs the wisdom and knowledge of individuals. So when I look at how the city has evaluated and how our staff have gone through, they've done an excellent job, I think, in analyzing all these issues, everything from the urban design analysis, the traffic analysis, etc. So to me, I tend to side a lot on their recommendations and support on this one. Another principle I have, too, is I do lean towards more, I guess, the economic development side, where I like the concept as raised, like the employment opportunities, the investment opportunities, tax revenue, et cetera, that comes with this, that it's certainly a way. And another principle that I've always kind of wrestled with in previous ones is the rights of the owner. That I've always kind of fundamentally believed that the individual that has all the money on the table has to be taken, fairly seriously, because they tend to have a lot at risk. This one does have that curveball, because I've never seen this level of pushback. But I think given everything I've heard tonight, and there's a lot of confusion in my head too, because there's groups saying, well, the 4-story building's okay, but we just can't add the parking lot. But then when I think of the OCP, what's different with this is we've got this design where we have commercial on the main floor, yet it's on a very busy street with restricted street parking, yet we've also got apartment parking. So I'm not sure if there would be enough parking at the end of the day, because I think at the end of the day, if there are medical offices or other offices, their clients will need parking just for their attendance to the commercial side. Yet, as the developer mentioned, if he can't offer an apartment for rent without parking spaces, so I'm not sure if trying to separate that will work for us, because what worries me, this is kind of one of the first of the few, but we're kind of looking at all these major roads, I think, to increase density by building this kind of concept design with commercial on the main floor and residential 2 and 3 floors above. So it's a bit of a conundrum for me. So I think after listening to all the facts, I think I'm going to support this proposal, or not support the development, not the denial. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Next speaker is Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. It's about midnight. This is just as long as our budget meeting.
Longer.
Your Worship, I'm standing up and I'm going to vote to deny. Reason for that is we've always talked about community and neighborhood plans. And you hear what the community is saying. And as Councillor Hawkins mentioned, is that there's a community that speaks. There's citizens out there talking to us, and we are there to represent them. And I can understand the compromise and other things that's happening, but that's the number one rule, is that when people speak, we need to listen. And I believe, both sides spoke, but there's an overwhelming, I've made notes here, and overwhelming numbers. It doesn't look to me like no one wants this in their backyard, but there are issues, and there's process. And so when the community speaks, we need to listen, and that's what the community plan is all about. So I'm going to be short, so someone can take my spot, but I'm voting to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. A few things. The one thing we always talk about, we build these plans, we build these places, and we always talk about overspill of parking on the streets around a building where there isn't enough parking. We always talk about it. If there is not a parking problem in Cathedral area today around the residential areas, houses, I remember at one planning meeting, one guy said there was 5 vehicles because there was a 3-story house with 5 or 6 people living in it, having 5 houses. They were spilling out onto the streets. They were parking in the back alleys. They were double parking on other people. This property is not going to have that issue. If at some point they find that they can have 5 or 7 spaces available, maybe some of the residents in the area could go to the developer and say, hey, I'll rent that from you for $50 a month, month to month. And again, it helps to get those cars out of the back alley, gets them off Elphinstone Street, gets them off 13th Avenue. It gets them out of the area. It gets them off the street. This guy is also developer. I'm sorry, not guy, but the family is also going to get a piece of roadway that is a raceway, according to what I've heard, and I've heard it more than once, not just from them, but from other people. You're going to close that off and stop a hazardous drive-through that could cause issues and personal injury. The house could be knocked down tomorrow. regardless of whether it's used as a vacant lot, a garden for 5 years, a parking lot, or anything to enhance this building, these developers are here, and it's a testament for what they're doing for the lady that owned the house before. She could live in that house for as long as she wants, according to what I'm hearing. When this property, if it ever was to get built, they've said they'll probably, if she's of health, move her into this building, and if through the city, and I'm going to ask the question, would we allow them to build the building, get it ready, I'll just use this lady, have the lady move out, knock the building down, continue putting the parking lot in place? Would we allow that to happen, or do they have to clean slate the whole place and start from scratch?
To your worship, what we would do is we would look at the application and their construction plan, and we would look at the safety issues to determine whether or not it could be feasible. So it would be something we would be willing to look at, but I couldn't tell you right now without knowing.
So it's a possibility. So this lady could live in this house and have her new place built, health providing, move into it, then to deal with the house, which is going to come down anyway, and whether it's a parking lot, an empty lot, a vacant lot. I mean, there's still some vacant lots in the city that have been vacant for 50 years. So that's a couple of the things. But the biggest thing is there's going to be 31 parking stalls on here that are not going to be on the street. And yes, I agree with what Councillor Fraser is saying, and there's going to be some that won't need a vehicle. But you'll also have some two-bedroom, and there could be 2 or 3 people living in that two-bedroom that might need a parking stall. You have a husband and wife and a brother staying, that could be 3 vehicles in a two-bedroom. So you have that availability to park right on and not on the street. That's the biggest thing. Minimal traffic impact out of this building. And what you're also going to do is when you cut off that access for the alley people to drive through, they won't all necessarily go to 13th Avenue. Half of them will probably go to Victoria Avenue. So you don't have the congestion that you think you're going to have, and we have traffic people in place that can bring this forward, and curb cuts. We can do all kinds of different things, bubbles, light bulb type boulevards, that type of thing as well. When this building is up on a 4-story, it's going to look like a thimble compared to Connaught. Connaught is massive. We all know it's massive. And I would like for the people that voted against the Safeway at that particular time in the community, if we were to take that away from you today, there would be an uproar. Absolute uproar in the community if Safeway has decided we're pulling out because of whatever, and the fight that went on to have it done. I agree with consultation, but the developer has consulted with the administration to find what is effectively going to work properly economically for them. And in that, I'm going to vote against the denial, because I would love to see this project go through. Whether it's going to happen today, tomorrow, give these people the opportunity to build this so that they can sustain livability in the community. That's all. Thank you.
Circumstance here, because he would typically close debate, but we know there's a motion for referral coming up, and he will speak for his 3 minutes on a closing debate. Then we'll move to the motion for referral. Councillor O'Donnell, 3 minutes.
Thank you. In the beginning, we had a developer come forward with a proposal, just like we do many, many other times. There was a public open house back in September, and feedback was provided. Then they went through the process. As part of a committee of council, Planning Commission said, you know what, we've heard a few things here. Would you go back and have a look at this again? And we outlined them clearly as to what we would. Public meeting number 1, open house. Public meeting number 2, Planning Commission. Public meeting number 3 that came back. And you can see how many delegations that there were there. We've had lots of say. I want to refer back to what one of the delegates said. We have the opportunity here to have lots of people live in a great location near a school and so on. But I have a right to develop the property as I wish, not to have other people, tell me what to do. So, for example, at Planning Commission, we don't hand out napkins. We don't say, okay, let's take a look at that building again. Let's try it this way. You have a right to bring forward what you want to bring forward. You have a right to sell it afterwards. We have a house on the property adjacent to it that, after someone's been in construction for 50 years, says, not very good. Oh, I kind of trust that view. As a property holder, he can do what he wants with that. And so now we have a chance to bring in good people who will live by a school, who will live in a walkable neighborhood, who will shop in the area, and we're not prepared to make a decision. I'm not good at the compromise right now because we've been at this for months. I think what we do is we owe the developer a chance at our decision. That's what they need to know. That's been fair. Second part to that is, and I will never do this, I don't ask someone who comes forward, so if you don't get your way this time, what are you going to do? Sorry, that doesn't work that way. You come forward with a plan, we evaluate the plan, our staff evaluates the plan, and we make a decision. That's why we're here. Make a decision.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Fraser.
Okay, so
motion?
Motion, yeah.
Referral motion?
The applicant has asked for us to vote on this application. So what I would suggest is we vote to deny with the direction of with the direction of administration to come back with some other option that would allow something great to be built here that involves some form of compromise.
So you're not moving a referral motion, you're moving an additional motion to deny and do the following?
Yes, that's right. Sorry.
So you did exactly what I said we were not going to do, which is entering into a debate again. So, okay.
Yeah, no.
What's that? We need a seconder for that.
Does it have to come to planning in December? Is there a way to do it faster than that? Okay. Okay.
So we still need a seconder for the motion.
Mayor.
Oh, Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, just to be clear, it would be a whole new application process. I just wanted council to be aware of that the applicant would have to resubmit their application. It would be a totally new application.
Why would it be a totally new application? It would just be looking at zoning options. It's not the whole application.
Well, if you're denying the application, then the application is done through the process, so it has to be reinitiated.
Do you not think that, just wanted to just stop in the process here, that a referral motion would be cleaner than doing this? So if you refer it back to study the options on zoning, and if that fails, we go to the motion of denial and deal that way. I'm going to suggest that's a cleaner way to do it.
I'll look to administration. It's only that the applicant asked for a decision.
Ms. Harlock?
If that's
through you, it is easier. Then there isn't the process of having to reapply. I mean, council could always waive the additional application
I'm fine with
fees.
that then. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to have a referral motion.
Hang on.
That does not. Just one moment. Councilor Flagel. Is the intent of Councilor Fraser to have a referral motion, but not deal with the
referral motion's fine. Yeah.
Okay. This would be what we're talking about here is whether it's a referral motion or whether it is a motion to deny and refer back for a different study. So the administration is saying that it's cleaner and more effective if it actually is a referral motion. It doesn't speak to denial or approval. It asks for more work to be done on zoning, how that may handle, how zoning may be changed to accommodate the parking issue, if I can use it that way. So only on process, Councilor Flagel, but not to debate.
If you remember correctly, this was referred back to Planning Commission for them to look at options and changes. Economically, structurally, it could not be done according to the developer and according to the city. That's why we're back here again.
Okay, I understand.
Or here for the first time. But planning, it came, It was talked about, it went back, it was discussed between the owner and the city, and there was community involvement, and we came back here with the same proposal.
This is not really a point where you're actually debating it now.
Well, no, I'm just saying
I'm saying
the process.
I'm saying
so this was the process.
Order, please. There's no discussion from the gallery. Okay, no discussion from the gallery.
Anyway,
I'm sorry.
it was referred back in planning
You made your point.
and it was brought back again, and they couldn't change it.
You made your point. So we have a referral motion, and we can vote for or against it. Seconder on the referral motion. Councillor Hawkins seconds it. There's no debate on a referral motion. I'll call the question on the referral motion. All those in favor? It's defeated. We're back to the main motion, which is to deny the application. We've all had Mr. Solicitor wants to enter the debate.
Your worship, members of council, if council is going to consider a denial of the discretionary use application, it is a requirement for the rationale for the decision to be stated on the record.
Okay. So just for the audience, I think my members of council will appreciate this. This is a denial, and the reason we got to the denial is because of a tie at Planning Commission. And the rules of order are that whenever a motion comes forward, if it is a tie, it is deemed to be defeated. So in other words, even if this came as a denial from the administration, and it was a tie, it would come here as a approval. So it's always to deny on a tie. So we're actually voting to deny the application. We've had everyone speak. Councilor Down closed debate. There is no more debate. I'll call the question on the motion. Those in favor of the denial? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against it? Motion's carried. Done. So, what's that? So I think the motion, the motion is defeated. The proposal is defeated. Now, the rationale for that, we have to give that. And I'd ask for some comment on that. I think we can speak to some of the issue being of outside the neighborhood plan, not in conformity with the neighborhood plan or the OCP. And others may want to raise that. Councillor Hawkins?
I think you can say that council took into account the considerable opposition from neighborhood.
Yep. Okay. Anything else? Councillor Bryce?
And it does not conform to the community build
Yeah, I just said
authority?
that's correct. Okay. Okay. So we'll move on to our next agenda item. This is report 16-88, which is a lane closure adjacent to 2833 Angus Street. Councillor O'Donnell.
So it is a lane closure. The address is 2833 Angus. If I could have a seconder, please.
Seconder, please, for that.
Second.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. Actually, very clearly, this was not even hardly discussed at Planning Commission. It's a very small $1,200 sale of land, and so
just one moment, just for a moment. Perhaps we should clear the gallery. That would be up to members of council. We do have some work that is important to be done for advertising for bylaws and deliberative reports. We're speaking about whether we're going to adjourn the meeting or continue to go forward. But for those who want to remain in the gallery, you should take your seat, please. Those who are want to leave, we need to conduct more business. So Councillor Hawkins, you have the right to do that. I'd ask you to think of, I understand that we do have some reports that are really important to get done for advertising. It would just take a few moments. They're not, I don't think they're actually controversial. But I do want to make sure we get that work done, which is really critical.
All right. My concern is that I don't think we should embark on anything substantive at this hour.
I don't think there's too many left, Your Worship, that are substantive, but I'm just going to ask that we move on, even though we have folks that still are taking their time to leave.
Okay, let's do this report. This is report 88. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I have a seconder, right?
We didn't get one yet.
Yeah.
Councillor
Yeah.
Flagel.
Thanks.
Okay.
Small piece of land, $1,200 sale, no issue from the neighborhood, no issue of planning commission. Look for concurrent.
Discussion on this? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next report is 89, which is supported living home. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Can I have a seconder, please?
Seconder for that. Councillor Flagel.
Consistent with the plan, no opposition from the area, serves a great need, a larger supportive living. Seek concurrence.
Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The bylaws. Councillor Findera.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, the bylaws number 2016-39, 49, 50, 51, 54, 55, and 56 be introduced and read first time.
All those in favor? Not 54. Oh, of course. Okay. Do you say 54? I have a motion to...
54 was the fire bylaw.
Motion to table that?
For the fire bylaw, correct?
Receive and file that?
Okay.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're all getting tired here. Okay.
Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor... Oh, here comes Burnett. I'll hang on a second. Councillor Burnett, the bylaw 2016-39, 49, 50, 51, 55, 56 be read the second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins.
Point of order, Your Worship. I just want to go to the City Manager.
What is 55? So the two bylaws. Okay.
I'll move a tabling motion of those two bylaws, or do we want to just strike them, or what do we do?
Just to receive and file.
Receive and file. So moved.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins. The Council hereby consent to bylaw 2016-39, 49, 50, 51, and 56 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move seconded by Councillor O'Donnell that bylaw number 2016-39, 49, 50, 51, and 56 be read the third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So Councillor Hawkins has a point about whether we continue to proceed with any reports, given the hour. So I want to honor that request, but I have a question before we get to that from the clerk as to is there any information here that we need to pass tonight that's remaining on the agenda from committee reports, information reports, or bylaw and related reports that must be done tonight?
Not from Finance, Your Worship.
Your Worship, I would suggest that I would look to administration to indicate if they think there is anything. The only one that might have an implication would be the appointment to the Mayor's Housing Commission as to whether there's any timing on that.
Okay. So we've passed all the information we need to get done. So Councillor Hawkins, if you have a motion you want to put forward and you get a seconder, we can move adjournment and table the remaining reports if you want to do that.
I'll move adjournment.
Okay.
I'll second
And
that.
the tabling of the reports, of the remaining reports.
And the tabling of the reports.
Okay, you have a seconder for that?
So be it.
Okay. Okay, the question is to adjourn. All those in favor? Opposed? I think the motion is denied. Okay, we'll continue on. Okay. Community Protective Services Committee, Report 39. This is Saskatchewan Rough Riders Transit Service Agreement.
Thanks.
Councilor
CR 1693, and it's the Rough Rider Transit Service Agreement. The Saskatchewan Rough Rider Transit Service, as described in this report, be approved. City Council authorize the Executive City Services to negotiate, approve, amend, and extend an agreement with Saskatchewan Rough Riders Football Club in the terms as further detailed in the report for an initial 2 years, which may be extended to a maximum of 5, and that is in the year 2017 and 18. And basically, they're going to take over, and it's not going to cost the city any money. So I think that's a great deal. There was the naysayers out there that said, why are the taxpayers paying it? But they're not. So I think we're all good with that. If anybody has any questions, Mr. Onroy will be happy to answer them.
Any discussion on the report? It's a great report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The infill servicing agreement fees, report 94 from Executive Committee. Councillor Frondura.
Your Worship. Bring you up report CR 1694. Recommendation of the Executive Committee that infill servicing agreement fees and development levies implementation schedule. One, that the City Council direct the administration to consult with stakeholders and develop a proposed approach to charge servicing agreement fees and development levies for infill development. Two, that the administration present the proposed approach to the City Council to allow for implementation of infill servicing agreement fees and development levies charging beginning in 2018. And the Executive Committee seeks
Second for that, please. Okay, Councillor Murray.
Second.
Discussion on the report. Councillor Frondura, can you take the chair, please?
Your Worship.
I'll make my comments very quick. I think this is an important report to have. It does continue on with respect to the servicing agreement fees we have for development in the city, and I support that. I also support the need that the administration needs more time to get it right, and I think it's important that we do that. What I don't support is any notion of retroactivity. I think we're sending a signal to the administration, from the administration to the development community, that go ahead and build it, but you're going to be charged something later on. I'm not sure what the number is going to be. And we talk about $3 million. I'm not sure how we got to that number. But for me, I will vote for the report because the recommendations do not speak to retroactivity. It speaks to consulting with stakeholders to develop an approach to charge servicing agreement fees, and then that we present the proposed approach to the City Council to allow for implementation beginning in 2018. So I won't ask to vote against the report, but the intent is clear that we not. This is a difficult process when you retroactively apply a law that was never there before. If we already had development charges already in infill, no problem. But this is brand new, and this could be punitive. This could be saying, why would I want to develop in here because I don't even know what the fees are going to be. It could be hundreds of thousands of dollars for development. So I understand the intent, but I won't support that notion. But I will support the report when it comes back next year, all things being as the world hopefully will be. I would hope the administration will remove that and make it fair and balanced for everyone else so they know what's going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Worship.
Any other discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Appointment to the Mayor's Housing Commission.
Worship, I bring the CR 1695. Appointment to the Mayor's Housing Commission. Recommendation of the Executive Committee that the following organization representative be appointed to the Mayor's Housing Commission for a staggered term to office effective August 1st, 2016 and expiring July 31st, 2019, or until such as time as a successor is appointed. And this person is Patrick Ma, representing Northridge Development, and executive looking for concurrence.
Okay, seconder, Councilor Murray. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have Planning Commission discretionary use for a restaurant on 11th Avenue.
Yep, address is 1501 11th Avenue. If I could have a seconder, please.
Councilor Flagel.
I think it was a little earlier tonight we heard reference to how this area is changing. We now have a chance to put a restaurant in of 26 seats, lots of parking at the back in an area that is really starting to develop again. Seek concurrence.
Okay, discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to information reports.
I'll rise to move, receive, and file on the Finance Administration report, and this would be on the casual employee superannuation and elected
Seconder for
officials
that, please. Councillor Hawkins. Debate. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Fredou, you want to take a seat? I'll be introducing this motion on
Your Worship.
Mr. Chair, I'd look for a seconder for the intent to put an application to host the 2021 or 22 SCM conference.
Councillor Flego.
Okay. I'm not going to read the whole motion. It's late. It's very lengthy, but it does speak to the issue of the City of Regina hosting either the 2021 or 2022 FCM annual conference and trade show. We've done this once before. I know that, certainly in I believe 1998, we hosted FCM just after I was elected, and it was very successful. It has grown substantially since we at that time. But we now have the capacity for hotels and accommodation at Alvarez Place, et cetera. So I look forward to support by members of council to put the application in and have that done. We need to have this number of years in advance to make a decision. So I ask members of council to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you,
Your Worship, do you have a seconder?
Yes.
Oh, we did. Okay, Councillor Flego, thank you.
Debate on the issue? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Bylaws and related reports. Finance Administration, the Heritage Building rehabilitation.
Thanks, Your Worship. I bring forward 1697. The recommendations are within the report. It is kind of lengthy, but this would be around the application for property tax exemption for the Knox Metropolitan. I noticed that there's a bit of a spelling error in there. We have no Metropolitan as in K-N-O-W. So
seconder for that? Councillor Young.
Thanks, Councillor Young. So I'm not going to go through reading all the recommendations. They are within the report, so I'll just move them through Finance Administration, bring them forward. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call a question on that report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. One last bylaw. Councillor Bandura.
I move second by Councillor Burnett that bylaw number 2016-40 be introduced and read the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move second by Councillor Hawkins that the bylaw 2016-40 be read the second time.
Any debate? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move second by Councillor O'Donnell that council hereby consent to bylaw number 2016-40 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move second by Councillor Young that bylaw 2016-40 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Move adjournment.
Seconder?
Smelling like pumpkin. I'm going to second that.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Good morning, everyone.